is Wednesday, and that means only one thing worth doing in the history world, and that is being here on History After Dark. And we have an extra special surprise today. It might not be a surprise because you've probably seen the thing. But we have a special guest, a very special guest. I'm just waiting for everybody to come up. Okay, so here comes Philippa. Here comes Kat. And I am just waiting for Nathen as well. Thank you all so much for everybody's coming in and starting to join, for coming down and spending your time with us today. Okay, I've got 2 out of 3.
Yeah, we're not special. So...
No, you're not.
Oh. We're not
you're
special.
Not special. You're not special.
Catherine.
So I am just waiting for Nathen. Let me see if I can do it this way. There he is. Invite. All right. Is he coming in? What's this going on here? Oh, no.
Hello.
Hello.
That could be confidential, top secret, future writing.
Secret.
Top secret.
That was lucky. That could have been a lot worse.
And it begins.
Right, so
excellent.
Everybody, this is Nathen Amin. Round of applause for Nathen, everybody. Philippa, you're not joining in. Thank you very much. So, for those of you who don't know Nathen, where have you been? But secondly, we will introduce him, or he can introduce him properly in just a moment. But before we render it pointless,
Oh yeah.
Kat,
Hello,
the disclaimer.
friends. Yes. Welcome. It is 8:15 in the evening, GMT. Welcome to History After Dark. That is now an appropriate name because it's currently dark where we are. We also call it that because this is a place where we will look at the darker topics in history. We will potentially be somewhat smutty. The educational content is still the aim. We are in the gutter looking at the historical stars. So if you happen to be in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, first of all, they shouldn't be listening. Go in there, get your staple gun, just pin them to the desk by their ear, and then quit because you're going to be arrested. So do that, or put a headphone in. Alternatively, if you happen to have a small child, we'll call him Timmy because that's his name and he's a little... If you have a small child who's liable to dob you into a teacher because of the smut they've heard these 4 human beings spew forth on your phone, it's definitely Catherine, it's always her fault, then I suggest also put a headphone in. Alternatively, you can almost certainly watch this back on the IGTV as a playback, unless we happen for some reason to say something so scandalous, libelous, rhinoceros that it cannot possibly exist any longer on the interwebs for fear that we will lose our homes / our reputations. So it's always wise. It's always what reputations we have.
This is not a safe space.
It is always wise to watch it live because on one occasion we did screw the pooch and have to yeet that into space. So
only one's quite good actually so far.
We've been doing this for a while, so but we are getting spicier as the time goes on. So there's going to be a time.
It's definitely not me.
It definitely is.
It's definitely you.
Yeah. How rude.
Those are our disclaimers. Don't get yourself fired or get called up at school because that's annoying. But welcome.
Timmy the Dobber.
Timmy is such a little dobber. We love you. Thank you for being here.
Okay then. So today we have a very special guest, and I've known Nathen for a while now. The area of history that he specialises in is absolutely my favourite, but I'm slightly aware that I sound like a bit of a bumlick when I say all this stuff to him. So I'm going to stop now because I always get really enthusiastic, but it's my favourite part of history. So Nathen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to tell everybody about you and what you do and your books and a little bit, and then we will launch into this evening's topic.
I'm not really sure what I've joined here. That sounded quite scary. Right, so try not to get fired. Try not to swear too many little kids. Right, okay, that's quite difficult. Well, I'm Nathen. I write Tudor books. I try to. I seem to spend most of the time chasing my cat around the living room. But when I am able to focus, I do generally write about Henry VII, the Beaufort family, the Wars of the Roses, all the fun stuff. I've just recently, I've just recently started rewatching the Tudors, which I don't know. You won't find many historians kind of admit to that, but my girlfriend's basically got no real knowledge of the Tudor period, and we were looking for something basic to watch. So I thought I'd just stick it on. Obviously, as I'm going through it all now, I kind of trying really hard not to point out all of the gaping inaccuracies. Yeah. But I did happen to say last night that this is one of the first things I watched, 12 years ago, whatever it was, until I quickly grew really tired and sick of all of the romantic intrigue and the faction politics, around court, which I know many people like that. It's obviously one of the most popular of historical periods. But, I'm into rugby. I'm into boxing. There's only so much kind of romantic intrigue between the wives that I can handle. And then I discovered that this big lad, Henry VIII, happened to have a Welsh father who came from quite close to where I'm from. And he was involved in battles and people's heads getting chopped off and, soldiers and knights. And very quickly I've kind of left behind the Henry VIII court and gone back a century. And that's really where my interest started to properly kick in. Trying to work out who's lost their head this week, who's the king next week, and so on. And really, once you start to read about this subject, you kind of need to do something with the knowledge. And I kind of stumbled into writing about it. So it's kind of an accident, really. But a good accident, I guess. The journalism degree is finally paying off. I know that.
I did not know you had a journalism degree. You learn something new every day. Oh,
I mean, Catherine, you're not my personal Facebook. Do you not realise how outspoken I do tend to be about the media?
Oh yes, I didn't realise you'd extended this into actual qualifications. I feel like an amateur now.
It's like Catherine criticises all sorts.
Yeah, it's a good hobby. Right, so really today what we're asking you is, we've got questions for Nathen, but if anyone has got a question, please do put it in the comments. We will get round to as many of your comments and questions as we can. So if we do miss any, we're really sorry. We're not trying to be intentionally irritating. That just tends to happen without us trying to do it, to be perfectly honest. So, ladies, have either of you got any questions you would like to start with for Nathen?
Yes,
That's nodding. Many questions.
As we started with kind of Henry VIII and then back to Henry VII, my first question is, at what point, or was there a point, when you think Henry VII went, right, that's it, the cousins' wars are over, I've done it?
On his deathbed, if he was even capable of knowing what was going on. Obviously, when the Wars of the Roses ended is a big topic amongst historians. Historically, we've always gone with 1485. It's nice, it's tidy. Shakespeare happened to write about it. The final battle of the Wars of the Roses is 1487. It's 2 years into Henry VII's reign. Some will go on deep into Henry VIII's reign, 1525, when there were still Yorkist heirs living. For myself, it's 1509. It's the moment Henry VII dies. And the reason for that is definitely not 1485. I mean, yes, Henry united the warring houses. That's not nonsense made up by Shakespeare. That was definitely a contemporary idea that he was going to unite the warring houses. But as I show in my latest book, Henry has a 24-year reign that is full of intrigue, it's full of plot, it's full of conspiracy. He didn't stop anything until he died. And what I mean by that is, upon his death, he was able to pass the crown to his 17-year-old son, Henry VIII. Mm-hmm. That is the first peaceful transferal of power from father to son in 87 years. Every king in between Henry V and Henry VII failed. Edward IV failed. Richard III failed. Henry VI failed in every possible way he could have. Henry VII didn't. And by doing that, it's the moment that this Yorkist Lancastrian heir accedes to the throne, 1509, and he's a very popular and championed new king. So I always put that down to be the end of the Wars of the Roses. You know, people have now moved on. Yes, there was minor little Yorkist claimants, but no one really, because this is History of the Dark, I'm going to say it, no one really gave a shit after that.
Yay! You're indoctrinated. So, you're here.
You know, yes, 1509 for me, the moment Henry VII died, because he was the old order. He didn't succeed in how he himself, his chroniclers, or later Shakespeare tried to portray. He didn't end the wars and the conflict just by becoming king. It was by passing the crown on to the boy who did. And we forget, Henry VIII might have turned into a bastard, but in 1509, you know, that was one of the most popular new kings that had ever been in England.
Yeah.
Yeah, the golden boy, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's really fascinating.
So that's my answer, and I believe I'm right, regardless of what other people say.
I'd agree with that. That's certainly when we can say that there's a shift. And probably the time when he could finally unclench and relax. I do have another question off the back of it, but I will cede the floor.
Okay, so Tudor age. If not Henry Tudor, who out of the Beauforts would have made an alternative heir to the throne?
I mean, at that time, there was no one left, really. Henry did have a cousin who came over from Brittany with him back to claim the throne, and that was a chap called Charles Somerset. Now, Charles Somerset was an illegitimate son of Henry Beaufort, the third Duke of Somerset. You know, in the direct male line, Henry Tudor was only descended, I say only, but back then he was, only descended in the female line through Margaret Beaufort. His cousin, Charles Somerset, was descended in the direct male line from John of Gaunt. He was a direct male Beaufort, but he was born illegitimately, so he didn't have the claim. You know, I could speculate that in a different timeline, Charles Somerset may have been able to somehow overcome that illegitimacy and perhaps be put forward as his own, as the new Beaufort heir. The other thing to consider is, even though Henry Tudor and Charles Somerset were the last Beauforts running around in 1485, nearly everyone in England had bloody Beaufort blood in them at that point. You know, the Duke of Buckingham. Joan Beaufort, bless her, who died in 1440, one of the original Beaufort generation. You know, she had 16 children. You know, there was a lot of Beaufort blood going around. In fact, you know, things are jumping in my head now as I'm speaking. I don't know where I never know where I'm going when I start speaking, which is gets me in trouble sometimes. But now I come to think of it, everyone thinks that the first Beaufort-blooded king was Henry Tudor, but it wasn't. The first Beaufort-blooded king of England was Edward IV, who was a grandson of Joan Beaufort. But in Scotland, they were also of Beaufort blood, the kings of Scotland, because there was a different Joan Beaufort. Trust me, look all this up on Wikipedia after this. You know, check out the family tree. Just Google Beaufort family tree. You'll see what I'm on about. There was another Joan Beaufort who got married to the King of Scotland in 1414 or 1415, somewhere around there. So the kings of Scotland had Beaufort blood in them. You know, obviously we have the Union of the Crowns much later, and in 1603 between the Stuarts and the Tudors, but we could have had a possible Union of the Crowns a lot earlier if that Beaufort claim needed to be put forward. Luckily, you know, Henry Tudor came along, vanquished all the bad people, and saved the day for England.
Of course.
Thanks, Henry.
Philippa, do you have a question?
Well, it sort of goes on. I'm thinking, when Henry came back and landed at Milford Haven and made his way through Wales and, you know, obviously ended up at Bosworth, did he get a lot of well, you tell me, what was the support like in Wales? Did he pick up a lot or not? Like, what was the feeling as he went through?
It's a funny question, this is, because historically, I mean, obviously I'm Welsh and I have a chip on my shoulder, etc. The Welsh have been very diminished in English historical circles. You know, no one really cares about the Welsh. We're a footnote to centuries of Oxbridge storytelling. So there always has been that suspicion that Henry Tudor's Welshness and his Welsh support were minimised. You know, he had to be, you know, we couldn't have a bunch of Welsh people come across England and kill the king. So I feel like it has been diminished with respect to how the historical storytelling and narrative has been portrayed. Now, in Welsh circles, Henry Tudor seems to have been very popular. You know, he was claimed to have been y Mab Darogan, which means the son of prophecy. You know, this is not just something that was made up by his propagandists. This is a long-held tradition in Wales that we had successive claimants to be the son of prophecy who would come and save Wales from the English yoke. The most recent person who failed before Henry Tudor was Owen Glendur, who's actually a distant cousin of Henry Tudor. So when Henry lands, there's been decades of poetry, decades of claims that this Henry Tudor is the true Welsh saviour who's going to vanquish and free Wales. You know, he builds up a great deal of support in Wales, and he marches completely through the country without opposition. Now, the difficulty is that Wales, like England, is a country of separate factions, you know, separate supports, and it is just as divided as England was between the rival houses. So the House of York had a real hardcore groundswell of support in what is now southeast Wales. So Kent, the Welsh Marches, that kind of area. And we see this, and Henry, when he lands, he doesn't march directly across South Wales as you would do today, straight into England. He marches all the way up the coast into North Wales, which is very heavily Lancastrian, and then cuts across. So there was definitely far more Welsh support in Wales for Henry Tudor than I believe has been credited to him. We see this in, after he becomes king, how many of the Welsh start flocking to London to support him. It isn't universal because Wales was divided between York and Lancaster, but it certainly isn't what has been portrayed in many histories, that Henry landed and no one gave a shit. That's clearly not historically accurate. And again, we can see that just in the poetry. But again, English historians have never really gone to the poetry. They've gone to the Welsh language letters and so on. But it's all there. So it's just, and you do have this weird thing in Wales where if you're English language, whether that's an English language English person or English language Welsh person, the Tudors are irrelevant to Wales. Some people in modern Wales consider the Tudors to be traitors because of the later union between Wales and England, which some Welsh people are trying to get out to this day. Welsh language historians, however, view Henry very favourable because they're looking at the Welsh language sources and the Welsh language history. Their history has not been affected or tainted or influenced by later English historians. It's still the original Welsh attitudes to Henry. So by studying the Welsh language sources, you do see a much more favourable view of him. But I would say that. I'm Welsh and I love Henry. So.
No, I remember having a conversation with Mike Ingram a while ago, and we were talking about like the sources that discuss not just Bosworth, but a lot of the things that happened in and before and after and around that period. And he said that the sources that are probably the most accurate, but at the same time the most undervalued, are the Welsh poems. He said by far, both of those by far the least valued, but the most accurate. So if you can get your hands on them, you're winning.
Do you speak Welsh, Nathan?
I can get by. I can order a beer and order my food and, speak to my grandmother. Typically what I do with the Welsh is people tend to speak to me in Welsh and I reply in English, so I'm kind of out of practice in school. But yeah, I'm probably on the wrong side of fluent, but on the right side of basic.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that. I understand.
So we had a question further up, and it is up lots of notifications. So I'm sorry, whoever it was. It's the inevitable, isn't it?
Yeah.
So who
I saw
killed the
it.
princes in the tower? And the person who asked the question said, "What do you think of the theory, the more recent theory, that it was Margaret Beaufort?"
Richard
Now
III
then.
killed the princes, and Margaret Beaufort didn't kill anything or anyone. She might have accidentally killed a spider on her way to prayers. But no, obviously it's the usual disclaimer. Nobody knows. Nobody can be sure. We don't even know if they actually were killed. There is all of that usual disclaimer, but not to be boring and to give a real answer, I firmly believe Richard III killed the boys. Because why wouldn't he? It doesn't make any sense not to kill them.
Yeah.
The hearts are coming up the screen. I don't know if people can see this. Okay.
As for Margaret Beaufort, she was highly thought of in her time. She was highly thought of after her death. She left an incredible legacy as one of the most incredible, high-achieving females, certainly of her age, and for many ages afterwards. It's absurd and it's sad and it's tragic to see her reputation so severely maligned in the last 2 decades. I always say to Ricardians, if you want to unmalign Richard, fine, but don't go maligning other people. It's unfair, and you're doing exactly the same to Margaret as what you claim Shakespeare did to Richard. Focus on your guy. Don't go around throwing daggers at everyone and everyone else who stands in the way of your man. It doesn't work like that. On that point,
throw shade at Margaret. Don't throw shade at Margaret. We're not having it.
Don't throw shade at my girl, man. But and it's just on a similar point. It's what me and Matt Lewis always speak about in regards to Richard III and Henry Tudor. They were very similar people with very similar backgrounds who in a different day and age might have become close allies. Their personal beef exists for one day and one day only. If you want to study Richard III and work on Richard III, that's fine, but there's no need to constantly dig at Henry, and I appreciate sometimes I do dig at Richard, so I'm being a bit of a hypocrite. But the individual topics of study that very briefly overlap. Just focus on the guy and leave Margaret alone, for God's sakes.
I know. I love
Leave
her.
her alone.
She's my favourite medieval lady. Love Margaret Beaufort. Sorry, Philippa. Yeah.
What I was going to ask a question specifically about Margaret and her reputation for ambition. How much was raw ambition, and where did that come from?
The earliest Margaret Beaufort or Henry Tudor have any designs on the English throne is 1483. I mean, I think that's almost... We could take that almost as a fact, as much as I know we can never be certain of this period. But nobody's putting forward Henry Tudor as a potential English king until Richard III becomes the king. It's absolute nonsense and gibberish before that he ever had any serious ambitions for the throne, and most certainly his mother did not have any ambitions for the throne on behalf of him. Yes, he had a claim to the throne. Again, people today can go on all they want about how Henry had a weak claim, weak this, weak that. Well, that's fine, but the Yorkists believe he had a claim, and everyone at the time believed he had some sort of claim, so I'd rather trust their judgment than someone on Twitter's. But
I thought Twitter was the grain, just truth.
The be-all.
Henry did have a claim. It just wasn't as good as everybody else. And there were too many Yorkists ahead of him. So first and foremost, the earliest Margaret has any ambitions for the throne is 1483. And that's when Richard becomes king. What I think happens is that just after Richard becomes king, Margaret Beaufort has a meeting with Richard. Her husband, Thomas Stanley, and Richard have a meeting in London. Now, Margaret had been trying for the previous 15 years to get her son back into England because he had been chased into exile abroad to Brittany. And she came very close to doing that when Edward IV died. They'd made an agreement that Henry was to come back and he was to be granted his Beaufort family estates, possibly be given a Yorkist wife, and just become part of the English nobility. Fine, that's all Henry was. That's all his ambitions would have stretched to. That's all Margaret's ambitions for him would have been stretching. Just come home and be an earl. Edward dies, Richard becomes king, they have this meeting. Now, what I believe to happen in this meeting is that Margaret tried to pursue this matter. Right, can my son come home? I think Richard said no. And the reason he would have said no is because he just, forgive me Yorkists, he just usurped the throne. Usurpers sit on thrones very uneasily. The last thing Richard III is going to do is go, yeah, of course, bring back this lad who I don't know, who's got a slight claim to the throne when my kingdom's in uproar. So Richard said no. Margaret lost the plot. She's now seen that if Richard's on the throne for the next 30 years, then her boy's never coming home. And that's where she starts plotting. There's already a Yorkist conspiracy going up against Richard because not everyone agreed with him taking the throne. And all Margaret's done is she's just joined the conspiracy. And she's worked together with Elizabeth Woodville to now create a new alternative, potential royal family. So I do not believe whatsoever before 1483, until Richard tells Margaret, no, piss off, that she has any ambitions beyond that. Even ambition in general. She's obviously a noblewoman who has a high idea of her birthright, but that's just normal for a woman of her status. She's no more or less than the other noblewomen, the other duchesses and countesses of her age. She spends much of the 1470s quite in the wind. And even when Henry becomes king, she's not this superpower behind the throne that everyone claims she is. She spends half of Henry's reign off on her own estates in Collie Weston or in Woking. She's not the number two behind the throne. That's a bit of a weird myth as well that's settled up. Henry's a little mummy's boy. Well, all Welsh boys are mummy's boys, but it doesn't mean that I let my mother run my company.
So speaking of, was Henry a little bit of a mummy's boy, that leads us into a question that we had from Katie Bridgewater above, who said, did Henry physically fight at Bosworth because she heard that Richard got really stuck in? And I've heard a certain group of people say that Henry didn't fight because he was there crying for his mummy. He hadn't had, obviously we know that he hadn't had any experience in physical combat, like literally on the battlefield, but it doesn't mean that he hadn't had instruction, I'm guessing, from people like Jasper Tudor, his uncle. So did he go down there and hide, or did he go down there and just get in there?
Okay, this is going to be a long, rambling one. Right, first and foremost, Richard III was a brave, powerful warrior with great military experience. No one disputes that, not even Tudor propagandists. He got stuck in. I think he did something silly, which cost him his life, but he got stuck in. Brilliant. You are the bravest man who's ever lived. Fantastic. But you're dead. So that's kind of pointless. Henry clearly is. Henry clearly not the military man Richard is. Now, the first thing on the coward part, Henry gets called a coward for not being in the thick of the action. A coward doesn't leave his exile. He doesn't sail across the channel with a very shitty army. He doesn't march for 300 miles through Wales into England to stand across from the King of England facing what is likely death. That's not a coward. I think Henry had also, to an extent, lost patience with his life to this point and was on something of a bit of a kamikaze mission himself. I think he's just gone, I can't keep on doing this, living as a penniless pawn abroad. If I die today, fine, so be it. That's not a coward, first of all. Now, we don't have much from the English records. We know that Henry was on the edge of the battlefield. He clearly doesn't get stuck into the middle of the action, because why would he? Again, look what happened to Richard. Well, why would Henry go wading in? That's like me just jumping in a boxing ring and deciding I'm going to start fighting a heavyweight champion. I don't know how to box. You leave it to other people. You know, I sit in the crowd and I make a bet on the people who are doing the betting, who are doing the boxing. Now, we do, however, have a French source, a French letter by a chap called Lebeuf, who apparently wrote, and again, the key thing here with the French source is that it's outside Henry's influence, so it can't be propaganda. It's an independent foreign source that says that when Richard attacked Henry's little section of bodyguards, he actually crossed swords with Henry. And Henry, when people thought he was about to die, managed to put up enough of a fight that gave his bodyguards the opportunity to get Richard down. You know, so there is that very possible likelihood that they did cross swords during Richard's final charge. But as I said, fine. Henry's a coward compared to mighty Richard. If you want to go down that line of thinking, fine. But one walked away from that battlefield king and one didn't. And that's all that matters. In the modern day, we always say, out of frustration, that why don't our leaders go to the front lines? Why are we sending young men to their deaths in wars around the world? Of course, leaders are not going to go and stand on the front line, and they haven't done for centuries. You know, this was the start of that altering of mindset that, you know, you've got to protect the king and protect your person. So it's a bit of a mixed answer. No, he was not in the thickest press of the fighting as Richard was, but equally he wasn't. It's not quite the same to say that he's a coward hiding behind his mummy on the edge of a battlefield. You know, that's what Henry VI did.
Oh, poor Henry VI. We do feel a bit sad for Henry VI on History After Dark, but that's a whole other. Now, we talk about. If any other questions come up, I will make a note of them. So we talk about, obviously, with the Wars of the Roses, which wasn't called the Wars of the Roses until much later, but the White Rose and the Red Rose, and it's York versus Lancaster. But I've heard you say before that actually it was York versus Beaufort, which makes complete sense. But just in case anybody doesn't know quite so much about the Beauforts and everything like that, can you outline to us why you put that forward?
Yeah, so... you know, people who know the subject appreciate that the Wars of the Roses kicks off in 1455 with the Battle of St Albans. But this factional discord started 10 years previously, over in France in many respects, where you have the two main English commanders of the day, Richard of York, Richard the Duke of York, and Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset. These are two men who don't like each other, and they are both... you know, they're both trusted with the war in France. And the war in France is going really shit for the English at this point. Richard, Duke of York, he's owed a lot of money by the crown. And he's just furious, really, to see Edmund Beaufort, who is King Henry VI's cousin, keep on getting these opportunities and the money to go abroad and just keep on messing up. So it's basically a personal rivalry between York and Somerset, Edmund Beaufort. In 1450, this turns violent because York keeps on wanting Somerset arrested, thrown in the Tower. He even has his men attack Edmund Beaufort's house. At one point, Edmund Beaufort has to escape from Westminster on a little boat in the Thames to escape assassination. You know, York and the Yorkists are going after Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset. Now, in 1453, Henry VI falls ill and he's incapacitated. The Duke of York is given the protectorship. Now, during this time, he throws Edmund Beaufort into the Tower. When Henry VI recovers, Edmund Beaufort is taken back out of the Tower. So we basically have this 10-year back and forth conflict between Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, and Richard of York. And this reaches ahead at St Albans in 1455 in what we now call the First Battle of the Wars of the Roses. And effectively, what that battle is, it's an assassination. It's a mob hit. York has realised he's never going to get rid of Edmund Beaufort from power. He wants to be number 2. He doesn't want Somerset to be number 2. So he kills him. You know, it's a straight-up assassination. Now, this fuels the Wars of the Roses. We have Edmund Beaufort's son, Henry Beaufort, who now wants revenge for his father. So 5 years later, at Wakefield, he kills Richard of York. But hang on, Richard of York has a son, the future Edward IV. He now wants to revenge his father. So he has Henry Beaufort killed, and on we go. The whole time, Henry VI is basically on the sidelines watching, limp to life. You know, it is very much a Beaufort versus York conflict and the retinues and who's around. And even if we go down to the Battle of Bosworth, Richard III of York versus Henry Tudor of Beaufort, it's the same battle fought all the way through. And that's all there is. And this is all ironic in many respects because the Yorks were descended from Beaufort blood themselves. So they were all bloody cousins. And yeah.
I feel like, and I isn't necessarily popular in certain circles, but it's Richard's fault that Henry ended up on the throne. If he'd have accepted, this is just my opinion before anybody comes and assassinates me, if he hadn't have, usurped the throne, if you want to call it that, and pushed it too far, if he'd accepted the protectorate, I think he would have been a very good protector. He had a lot of really positive and valuable traits as somebody who had worked in the north. And if that had happened, I can't help thinking that he would have brought Edward up, had Edward made it to adulthood, etc., etc. And then, of course, he had a younger brother who was second in line. And I feel that we would probably have kept a Yorkist king on the throne, and there may very well, that line would have continued. I don't know what any of you think of that.
I mean, I think the Woodvilles would have done for him. I think there were too many Woodvilles. I think that Richard was right to be suspicious of the Woodvilles. I think that the fact that one of the first things that happens is that Elizabeth takes her children into sanctuary. There is distrust from the off. He is outnumbered, and also when he figures out that little princeling, now a little kingling, is saying, well, where's my uncle and my half brother? Where have they gone? When he realizes that these people have had influence on this boy, and whatever he does, they are going to try and subvert and subsume his governance. I don't think they gave him a choice.
I think that there's something very important that most people miss out when it comes to this 1483 period. 29th of April, 1483, Richard III takes control of the new boy king at Stony Stratford. Right, fine. I agree on a side point that Richard, I don't believe at this point Richard wants to usurp the throne. I always believe Richard accidentally fell onto the throne because he was scared of the Woodvilles. And this brings me to the 29th of April. He's got the boy. There's nothing untoward about that. At the end of the day, he should be protector. He is the senior adult male. Fine. But just a couple of days later, the 4th of May, a chap called George Neville, the Duke of Bedford, dies. And this seriously alters the situation for Richard. I believe he's already concerned for his future because the Woodvilles are out to get him, they're out to destroy him. I believe that. I believe that he's nervous of them, and I believe he's anxious. Now, George Neville dies. Now, the reason this is important is that 10 years previously, George Neville is now the senior inheritor of the vast Neville inheritance. He is the nephew of the Warwick the Kingmaker, and he's inherited the vast Neville domain in the north of England. The castles of Sheriff Hutton, Raby, and so on. In the 1475 Parliament, Edward IV grants Richard, his brother, control of the Neville lands, but only for as long as a Neville heir lives. As long as a Neville heir lives, he has complete control over all the Neville lands. And that is what gives Richard this famous northern powerhouse. Everyone knows of Richard on the north. It's all because he was granted this inheritance. On the 4th of May, 1483, just, I don't know, what's that, 5 days after he's taken control of his young nephew, George Neville dies, and George Neville had no sons. So, Richard now only has the Neville inheritance for the rest of his life. Once he dies, this Neville inheritance gets taken back by the crown. So Richard straight away thinking, oh shit, my young son, my young boy, Edward of Middleham, has no inheritance in the future. He is exposed. You know, if the Woodvilles don't succeed in getting rid of me, they definitely can, you know, mess with my son's future inheritance. And this is what starts to really get Richard's clock turning. You know, he is now exposed. He's on verge of losing his power. If he doesn't take over the protectorship, or even if he does take over the protectorship, he's got, at best, 2, 3, 4 years in power before the young king takes control and brings back the Woodvilles. You know, Richard is essentially fucked at this point. He's done long term, he's done, and his son is done. The only position that gives him long term, you know, supremacy over the Woodvilles is to be king himself. And I still don't think at this point Richard wants to be king or has ambitions to be king. This is a long 6 weeks, this is. But at the end of it, this is where he stumbles onto. He stumbles onto the crown because it's the only place he can create long-lasting security net, all because he loses that Neville inheritance. And people always omit that like it means nothing. And that's all it comes down to. Self-security, self-interest.
It's such a shame because he'd had so much loyalty and so much success and shown good leadership and popularity and had many sort of fine qualities in a leader. So it just seems to me such a shame. I feel like he still could have continued to be very successful in his roles if he hadn't become king. But then, as you say, he had all those challenges from other people. He had so much potential. And I suppose, like, as you've highlighted, whichever way he went at that point, that was probably never going to be realised.
Well, the problem here lies with Edward IV. He should have foreseen it coming. You know, he's done the right decision. Yes, Richard should be the protector. You know, it should be kept in the hands of the grand old blood and all that stuff. Richard seems perfectly capable as a man to be that position. Edward IV didn't foresee this coming.
Yeah, we're not big on Edward IV on History After Dark.
I mean, the smart choice really would have been for Edward IV to allow his son to be raised up and educated in Richard's household. That would have made some sense. To allow that familial bond and that expertise to have some, I suppose, space to take hold. But I think it's really interesting talking about kind of self-preservation. I think we all too often we put forward this idea: Margaret Beaufort's ambitious, Henry VII is ambitious, Richard is it's ambition that takes them to this point where it costs them everything. But I think it's so right that what's actually happening is it's incredibly dangerous to take the throne. It's incredibly dangerous to sit on the throne. Game of Thrones is not history, but when Cersei Lannister says, in the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, that is the truest thing about medieval and early modern monarchy across Europe. And for somebody to try and raise up themselves up to take the throne, to my mind, what is usually behind that is, if I don't do this, my life is either miserable or is going to result in certain death. Henry VII, stuck in exile in France, impoverished, but also when Richard III takes the throne, now in real danger of an assassin. The way to save your life, it is that final roll of the dice. It's, I either take the throne, I take the king, or I'm dead. Either way. And that's why they do this stuff, I think.
I also don't know why we treat these people like they're morons. I mean, Richard III knew what happened to his dad. His dad wasted 10 years trying to, become the number two to save his position. What happened to his dad? His head got spiked on a bloody gateway in York. Richard III wasn't a fool. As soon as he realised, shit, I've got to do something here, I give him so much credit for making that final move. As soon as he got hold of both of the boys in the tower, which is June the 16th, by June the 22nd, we have got him being proclaimed king outside St. Paul's. Straight away, he's gone, I'm not hanging around. I've got the boys. I need to make my move, or it's my head going up on a spike. Give him some credit. And the same as killing the boys in the tower. I understand his supporters don't want to believe that their guy was capable of this. I mean, I'm not advocating child murder here, but give the guy some credit. He's acted completely decisive to save his position, but most importantly, his son. We always forget he had a son at this point because the son dies a year later. Richard is looking to the future of his son and his dynasty. And I always say, for him to be a good father, he had to be a bit of a bad uncle. There's no way out of it. Yeah. It's a conundrum, and he's taken his path, he's taken his chance, and it's ended up with the downfall of his entire dynasty, but it nearly worked.
Yeah. I have two questions. The first one, I want to see if you agree with me. One, if by some miracle
I know what you're going to say.
Henry VII had taken the crown, had rocked up to the Tower of London, had unlocked that door and seen those two boys in that room, what would he have done? Thank you.
Get rid of them.
Thank you. They'd have been dead
Stupid
they could even blink. Yeah. And my other question...
Obviously, I could speak like this, sat in my pyjamas, in my nice little flat in London, I get all that, but if I was a medieval king, I'm butchering those boys.
Of course we are. You've literally just killed their uncle, who was the anointed king. You're a king killer already. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah. Those boys were completely screwed by circumstance, and the other one, because I always get pulled up on this, the other one who was completely screwed by their blood and their circumstance was Edward of Warwick, who Henry VII put to death at the age of 24. He didn't wait. He didn't kill him when he was still a child, because that is still considered quite iffy. That's exactly the reason why Richard lost the throne. Whether Richard killed him or not is kind of irrelevant ultimately, because enough people believed he did for him to end up chucked over the back of a horse. Henry VII, he waits and waits, and it's a bit of a show trial, but it's far too much evidence to suggest there was a conspiracy going on. Henry made sure all grounds were covered before he had Warwick hanged. I'm more than happy to speak a lot about Warwick. It is, but again, Warwick did nothing wrong other than his dad being an arsehole, his uncle's been arseholes. He's done nothing wrong, but he ended up getting the chop for it. And that again shows that Henry knew when it came down to it, it's my family or it's him, and he's going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just watch The Godfather. This is all mafioso stuff. It's the same thing.
My second question takes us away from the Wars of the Roses and away from battlefields. Henry VII has a bit of a reputation as a king of being dour, a bookkeeper, a bit of a, fun sponge. It's a blessed relief when he finally carks it and bluff Prince Hal, as he's styling himself, who's, you know, the new Henry V, comes mincing onto the stage, all 6'2" of him, tiny waist and big shoulders, and it's just this kind of relief of the boring bookkeeper, miser, skinny, horrible, bony creature. Where is that coming from, and how accurate do you think it is?
Well, first of all, it's bollocks. It obviously also depends whether you're into actual history or whether you're into the history that feeds into your own prejudices. Henry VII, there's no dispute that later in his reign it became a dark and tedious reign. But we've got to put everything into context. Henry VII has spent an entire reign trying to unite the houses and trying to run the country peaceably. And he's just had conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy after a lifetime of plots and assassination attempts and so on that have happened to him. He's had 2 pretenders. When a third one crops up, and no one ever remembers, Ralph Woodleford, when he crops up in 1499, Henry has his head chopped straight off and he loses the plot. But 1499, his son dies. That's Prince Edmund. No one remembers him. 1502, his heir dies, Prince Arthur. 1503, his wife dies. She's lost 2 sons and his wife. He's also lost, within a 4-year period, almost every single advisor that was with him from his time in exile. So basically all his mates have died. He is so isolated. In 1503, he's left with just one boy son, one son left, the future King Henry VIII. He knows, or he suspects, what happened to the princes in the Tower. He's ill. He spends the last 7 years of his life severely ill. You know, it's incredible that he managed to linger on so much to get to the end of his reign. It was not a happy 8 years. The final period of the throne was not happy for him. It wasn't happy for his subjects. It was tough. However, it's so wrong to then try and make that period the full reign, you know, the full picture of the reign. The fact is, Henry was a very avaricious king. He got money in like nobody else got money before. But he's not a miser. A miser is Ebenezer Scrooge. A miser doesn't spend money. Henry VII was one of the greatest kings in accumulating money, but he's also one of the biggest free-spending kings. Anyone who's been to Westminster Abbey and has been to the Lady Chapel, which is one of the most glorious royal mausoleums in all of the world, he built that. You know, if you go to King's College in Cambridge, he paid for that. Richmond Palace, which I know it doesn't stand anymore, but that made Hampton Court look like a caravan. You know, he did that. We have his chamber books, and there's a lot of research being done in the last couple of years on the Tudor chamber books. You can just Google it; they're there free for everyone to read, and they're basically just all of the payments that Henry VII has made. And they're fascinating. They give you such a window into him and his life and his family. On one page, you can have a massive payment for a huge collection of jewels for his wife. Then you'll have an instrument for his daughter. Then you'll have that he's given a reward to somebody who brought him an apple. Payments for his leopards. He loved Welsh mead, which doesn't seem to exist anymore because I love mead. I'm Welsh, but there doesn't seem to exist, this Welsh mead. But he used to send people into Wales as king to get it for him. You know, the amount of money he spends on dancers, on minstrels, on musicians, you know, he seemed to be really generous to his children. He's always buying them books. He's always buying them, again, musical instruments. We have the evidence. We have the source material that really, we can really draw a picture of him. The one thing he wasn't was dour. We have ambassador reports from abroad who always talked about how cheerful the king was and how, you know, he's always looking great in all of his gear, you know, like a medieval Kanye West. you know, it's very frustrating to always hear the terms dower and miser when put to Henry VII, because that's not the person that jumps off the source material. Now, you did mention where does this come from, and I suspect it comes from the work of a chap called Francis Bacon. Now, Francis Bacon wrote one of the early, you know, historical biographies, as we would recognise it, of Henry Tudor in 1622. He was a man who was out of favour with the then king, James I/6. And he decided to try and win favour back by writing a biography of James's ancestor, Henry VII. But almost all of the negative things we have about Henry VII, they come from Francis Bacon's book, with no evidence. Henry VII hanged some dogs. There's no material for that. Henry VII and his pet monkey. There's no evidence for that. And of course, these words dark and tedious and miserable and miserly. And most historians since then, unless they are writing an in-depth biography of Henry VII, they follow that. And it's the same criticism that the Ricardians have of Richard's reign being influenced by Shakespeare, who actually wrote before Francis Bacon. So I do say to Ricardians, if you don't want me to use Shakespeare as a source, and I wouldn't because that's obviously just rubbish, but why are you using Francis Bacon as a source? Why don't you go back and look at these original chamber books? They're on Google. You can look at them, you know.
Yeah.
I'm researching most of this from literally where I'm sat right now. But of course, people are, and I'm sure I make the same wrong judgments on Catherine Parr or Catherine of Aragon, because I don't study them, so I'm still stuck in the old mentality of speaking in the, you know, using the myths about them. But if you really want to learn, the information is all there and it's accessible.
In a similar vein, somebody asked a question just now about the Welsh poetry we referred to earlier. Are there any translations that you're aware of that people would be able to access?
This is a big problem. They're really not accessible, even if you can speak Welsh. They tend to all be stuck up in the universities. There is a book. Let me have a look. Where are you? Deborah Baiani has written a book about Jasper Tudor, and she paid one of the Welsh academics to translate a lot of the poetry in the back of the book. That's a fantastic place to start, just to get an idea of what was being said about Henry Tudor. There is also there it is, Jasper Tudor by Deborah Baiani. It's coming in a couple of years that we have got the Henry Tudor Centre in Pembroke. And we're still currently in the planning for all of that, and we're going through what story we want to tell. And one of the things that we're really keen to do, and we've got the Welsh academics on board, is to do a room where we will have a lot of this translated. So hopefully people can come in and they can read the poetry and understand it. But at the moment, I'm afraid, no, it's very difficult to try and get hold of these Welsh poems. And even if you can get hold of them and you can speak Welsh, they're written in Middle Welsh and they're full of allegory and stuff. So it's not even a case of understanding what that word is. You'll read it, you know, the eagle attacked little R. The Saracen jumped on a horse. What the hell does that mean? But you have to know who the horse is and who the eagle is. And but fingers crossed, it will get better now. You know, as always, it's a funding issue. No one's putting money into Welsh language translations of the Tudors.
We need to start a GoFundMe for that.
Yeah, it's probably the wrong present climate to start a GoFundMe to try and do some Tudor translations.
Yeah, I won't go into that. I was very amused by of all the things to get put out this week when you were talking about the Prince of Wales a couple of weeks ago. It was slightly unfortunate timing for your television appearance to be talking about that. But these things happen.
Right, yeah.
Imagine this. There's been quite a few questions coming. They're going to be, if I go through some of them, they're going to be covering things we've done again. Imagine this. How do you accurately distinguish between myth, misconceptions, and fact, basically centuries later when researching, not including Shakespeare and the likes in this, obviously? So how do you pick the wheat from the chaff, Nathan?
You know what? It's very difficult because sometimes we only have the later work, and you know, a lot of them do reference original source material that you can't get hold of for accessible reasons, or B, they just don't exist anymore. So you do sometimes have to put your trust in your Victorian writer and his transcriptions and so on. The thing that I've learned in writing my book is, and when you're reading the books, it's important to try and give the author a bit of leeway in that if you're reading a book about Jasper Tudor, just for example, obviously what you really want to pay attention to is the author's research and their explanation and understanding of Jasper Tudor. If they say something really minor, a throwaway line about Edward IV, you might be the world's foremost expert on Edward IV, and you might disagree with that one line about Edward IV, and you can say, throw the book down, this book is rubbish, this author clearly doesn't know anything about Edward IV. Well, the author's not writing about Edward IV. You know, we can't research every single line in our books. I'll give you an example. Just before I came on this call, I'm writing about the Tudors in Brittany. Obviously, I am researching their Breton exile, what they were up to, as in depth as I possibly can without being a fluent French or Breton speaker. I'm barely fluent in English. Now, I have to write a paragraph about Edward IV and his invasion of France in 1475. I'm not writing a book about Edward IV, but I just need to mention it just to set a bit of the scene of what's going on. So, you know, obviously, Edward IV invaded France in July 1475. He brought Louis XI to the negotiating table. He took probably 20,000 men with him, and they agreed a treaty. Anyway, back to the Tudors. And somebody's going to pick me up on that because, well, it wasn't 20,000 men, it was 19,000 men. And so on. And it does get to that. Like, you just cannot possibly research every single part, because otherwise your book's going to be, you know, 500,000 words long. It's going to be like Dan Jones' Power and Thorns book. So that's the key thing is you do have to separate the wheat from the chaff, but you have to do it only on maintain that golden thread. And by all means, you do have to weigh up the varying sources, and sometimes they will, I mean, most of the sources contradict themselves, and you do, as a narrative writer, you do have to try and maintain a narrative. I'm learning that the more books I'm going in, you know, I'm learning to accept I'm not an academic writer. I'm not trying to put out completely, works that are completely so in-depth that you can only read a paragraph at a time. You know, my books are not for that. They're hopefully for as accurate narrative storytelling as possible. And I think that's get in the way of the world. I can't even remember the question at this point. I'm just kind of talking now. But with great difficulty.
I'm just looking at trying to find the House of Beaufort that's up there somewhere. We're getting some questions coming through about the Pretenders. And I'm just conscious now of the time because I have your book up there. I came and saw your talk about the Pretenders at Bosworth the other week. But we have gone over the hour now. We normally aim for roughly an hour. And obviously, if we come in and we start talking about the Pretenders, we're going to be here for another hour. This, of course, leads me smoothly, because I'm very smooth, going, oh, Nathan, you'll have to come back another time.
You will.
You will.
I've got nothing to do on Wednesdays, so why not?
Yeah. But, yes, so that sounds right. You all heard him. He said he'd come back. You all heard him.
Well, he actually said he had nothing better to do. That's what he actually said.
No, you can't have everything in life, can you? So in terms of books, yes. And Nathan, have you got your books there, or do I need to try and find them on my bookshelf?
Give me a moment.
For God's sake, woman, just like
wench.
just stupid mare.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go. All
Look at
right.
them,
Look at them.
mighty tomes.
And this is out, this is out in 2 weeks' time, the paperback.
On
So make sure you
paperback.
buy that.
Yes. If you obviously if you haven't already got the hardback, then please do go and get that. House of Beaufort is my favourite book in the whole world ever. So if you haven't got it, then you're just ruining your whole entire life, and I've got no sympathy for you.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, so that was perfect timing to lead us into the next book, and obviously to talk about The Pretenders. Very quickly before we start dropping out, there are still questions coming up the screen. I'm really, really sorry. As ladies, or if anyone gets in dead quick, so the last sort of 5 minutes, any more quick questions have we got for Nathan?
I saw that Lara asked, why did Henry VII or Henry Tudor view his time in Brittany as an exile? I'm sorry, as a Breton, and I'll answer that just very quickly. Because it was. I mean, Henry, from the age of 4 years old, had no control over his destiny until the day he became king. At 4 years old, he was taken into control of the Yorkists and spent 10 years living with the Yorkists at Raglan Castle. No control. He then got chased and would have probably been killed if he got caught. He got chased all through Wales by the Yorkists and escaped over to Brittany. But while in Brittany, he had no control over his destiny because the Breton Duke, Francis, he needed to play the English and the French off against each other. And the only way he could do that was by keeping the Tudors locked up in castles. Now, obviously, they weren't kept in a dungeon for the 12 years they were in Brittany, but they were not allowed to leave. At one point, they had all their servants taken away from them. And that was because the English and the French king both wanted the Tudors for their own reasons. The French king wanted Henry so that he could probably annoy the English king. Look at me, I've got this little Lancastrian imp to come and annoy you. The English king, Edward IV, wanted Henry to probably kill him. So they were just kept in the middle in this complete and utter limbo. So, you know, we have to take the word prison perhaps not to mean a little 6x4 cell like we would have now, but it's more a mentality. You're not in control of your own destiny. You're not free to act as you are. You're a pawn to others. And there was a point in Brittany that Henry was actually handed over to the English, and he was just about to be put onto a boat to be taken back to England when he started feigning an illness. And he managed to escape, and he ran to the church and claimed sanctuary. He was 19 years old, and he almost certainly would have been killed if he'd got on that boat. Again, he just wasn't in control of himself, and he wasn't in control of his life until he became king. And even that campaign, is he really acting of his own accord? You know, his mother's probably there going, come on. The Woodfills are saying, come on. The Yorkists, the Lancastrians, you know, he's agreed to lead them all. But we don't actually know whether that was ever his choice. You know, I know he went later on, God called me and told me, come and kill the monster. But he was not a free man till he's 28. And we could see that in how he acted as king. People thought he was a puppet. And as soon as he became king, nobody messed with Henry VII after that. And that's all because he's claimed his entire life was spent as a prisoner. And once you start to put yourself into his shoes, a lot of things start to make sense about his character. Trust people? Nah. They've been trying to kill me for 28 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, thank you all so much. We've getting lots of really nice comments, Nathan. I don't know if you've seen them coming up at all, just saying people are learning loads and they're really, really enjoying the discussion. And I think, you know, every time I listen to you speak or we have a conversation, I definitely learn loads.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you so much.
Great.
yeah.
Really good. Thank
See?
you.
Fabulous. And we've got you saying you're going to come back now. So that's it. You're stuffed. We've got
That's
you.
fine. Like I said,
You're
I
ours now.
don't do much on Wednesdays, so that's fine.
And also, you had a lovely time with wonderful company.
Yeah, exactly.
Debatable.
Oh, all right. Oh, well. Oh, he's got brave. He's got brave.
Yes.
I don't recommend
Yes.
it.
No, you're actually within striking distance of Cat, so be careful.
Yeah.
Well, that's just fair, yes. Well, on that note of potential violence,
Yeah.
I would like to say thank you so much to everybody who has come down and spent their time with us this evening, whether it be morning or afternoon or nearly nights like it is for us, because it is nearly nights now.
No nights.
No nights. And is it nearly Dindin's time, Kat?
It's nearly
Dindin's
Dindin's.
time, yes. Nathan, is there anything you'd like to say before you leave us? No, okay. I mean, that's fine. It was a question. You didn't have to. Like...
What he wants you to say is buy his books because they're brilliant.
You do. You should buy his books. Yeah, buy his books.
Follow him on social media. While we're all here, follow Nathan. Make sure you're following all of us. Make sure. I mean, you probably are following History After Dark if you're here. Follow us on everything. Find us on other social medias. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
I would say whilst we've been on, I think we have topped 800 followers while we've been on.
Woo!
Thank you very much, everyone.
But mostly thank you, Nathan, this evening, actually, because that's probably was just tipped over the top. Next week, we've actually got a plan.
Yes.
I hope you're all sitting down. Next week, we're going to talk about Henry V and war boners. Yes.
I was just about to do a guess who, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, we could wind back 10 seconds.
You just have to go.
Well, I could wind back 10 seconds if you hadn't taken my time machine, but let's not go down that bitter route.
No time machine for you.
Not for Catherine.
You keep fucking with the space-time continuum, mate. It's not allowed. Not allowed.
I said to you this the other week, Kat, I do have a solution to this problem that you pair of bitches have laid on me. But I'm not going to do it tonight now. I'm going to save it for another occasion. Leave everybody wondering what it is. The way they treat me, Nathan, is disgusting. I get the blame for everything around
you
here.
love
she gets the blame for what she does.
You dirty bitch.
Most of it.
Which is most of it.
Yeah, it's all Catherine's fault.
It's all Catherine's
Look at her.
fault.
She's got her beaver out right there on the shelf. Flapping beaver in the breeze. There we go.
So Lucas made that beaver at school, Nathan, as part of the school project. And
he
decided to name it after my brother, which is lovely. But my brother's name is Roger. Therefore, this is Roger the Beaver.
We're grown-ups.
Oh, dear.
Sort of. On paper. On paper.
Legally.
Legally.
Frightening.
We've been forced into this position. However, right. On that note, once again, thank you so much, everybody. Please do follow us if you're not already. history.after.dark. As Kat says, you can find us, all of us, here on Instagram, clearly, because that's where we are. But you can seek us out on all the other things like the Twitter and the Instagram and Goodreads and I don't know, wherever YouTubes and things. You can find us. Do find us. Get in touch if you have any questions or future suggestions for History After Dark.
No dick pics.
We always say no. Yes, get in touch with appropriate written correspondence regarding ideas and suggestions you might have.
Don't show us your knob.
Nathan, I'm so sorry. We nearly got to the end.
I didn't say anything.
You didn't, Philippa, no. You didn't.
It is Catherine's fault, though. I didn't do it either.
I was trying to wrap this up nicely. Right. There's no hope. I'm drawing a line onto this now. Once again, Nathan, thank you so much. It is lovely to see you. We will see you back at some stage for the Pretenders. Thank you for coming along and braving this situation. Kudos.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We will speak to everybody again soon. Thanks so much, everybody. See you next week. Take care.
Bye.
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 Come on. Hello.
Ta-da.
Friends. We're here. Yes, with a special guest.
Very
special
guest.
We're going to poke the button, poke the ball, press the button. We have the wonderful Nathen Amin. We've just been talking about it, and now I'm confused as to whether I said the name right. Thank you for joining us. That is how you pronounce your name. Please tell me. You've just told me.
Yeah, Nathen Amin.
Lovely. You have you are aware of our disclaimer, Nathan. Before we jump in, I think I'm just going to do it because this is likely to be a spicy one, I feel. So welcome, friends, to History After Dark. It's just gone 8:15. There were some slight technical difficulties. By technical difficulties, I do mean my child. But we're here now. We call this History After Dark because now it's nighttime, but also because we do like to discuss history, discuss the facts as we know them or might interpret them, but also do that whilst engaging in the use of four-letter expletives, innuendo, and general smut. With that being said, if you happen to be in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, put a headphone in. This will get you a disciplinary. If you are in a car, a kitchen, or some other space with a small child, this child is, of course, a problem. We call this child Timmy. As you can see, Timmy is a problem. Timmy is the sort of child that hears one vulgar thing one time, locks it away in his mind palace, takes it into school with him, talks to his teacher. I call this teacher Miss Honey because she reminds me of the woman from Matilda. She is very innocent and she does not listen to History After Dark, obviously. So she doesn't know the first rule of History After Dark, which is if you don't know what it means, it's not for you, don't Google it. So she Googles it, you get called at the school, she's crying in a corner, you've got to explain why Timmy knows this thing and why you've also got to now pay half of 12 weeks of therapy for the trauma you've just inflicted on this poor teacher. Put a headphone in. Alternatively, you can watch us on the playback. However, it's always worth watching us live because there have been times, one occasion, where we have said something so unspeakably, so unutterably depraved, we've had to yeet the footage directly into the sun for fear we might end up in prison. So it is always best to watch us live. As I said, we have that one rule about Google. Another rule that we have is that we hope you're all adults here, please. This will never be a drinking game, but if you choose to drink, that's on you. This is not medical nor legal advice. Last, but by no means least, after all of that carefully crafted disclaimer, if I see in the comment section, oh, it's very interesting history, but I don't like the swearing, we know what you're doing. And you have a shaming kink. And kinks are fine, but not kinks without consent. Those are our rules. This is had. Welcome, Nathan. Let's talk about some nonsense.
Don't go in straight with it like that.
Why not?
Go into this clearly and concisely with a fair. So, unless you've been living under some sort of history avoidant rock, you may have heard in the last 3 weeks or so that there's been a tiny little bit of disagreement and controversy.
Only
So
tiny
if you've
bit.
heard about this and you're coming in blind, then where have you been? And brace yourselves.
Good luck.
Brace yourselves, because if any week it could get a little bit unsettled. We haven't had an unsettled one for a while, have we? We got very shouty about the bishops of Winchester, but it's been not too bad recently. So, where do we start? Nathan, for those people who don't know who you are, introduce yourself. Tell us all about yourself, who it is, what you do, and how you found the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, right. Well, you've built this up quite a lot, haven't you? You know, I feel like people expecting me now to go on some sort of rampage about Ricardianism, which I feel a bit under pressure to do.
You don't have to do that.
my name is Nathen Amin, or Amir, as Philippa.
Or Amen, as I always seem to say it. Yeah.
I'm a historian and author from West Wales, Tudor country, really. We're not big fans of the Ricardians or the Richard III society in West Wales. We're big fans of the Tudors. And I tend to write books that big up Henry VII and the Tudor side, which over the last 12 or 13 years has got me into a lot of online trouble with a movement, shall we say, that seeks to unmalign Richard III by bashing down on my guy, Henry VII. And as the very public face of Henry VII's study over the last decade, I tend to be at the forefront of a lot of that. Although I can't say I don't bring it on myself, because I'm quite combative. So there we go.
Oh, you're in the right place.
And also, I think fair enough, like more power to you, because to handle that and weather that conflict like on the daily and to be so good natured about it, I think is, and to also, I've been watching this go back and forth, and I will say that I have seen some pretty poor behavior from certain individuals. One thing that I think is to your credit and also to some other people's credit is the way that you have consistently maintained, evidently, your humour, decorum, and compassion online. I think the way you've handled yourself and some of the just wild and aggressive things that have been tweeted to you and commented to you is really impressive. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I will say that a lot of that's just growing the fuck up. You know, Catherine's been around me for a while. She knows that, you know, back in the day, there used to be quite online wars, particularly in about 2013. I set up a Facebook page called the Henry Tudor Society. It was kind of a bit tongue-in-cheek. You know, you had the whole Richard III Society getting a lot of mainstream press because of the discovery, rediscovery, unearthing, whatever, of Richard III's remains. You know, I came to this as just a genuine person interested in a Tudor king who happened to be from my neck of the woods. And I stumbled right into quite a vociferous online community. And being in my mid-20s, well, Facebook's for just having a pop of people back and forth, isn't it? And it just became quite... it became so heated so quickly, these online wars, 2013, 2014, people constantly coming and attacking my Facebook page, which is just weird. And obviously then the whole York versus Leicester reburial thing kicked off. I was living in York at the time, so I was kind of more than aware of the online issues. My favourite was going out to York one afternoon and seeing the Plantagenet Alliance march into the streets of York, who were demanding that Richard was brought back to York. They claimed to be a group of his collateral descendants who felt they had ownership over him. And of course, I'd go and post online like, what the fuck is going on here? And so, you know, I take on board what you're saying, but this is growing up. It's having been in and around this world for a long time and just seeing how utterly crazy a small group of people can be. It's not, you know, it's not the wider Ricardian, I don't know what you want to call them, collective. There's a few who are almost extremists. You know, if this is a religion, you've got your extreme, weird little people who I'm aware of them all by name. They're aware of me by name. But
sure
they seem to think that they're kind of, what do you call it, anonymous online when they're not, when they're posting blogs under their own names, and they're on Facebook under their own names, and they go to events under their own names. I've had, I mean, at the end of the day, I've had someone, I see this story quite often at the moment, but it's something I always kind of kept a bit under wraps because it was just weird and I don't know how to deal with it. But I was giving an event, I was doing a talk, what was I doing? I was hosting a table at Bosworth Medieval Festival, and a woman came up and spat on the floor by me, all because myself and another lady were trying to set up, in conjunction with a few other people, the Bosworth Battlefield Society. You know, for those who aren't aware, in the Wars of the Roses world, there are two very good battlefield societies. There's the Towton Battlefield Society, and there's the Tewkesbury Battlefield Society. There's the Northampton Battlefield Society as well, founded by the late, great Mike Ingram. So we wanted to do a Bosworth one. It felt an obvious thing to do. There's a medieval festival. We had the support of the Battlefield Centre. So we did a stall at one event. They had a spare Henry VII t-shirt from me, which they asked me to wear. And I kind of, it's not massively my thing. You know, I'm not the kind of person who goes around wearing football shirts of his team. So I was like, all right, I'll put it on just for lols. The lady doing the stall with me had a Richard III one on. On our table, we had Richard III and Henry VII, you know, postcards and books. And it was very much going to be, you know, almost like an academic Battlefield Society that follows the tagline of the Battlefield Visitor Centre, which was two kings one day. You're not favouring either. You're studying just a fascinating period in time. But it turns out that was very, very unappealing to some people there who are absolutely disgusted at how dare I be there wearing a Henry VII t-shirt. And one woman spat at me. A host of other people came up and hissed at me. I've been hissed loads I've had people do this to me, like I'm the devil. It dies down a lot now because they caught on very quickly that if I see something stupid, if you're going to call me out, and I've done this in the last couple of weeks, if you're going to call me out, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them screenshots. I'm going to call you out. That's just my nature. But so I think what surprises a lot of people that they might have seen over the last couple of weeks is just part and parcel of being me and liking Henry VII. Really, it's weird. It's funny.
Can I ask you? I mean, you talk about being a Welsh boy and about coming from the same hometown as him, but there are lots of Welsh princes that could be your favoured area of topic. What is it about Henry VII, aside from your kind of geographical connection, that speaks to you?
Well, first and foremost, how did I get into Henry VII? It would have been, first of all, I got into the Tudors. Henry VIII. I was in my mid-20s, bored. I've got an obsessive personality. I've gone through loads of obsessions in my time. Nice. Jack the Ripper murders. That's a mad world. The Mafia. Probably the Mafia is probably my enduring
Who was
interest.
scarier, Mafia or
the Cardians? I mean, to be fair, considering how Henry VIII behaved, kind of like a mafioso.
Well,
so it's similar. Simpsons.
I often compare these medieval kings to being like godfathers and mafia dons. They're just gangsters. That's all medieval kings are. They're just gangsters. But yeah, so I've always had various interests. But I got into a couple of books on Henry VIII. I think David Starkey wrote a good one about the young Henry. The autobiography of Henry VIII, the fiction book by Margaret George. Just started picking up quite a few books, but very quickly I was bored by the whole wives dynamic. I always say I'm kind of, I'm an ex-rugby player. I'm into boxing. There's only so much kind of like romantic drama I can take. And at the start of every book did seem to be this brief glimpse of some Welshman who won his crown on battle during this thing called the Wars of the Roses. He seemed to have connections to where I was from. So I just very quickly got taken on board with him. And certainly in about 2009, 2010, there was fuck all about Henry VII around at that time. The most recent biography had been written in 1997, an academic book. Before that, another academic book in 1972, and just nothing else. So it is very difficult to find things to read about Henry VII that were accessible. And then I just gradually jumped on there for myself. But very quickly, I mean, the thing about Henry VII is, I think, not so much anymore, but he's always been very underappreciated. He's always been very overlooked. And I think once you start to actually look at his story, I normally say during my talks, it's very much a rags to royal riches element to him. This is a self-made man. This is a man from... Sure, he was born to Margaret Beaufort, and he was born close to the House of Lancaster, to the Lancastrian throne, his uncle being Henry VI. But from 4 years old, he was, I think he said yeet earlier, he was yeeted into the household of his dynastic rivals, the Herberts. At 14 years old, he was a penniless exile. He was escaping repeated plots and threats to his life. And at 28 years old, he wins the crown against all odds. Now, we are all biased towards our favourite biographical areas of study, and we all try and impart and project our own biases onto these people. That goes without saying. And anyone who says they're not biased to their own area of study is talking nonsense. Or I'm an objective historian. No, you're not. That's nonsense. And you're obviously going to play up elements of where you appeal to Henry VII. I mean, look, I voted Remain during the Brexit elections. I've got very much a European outlook on life. So I feel did have Henry VII. So when I read about him and how he was trying to court around Europe, that obviously impacts on me. The various payments I find and the elements of his Welshness, the repeated payments he makes to Welsh dancers, Welsh singers, Welsh drink, I'm going to obviously emphasize that in my work. I'm going to emphasize his Welsh upbringing. I like the fact that he does seem to have come from a self-made background to all extent. I'm from working class background. I'm probably a modern Republican. I don't really care or give too much of a shit about the modern royal family. It's not something I care for. I treat the whole thing with probably a bit of disdain, which is why I find the whole discussion when we talk about who had the right as the proper king doing the Wars of the Roses. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. It's such an irrelevant nonsense topic to me. Who had the right? My king is the true rightful king.
Yeah, this human being has a right to rule every other human being.
They
might makes right ultimately.
About right, exactly. You know, might is the only thing that's right. So there's elements of this about Henry Tudor that clearly appealed to me. The fact that he wasn't a spoilt little brat like his son, who had grown up in the heart of, you know, Eltham Palace and Hampton Court and all this kind of thing, and being treated and mollycoddled to the point that he became a tyrannical wanker. I don't really know. I've never been asked a question. I'm kind of just randomly saying stuff now.
No, that's brilliant. Thank you. O'Reilly's asked, do you mean British or American Republican? I'm assuming you mean British Republican.
Yeah, British. Yeah. I suppose. I mean, in the UK, there's not really a Republican, as in an anti-monarchist movement. It's not really a thing. You know, people will say it's not something I'm going to be out on the streets marching to bring the downfall of our entire monarchy. But it is something that when in the cold light of day, it seems a bit odd to me that you can't officially become your own head of state. But at this point, again, I'm getting too old to really care anymore. The politics world and so on, it just seems to be revolving quite well without my.
We'll be dead soon.
Activism. Yeah, I think that there's that famous statistic that anyone under the age of like 41 or something, if you voted the way that most people of your demographic have voted, you've never won an election. And I think at some point that just kind of gets you. Not to go all political and bring up, I don't know, US republicanism and Brexit and so on, but there we go.
So we've got quite a lot of comments coming in, like being amused by certain things, saying, I can't believe you had to put up with all that shit. Some sort of implying that there is a cultish, with an L, a cultish element to a certain section of the Ricardian population. So basically, a lot of these same things. So obviously, if you've got any questions for Nathen, do put them in the comments and we'll read them out. There were some further up, but they were up. Philippa normally writes them down, so Philippa, it's your fault.
Do I? What?
Just in case anyone's got any questions for
I'm normally slow on it. I do apologise. Yeah.
So it's just not on it.
Well, one of the questions is what's happened to Dr. Cat's tiny microphone, but that's not really.
We're not on Insta anymore.
Yeah, it's for Insta.
You should be wearing it.
I'll tell you some other things. So like with regards to Ricardianism, obviously in all seriousness, most Ricardians I've met are lovely people.
Yeah,
they're kind. They just have.
Does that mean though that the ones that aren't really do spread themselves out a lot?
Oh yeah,
it doesn't take long to find them, does it?
Well, the thing is, it's such a big. I mean, you'd be amazed by how many people have Ricardian-esque leanings. You know, it's a massive.
It's like a
industry out there.
Sort of, I don't know, position.
You know, they get themselves on Richard. And I'll tell you what, obviously, the main people who are let in the side are the ones who don't have a clue about Richard III. They're just, you know, like average people who perhaps read the book Josephine Tay probably 30 years ago and are still giving random people shit in the internet, but they haven't read anything else since then. They don't go to Richard III Society meetings. They don't read the Ricardian Bulletin. They're just dickheads online. Would probably do the same thing on, you know, they've got an opinion. Everyone's got an opinion. I mean, I've built my entire writing career off having an opinion on Twitter, so I can't really say too much there. But that's exactly it. Just, I've got an opinion. You're going to hear it. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to tell you. And that's essentially what it is. And there's a lot of those attached to the Ricardian angle. You get a hardcore group. There's been various names ascribed to them over the years. The Brides of Gloucester seems to be one that sticks. Not to summon any of them up now. Who just seem to...
We have our own ode to the...
Yeah, we do. We have the Widows of Lancaster, Nathen, and they do a Dear Deirdre section on HAD sometimes, where you bring your historical... I haven't got my veil We have the
Yeah.
black
No,
veil.
we haven't got them out
Yeah,
tonight.
you know, I think Catherine, you've got as much knowledge of this kind of world as I do. You've been at Bosworth where they've
I too
trashed
have been abused.
memorial flowers.
I
and so
too
on.
have been abused. I haven't been
Well,
spat
the-
at, but I have been.
We did a whole thing after Catherine, after you went up to Bosworth after the anniversary, and
I was
the whole
very
white
cross.
rose, red rose thing. We did something on that because that was outrageous.
That was, I think, our longest had ever. It was 2 hours.
But in the run-up, obviously, to this documentary that's recently aired, I got cut out quite heavily. But what was fun is a lot of people don't understand how TV works. TV is meant to be entertaining. It's meant to be provocative. It's meant to just be. It's just nonsense, you know. Anyone, you're not really going to spout proper, complex historical narratives and explanations on TV. You're doing it to entertain, and I've worked that out now. So when I was filming a segment with Rob Rinder outside the Tower of London, he asked me about Ricardians, and obviously I gave my usual spiel. There are arseholes out there, but they're also lovely people. It's like football fans. You're going to have dickheads letting the side down and so on. And then he asked me, do you think Richard III did it? And I answered, look, I would never, say with all certainty that Richard III did it. I think in all likelihood, based on my readings of the case, Richard III probably did murder the Princess in the Tower. But I can't say that for fact and so on, given a very kind of on the fancy-ish answer. And when they cut, they were like, it's a bit boring. It's not really provocative. Do you want to do it again, but just say he did it? Because that's how TV works. That's how people don't realize it to a lot of extent. You're looking for sound clips. And I was like, I'm going to get so much shit online. I'm like, go on then, let's do it again. Nathan, do you think Richard III killed it? Yes, definitely, 100%. Richard III's absolutely 1,000,000% killed the princess. And we cut, that was Rob being quite charismatic, me getting on with the production crew, me getting caught up in the moment. And afterwards, I thought, fuck, that's going to go out on Channel 4 with me sitting there on TV going, he definitely killed them, which is not something I actually believe. I could see all the YouTube comments, the Facebook messages. I could just feel the hatred come in. So thank you, Channel 4, for cutting me out and leaving that on the cutting room floor, because that would have absolutely have done for me online, I think, if that had gone out.
So
the press being the lone voice of dissent. How does that feel? How does that feel?
It's funny because TV's a funny one. Like, no one likes watching themselves. You always think you sound stupid. So I kind of hate being on TV, but also it's a proper ego massager. Like, who doesn't love being on TV? Something none of your friends do. So I kind of like it. So when I found out when I watched it, I was told at the live screening by the director that I had been heavily cut. It's nothing personal. It's just they need to try and fit the narrative that they're trying to tell within the show, and it is what it is. But it worked out in my favor, because by being cut so low and there essentially not being a voice of dissent or any critical analysis or feedback to what they were saying, it kind of like my Twitter blew up that evening. It was insane how there were big name accounts all pointing to me and retweeting my books and so on. So, my book sales probably took a bump from actually being cut, because it suddenly made me almost like, I don't know, not like the victim, but
would it be like this book you're talking about? Something like this.
Gorgeous, lovely book.
Look at that
Also
lovely
available on
book.
Kindle.
So this
Also
book,
available on Kindle.
and also this book,
Yeah.
and this one's on Audible as well.
Which is good for us. We have got some questions. Pretty Pick's got a question, but first of all, can I say thank you to Chrissy?
Thank you, Chrissy.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Chat. Thank you so much. And Pretty Pick says, what is the worst Ricardian argument you've ever heard?
So many to choose from.
There must be a few.
I know I'm gonna remember off the top of my head what the worst Ricardian argument. There's been so much crazy ones. The one that obviously just pops in my head at the moment, just for obvious reasons, is just this idea that I just can't accept that Lambert Simnel was not Lambert Simnel pretending to be Edward of Warwick. Lambert Simnel was actually the real Edward V, who somehow got left out of the Tower of London, made it abroad, came back to Dublin to be crowned, invaded England. Nobody really ever seems to have gone to his side to stand with him, because why wouldn't they? He was Edward V, surely. And he somehow makes it to battle. And on Henry VII's side is Edward V's uncle, Edward Woodville, and a whole host of Yorkists who are only on Henry VII's side because they believed Edward V was dead. How come no one just dropped their weapons and walked across the field? But that's not the worst theory. The worst theory is that they think one of two things happened after the Battle of Stokefield. They think Edward V was either killed, chucked into an unmarked grave, and then suddenly Henry VII pops up with a little 10-year-old son of a joiner called Lambert Simnel, and he goes, "Hello, everybody. This was the leader of this entire invasion. Shh, that guy's in the grave. Shh, this is the leader." Or Edward V is so facially disfigured from the battle that he goes to Devon to live his life out in a church, or in a town, while building a church, showing all of his Yorkist ancestry and pedigree credentials, but he's living in secret. Meanwhile, Henry VII finds another 10-year-old boy and goes, "This is Lambert Simnel. What is going on? This is absurd."
Yeah.
It's an absurd idea. It might be true. I always say that.
And also with the church thing, it's not like people would put royal insignia on a chapel because they like to pray. And the whole thing about the sun in splendour, that comes from the fact that the royals absorb it because it links to Jesus Christ. It belongs in a church. Jesus is the sun in splendour.
And even so, this idea, this lie, this myth, this bullshit that arises from Josephine Tay's Daughter of Time book, which is a fantastic book that I read in one night, but it's just a novel. Stephen King books are fantastic as well. No one suggests anything in there.
Not history.
Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah. Henry VII, at Elizabeth of York's coronation, had her escorted to the Westminster Abbey by household staff who were wearing white roses and the Sun and Splendour badges. It's not like the white rose and the Sun and Splendour suddenly overnight were banned forever by big old evil Henry VII. That simply didn't work. Yes, he was exploiting her Yorkist ancestry for his own benefits to try and obviously project this unity idea, which he created, not Shakespeare. But it's not like the Sun and Splendour suddenly disappeared. Okay, fine. There's a church in Coleridge, in Devon, that has some Sun and Splendour imagery. As you say, it's a church. This is religious symbolry.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant story. It's very Da Vinci Code. Da Vinci Code's fantastic.
Yeah.
I loved the Dan Brown Da Vinci Code when I read it. Of course, I didn't know anything about this kind of religious imagery and history and so on back when I read it. I think probably for one day I thought the Holy Grail or whatever was lying under some church in Edinburgh.
No, it was under a car park in Leicester.
Yeah, there we go. It's just absurd. Like this idea that we have Edward V get into Stokefield, but then afterward there's a myriad theories about what happened to him. And again,
every little element of it is built on sand. It's like, I don't know, and it's made this, this whole theory comes out, and then every little bit of it you can find.
Nathan, have you read the book?
Yeah, I've read the book. I finished it. I enjoyed it. I'm in the current process of writing a kind of review about it. I wasn't going to, but then people keep on asking me for my opinions on it. But I'm carrying up to like 9,000 words, and it's like 25 pages, and I don't know where or what I'm doing with it. I think my gist in 3 words, I would say flawed but valuable. I think everyone should read the book. I think it's a good book. I think they should have it on their bookshelves. I don't agree whatsoever with the central argument. I could pick holes in it left, right, and centre. Doesn't mean I'm right, but it's simply like, if you are going to say that you have a conclusive case solved book and there's holes in it, then it's not conclusive and it's not case solved. It's just another debatable aspect to the case. But
Catherine's reading it for us so that we don't all have
Because
to.
of the day, Catherine's taking one from the team, and I've been listening to it, Nathan, as you know, because I wouldn't have had time to read it. But I can only do a small amount at a time before I start to get a bit stressed. So, but they don't need to read it, because I just message them and go, and now it has said this. Yeah. And now they don't have to read it. I'm reading it for all of us.
I think a lot of the history is quite good. I think it's just obviously it's the summary and the conclusions of what the history mean that lets it down. So, for example, there's a whole chapter on the sources, which is the best chapter I've seen in any Wars of the Roses book, covering the sources about what happened to the Princess of the Tower. And she breaks it up into sources that were written during Richard's lifetime, sources during Henry VII's lifetime, and then sources written during Henry VIII onwards. I thought that was quite a clever idea, so that we can really see the breakdown of how the legend and the myth took hold. I think that was a fantastic chapter. It's just then once you get to the summary of the conclusion, a summary every chapter is just trying to shift the story on to get it to her preset
too big
conclusion. Yeah.
It was like the one where I think part of the one where I listened to, where she said that she concluded that Richard had no motive to kill the princes.
Yeah. So for example, there is she does a chapter on the suspects. She was very fair on Margaret Beaufort, but ridiculous on Henry VII. There was a quote, I think, something like, Henry VII was known to be a cruel man. Now, obviously, I'm soft and sympathetic to Henry VII, but that doesn't strike me as a fair characterization. So I traced up the reference, and she referenced it to somebody who said something along the lines of, Henry VII was not a cruel or merciless man. He simply acted in accordance with all medieval kings. So it's like, so where have you got this characterization of he was a cruel man? I mean, very few medieval kings I would say are cruel. I mean, I think King John was a bit of a knobhead, but I don't think they were particularly. I mean, even Richard III wasn't a cruel man. It was quite an odd. Like, so obviously there was an element of personal bashing throughout the book, like this idea that Henry VII consistently is referred to as burning all medieval records and so on, which is again nonsense. Henry VII did not destroy Titulus Regis. It's still on the statute book in the National Archives. It's still there, so it wasn't destroyed. He did destroy, or order to be destroyed, the 1495 Irish Parliament. Sorry, an Irish Parliament that was held in 1487 by the rebels. But of course he would order that destroyed because it's not a real parliament. Similar to how the House of York had the 1470 Lancastrian Parliament destroyed, the Readeption Parliament records, because it wasn't a real parliament as far as they were concerned. Henry VII did not have, for example, Richard III's 1484 Parliament records destroyed, because that was a legitimate parliament. Apart from that, what other evidence is there that he destroyed documents? He may have done, but you can't just say he destroyed documents because he might have done. It's an absurd. It's just little phrasings like that I take issue with, although it doesn't really make any difference to the overall.
But this idea that it's very like adversarial. You know, if you like Richard, you have to completely hate Henry. If you think if Richard was a nice guy, then you have to think that Henry was a nasty guy, and that's just not even real life. That's just not real life at any point. Sorry, can we just say thank you to Liz, Team Tudor?
Thank you, Liz. I would like to, in defence of my guy, which is Shakespeare, because there's an awful lot of Shakespeare slander that goes on. That he is simply some Elizabethan Tudor shill that he completely invents out of his brain this characterization of Richard III. I think it's still worth pointing out that Richard III was still a king of England, and taking the piss out of monarchy is never a great idea, even if that monarchy is a tyrant. Making up a play where you present someone as an enormous tyrant doesn't really go massively well. It's one of the reasons why in the Richard II play, it's demanded that the deposition scene be left out. The death of kings doesn't tend to go well. What I'd also point out is the notion that no one is talking about Richard or the boys being dead until the Tudor period. That is fundamentally a lie. The January after they are last seen, the French, there is a I want to say it's a French source, and I keep wanting to say it's the Constable of France, but that's not, that's an English position. But someone related to the French court who at that time have just got a boy king, Charles VIII. They write about how the sons of Edward IV, already big and courageous, have been murdered, and their murderer now sits on the throne by the common consent of the people. That's the January after they disappear. No Tudors.
That was Guillaume Rochefort of the French Parliament. What's really ironic about the entire ethos of Ricardianism is that you cannot trust Domenico Mancini, and you cannot trust Guillaume Rochefort, because they are foreigners and they are based abroad and they do not know what is going on in England. And yet, this entire book, its entire theories rest on solely foreign sources.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Interesting. Lucy,
whichever one works at the time.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is a running theme. Lucy has a question which takes us a little bit off the princes. So let's do this. Favorite phase of Henry VII's life?
Interesting.
Definitely is exile, mainly because his reign, I'm not an administrative historian. I'm not an expert on financial accounting. And as we've already discussed, I take quite a natural hostile view to the whole nonsense of kingship anyway, and all of the grand ideas of it. So once Henry becomes king, I did find writing my Henry VII and the Tudor Pretenders book quite difficult in trying to just learn what the everyday life of a king is and to try to put it into words. His exile, however, is fascinating because he is essentially just a boy on the run. He leaves Wales at the age of 14 years old. He has taken him and his uncle Jasper Tudor on the way to the Battle of Tewkesbury. They are late. They don't make it. If they had made it to that battle, Henry Tudor would have been laid down next to his Beaufort cousins and would have had his head chopped off at 14 years old. The fact that the Tudors are late to the battle is the reason they survived that day. They go to Chepstow Castle on the Welsh border, and Edward IV sends a small hit squad after the Tudors. Go and get them. Now, what's fascinating is that the chap sent after them is someone called Roger Vaughan. And Roger Vaughan gets to Chepstow. We don't know how. All we know is that he walks into an ambush and Jasper Tudor chops his head off. Now, 10 years earlier, this Roger Vaughan, it was he who chopped the head off Jasper Tudor's father, Owen Tudor. Roger Vaughan begs for his life to be saved, and Jasper apparently says something along the lines of, "I'm going to grant you the same mercy you showed my father." Bye-bye, Roger Vaughan. The Tudors cross Wales. They get to Pembroke Castle. They are besieged there for 8 days, and by one Lancastrian turned Yorkist Welshman. He eventually gets defeated in a siege when he gets attacked by his own brother. So it's all going on during this couple of weeks in Wales. Yeah. Jasper takes his son Henry Tudor, his nephew Henry Tudor, takes him through some underground tunnels in Tenby, and they escape by boat across to Brittany. They spend 12 years in Brittany. Henry is nearly captured and killed a few times. He's kept under quite close observation. At one point, he does actually get handed over to the English soldiers who were trying to take him back to England, but he fakes an illness. He's 19 years old at this point. He fakes an illness, and he escapes from the English sailors just as they're about to put him on a ship. If he gets on that ship at 19 years old, you would never have heard of the Tudors. He runs into a church, and the Breton locals to stop the Englishmen from breaking into the church to capture. So basically, the point is there's a whole life taking place of Henry Tudor long before he gets to Bosworth. There's always this criticism of him that he's a paranoid, suspicious king, cautious, circumspect. He doesn't trust anyone. Yes, of course he doesn't trust anyone. They've been trying to kill him for 28 years. And then they keep on trying to kill him for the next 24 years. Poor guy. Leave him alone. But yeah,
He didn't mean it. Poor sod.
What I love about my next book, which is coming out next year, The Son of Prophecy, I tell this story. This is, if the House of Beaufort is the story of Henry's maternal family up to Bosworth, and Henry VII and the Tudor Pretenders is the story of Henry from Bosworth to the end of his life, then The Son of Prophecy is a 300-year epic telling the Welsh family side, his paternal family side, and it covers in, I probably would say, as much detail as anyone has ever done, covering, Owen Tudor's life, Jasper Tudor's life, and primarily the last half of the book is the Breton exile, the French years in 1484, the Princes in the Tower, and I take it all the way through to Bosworth. So all the books ultimately will kind of fit together. That's unintentional, but I think it's quite decent, really. The Brittany years, because I think it's not really been told. Only in articles here and there, bits and pieces. But I don't think it's really been told well in narrative form anyway. Until next year.
Until next year.
Amazing. Fabulous.
Pamela's got a comment stroke question, I suppose, about Henry VII being called the master of propaganda, even the inventor. Do you think that's right?
No. I'll tell you why. It's nothing to do with you, Pamela. He could not have been such a good master of propaganda, because why the hell do we have the Richard III Society today, for one?
They're the only ones who can see through it.
Yeah, and he certainly wasn't the inventor. I mean, propaganda, there's probably someone far more clever than me can tell you. I don't know, Herodotus or some Greek geezer probably was doing propaganda. I mean, just within my sphere of knowledge, the Yorkists were master propagandas. Richard III was right on it during 1483 and 1485. I mean, his entire rise to kingship is an art form in propaganda. Look at this pre-contract we have randomly found. Edward IV, my brother, what a philandering arsehole. That's propaganda. The entire proclamation he's issuing, calling Henry VII and his rebel support to be murderers, adulterers, extortionists who would come over to England and would destroy England for every true Englishman. I think he said something like, if you are a true Englishman, you should fight for your country and your king against these foreigners. That was Richard III all over, propagandist. Edward IV, propagandist. And this goes back to the start of the Wars of the Roses. 1455, the Lancastrian faction loses the Battle of St. Albans. In the Parliament that follows directly after, the Yorkists who take control of government, Richard of York, Warwick the Kingmaker, and his father, the Earl of Salisbury, they basically pass bills through the Parliament blaming everything on Edmund Beaufort, who they had killed. They'd actually killed him a couple of months before, and that is still on the records because there was no one to speak up for Edmund Beaufort to get this overturned. So master of propaganda, no, and an inventor, no. I will say Henry VII was very good at projecting the greatness of his dynasty. I mean, he spent a bloody lot of money in trying to do things such as building that fantastic mausoleum we have at Westminster Abbey, the Lady Chapel. It's a shame that Richmond Palace is no longer there, because that was, by all accounts, bigger and better than Hampton Court, and obviously named after his own earldom. So he certainly, was great at projecting his greatness because he was trying to cover up his dynastic fragility. But people build up. I mean, this is me saying this. The guy who's obviously a bit obsessed with Henry VII. People build him up to try and be some sort of super villain, some sort of amazing guy with his hands on all the levers, burning all the documents, controlling all the flow of information. He's just a guy who became a king. Same as Richard III. He clearly isn't a super monster, a super villain. Just someone who did a few stupid things, just like we all do. You know, we all, especially men. I mean, obviously, I'm on a podcast here with 3 women. It's men. We are stupid. We do stupid things, and you can almost see it become, step by step by step as we fall down a deeper hole. When all we needed to do was, I don't know, why didn't you add another hour onto the car parking charge? Why did you think you'd get away with it? And then 5 steps later, your car's being towed. That's men summed up all over. Incompetent and stupid. And these guys were the same.
So I like this. There's a comment from the Sun Rising. This actually, I think Shakespeare is possibly the only reason why we talk about Richard at all. But the Sun Rising says, if it wasn't for the princes in the tower, what else do you think Richard would have gone down in history for?
The murder of Henry VI.
He would have. Unfortunately, his wife would have died, or he would have wanted to get rid of her. So he would have come across a lovely courtier, and then he would have broken with Rome, and then he would have caused the Reformation, and it would be so bloody and just horrible. And to this day, we would be all just shaking our fists at the Ricardian Reformation and how he was the biggest villain in British history.
Brilliant.
I did not see that coming, I have to say.
I don't know. I mean, for what it's the thing. Like, Richard III did seem to have been a decent king, and he probably would have been a decent king going forward. But he seems to me to be just a boring guy. I don't see where there would have been anything coming for him that would have made him stand out. He would have just been another one of those average kings most school children cannot name.
Yeah. I think as well, this notion of like the supervillain, I always like to remind myself that no matter how depraved an individual's action is, nobody thinks they're the bad guy. Everybody thinks they are doing the right thing, whether that is driven by self-preservation, by self-aggrandizement. They believe they are the best person for the job. Whatever it is, they believe what they're doing is the, in quotes, right thing. And I think that when certain individuals are trying to create almost pantomime villains out of living human beings, that fundamentally misunderstands the human condition, which is people want to do what they believe to be the right thing, but principally they want to make sure that they and the people that they love and care about are safe, fed, and under a dry roof. And we haven't changed across millennia.
I mean, there's probably a reason why there's, a therapy industry. You need a third party to tell, I don't know, a couple or whoever's in therapy, because they're both going to say, I'm right, I've done nothing wrong. You need almost like an adjudicator to be like, you need to take a look at yourself. Obviously, no one holds up that mirror to these princes or these kings, do they? Or sociopaths or psychopaths, whoever else you're mentioning.
Yeah, I have a question. Now, over in the documentary, it makes out that the 3 or 4 pieces of information that come out are all brand new finds. That's certainly the impression it gives, if it didn't actually directly say that. Were they all original finds?
No, I think it's probably the short answer. I mean, even in the documentary, in the book, they mention that some of them were found. The main document, the proof of life for Richard of York, was actually found in 1950, before it was refiled by a Dutch historian as being of little importance. So they're not. I wouldn't say they were necessarily new finds. They obviously have been in the archives. They've just been perhaps overlooked. Now, what is important to note is that if we take this Richard III proof of life document, for example, it was created in 1493. It is a witness statement saying that Prince Richard did this and did that when he got allowed to leave the Tower of London, and he was, for some reason, taken to France, which was then essentially in war with Richard III's England. I don't know why Richard III is letting his nephew pop over to France. I don't know why this Richard of York is going to Paris, which is where Henry Tudor was at the time, and the French were trying to create him a king. Why didn't they just grab Richard of York and go, we're going to use you? You're a proper prince, not this stupid, weird Tudor guy.
Why was he kept in the Lion Tower? The Lion Tower is the zoo. Why are you keeping him on the outskirts of the tower where the beasts are kept? That doesn't.
Yeah.
What is he being kept with? The lion keeper and his boy? What's happening there?
I think I could probably be all night ripping the content apart. But to answer your question, so this document was filed. I don't know if it was pulled out in between, but 1450 it was definitely pulled out, noted, and chucked back in. And then Nathen Amin, one of the Missing Princes Project, has rediscovered it. I think is probably the clever term to use. And I've met her. She's fantastic. I think it's fantastic that how she found or refound this document. But everything that document says, so it's in the Gelderland archive, it was written in 1493. It is almost word for word exactly the same as the Dendermonde letter, which was written in October 1493. The only real difference is this latest rediscovery, has names attached to it. It names Lord Howard, it names Thomas and Henry Percy, and it names Buckingham. The Dendermonde document doesn't. It actually says unnamed lords. That's the letter that I used in my book when I was writing to give Perkin Warbeck's story as Richard of York. It's the story that historians since the 19th century have been using to tell Perkin Warbeck's story. We wouldn't know Perkin Warbeck's story if we didn't already have evidence and documents such as this. So I would probably say the specific Gelderland document is a rediscovery from 1450, but it doesn't really tell us anything we didn't already know, other than apparently Lord Howard, Thomas and Henry Percy were involved in this. And what's key to note is that they were involved in this, but between 1483, when Richard of York disappeared, and between 1493, when this document was written by the new Richard of York, those three figures are all dead and therefore unaccountable for their actions. No one alive at the time could have turned to them and gone, did you do this? And they would have gone, yeah, we did this. We took that kid, shipped him off to France, yeeted him off to France.
Nice.
They're dead. Everybody involved in these stories are always dead. Let's go back to Richard III and the Butler pre-contract. The two people who could have answered for their actions, Elizabeth Butler and Edward IV, are dead. So all we have there is Richard III's word that the pre-contract was valid.
Convenient.
It's so convenient. I think the Lille receipt, which is a receipt that says 400 pikes were bought for Edward V. I've never heard that, and I don't believe that's ever been recorded. So I would suggest that is a new discovery. But it's certainly not evidence of anything other than being an interesting document. I mean, okay, it says Edward V on the letter. There's potentially quite a lot of reasons for that. First and foremost, it could just be a mistake. To the clerks who are writing this, they don't know who the hell they're writing this for. They could have just gone Edward, son of King Edward.
Was it usual to have that level of detail in a receipt? You know, I want some pikes, but do I really have to put in the receipt exactly where they're going and what they're for? I just want to go to war.
I suppose. I mean, I don't know if it's definite with regards to that type of receipt, but certainly when we look at Henry VII's chamber books, it does seem to have weird detail, like 10 shillings to the girl who brought me a cup of strawberries. So potentially it could have just a bit of odd detail. But during this period, we have evidence of willful misidentification. So when Henry Tudor first crosses into France, and the French decide they're going to put him forward to try and claim, well, not claim the English throne, they never really believed that, when they're going to try and put him forward to unsettle Richard III by having this pretend king under their control, to try and claim economic, military, and diplomatic support for him. They claimed that he was the son of Henry VI. And the French crown went to the French parliament and said, this is Henry Tudor, the son of Henry VI. Give him money. And everybody went, well, that's bollocks. We know Henry VI is. Henry VI's mother is a Valois. She's a French princess. Henry VII's grandmother was a French princess, the same French princess, in fact. We know that they're uncle and nephew, they're not father and son. So drop the bullshit, call him Henry Tudor, and let him try and claim the English throne. So that was a willful misidentification by the French. Devious, and it failed because it was absurd. Could something similar have happened in Burgundy? Were they trying initially to pass off their little fake boy prince as Edward V? And then very quickly just went, this is not going to work. For a start, there's about 6 years age gap between them. Colin Warwick, let's stick with the Warwick plan, and let's get him over to Ireland and so on. It's all it is it's a very interesting receipt. I think it gives more legs to Matt Lewis's quite long-held theory that Lambert Simnel was Edward V. I've told him to his face. I've told him loads of times. I think it's a nonsense theory, but whatever. I'm not God in this. I don't know anything I'm saying is fact. I can only say what I think. But it's given that theory a lot more legs, I think, by having now tangible evidence. But it doesn't close the case by any means. What else?
People in the comments are asking what a pike is, and people are rightly saying it's a long pointy stick.
Natalie, it's a long pointy stick.
It is what it is. What you have, what it would normally be. It's essentially what's called a quarterstaff, so a long thing that you could fight with, and they essentially a dagger on the end. It's very, very effective against cavalry. If you have a line of pikemen in front of your archers, for example, you can put them quite close. You put the pikes up, and as the cavalry horses come, they impale themselves upon the pikes. So it's a fairly nasty anti-cavalry device. I would expect you to say, if you're going to say 400 pikes, you would probably also be providing the pikemen, which is interesting. I would imagine that if you were going to write a receipt, because you want to know what you're paying for. So the cup of strawberries, it's so when he comes to, I think when it comes to sign the document, he's like, oh yes, I remember who that is. No one's trying to swindle me out of money. I would imagine you're going to say 400 pikes to the pikeman from so-and-so going into England. That's how I would record that. So I remember exactly what I've agreed to when it comes to me to sign off of the accounts at whatever point I have to. But saying it's for so-and-so's son, okay. But there's other ways you could word that if you weren't trying to press the point that he is who you say he is.
Going back to things in the comments, I don't know, this is going to a digression slightly from people have kind of created some sort of love story between Henry and Richard here in the comments. Apparently someone needs to write this love story novel, and the double entendres are coming in thick and fast. Today, this is what happened to me today. I shit you not. If any of you were here last week, you'd have seen we had Julian on, Julian Humphreys. Julian rings me, Catherine. I'm not sure if I can watch Had tonight. So I've got a question. Can you put a question in for me? It's like,
dangerous.
Right, okay. I'm just passing this on as it's come up in the comments. Nathan, who do you think would make the better lover? Richard III or Henry VII? Now, Julian's theory is that it's Henry because he was gentle, kind, considerate, and thought things through, whereas Richard just goes gung-ho into everything and it's over too quickly. I'm just passing this on. So this is the burning question at this juncture.
I mean, Henry spent a lot of time in France.
Probably aren't watching.
Yeah. Was he like Jack and the Titanic? Did he paint them like his French girls?
I fucking hell. I got no idea. I hate Julian.
I'm sure they do, but back to the question.
I'm not answering that. I've got no idea. This will follow me around forever. If this is like Instagram stories and it disappeared, this will be cropped forever, and that's just by my mother, my friends. So I'm not touching that.
That's what she said.
Do you want a proper question? I'm watching now. Do you want a proper question? I don't understand. So let's say my family. Oh, where's it gone? Come out. There we go. How important was the idea of the, I don't know what any of this means, Mab Daragon, son of prophecy idea to Henry VII's ability to recruit support in Wales on his way to Bosworth? So can you explain what that means? And then
you said that better than you say my name.
I know. I can't do amen.
So Mab Darogan is well, it literally means the son of prophecy. So in Welsh mythology, there was a belief that there would be a messianic hero would come back and free us from the Saxon/Norman/English yoke. You know, King Arthur. King Arthur would come back and would batter all those bloody English conquerors, and once more a Welsh or a Brythonic British hero would be crowned once more in London. That is kind of a mainstay of Welsh mythology throughout the medieval period, and it grows and grows in the 11th, 12th, 13th centuries. Quite a few Welsh figures were held up by the Welsh bards of being this, this son of prophecy, including Llywelyn the Great, who nearly unified Wales at one point. Owen Glendur, when he led his rebellion against English rule in 1400, and he brought large parts of Wales under his rule. It did look like for a period between 1400 and 1404, like Glendur's rebellion against the House of Lancaster was going to yield an independence Wales. He was definitely held up as being, the Messiah. Then he pretty much loses the rebellion, disappears into the mountains, and we never hear of him again. Some people believe he's still waiting to come back and free us from bloody Westminster, but there we go.
What's he waiting for?
No. What else is he waiting for? But the Welsh bards. So by the mid 1450s, 1460s, once the Wars of the Roses kicked off, there was a huge resurgence in this idea of a son of prophecy again. Because after Glendur's failed rebellion, the English crown really went to town on Wales. Wales was burned to the ground in the start of the 15th century. And that's actually the probable reason that a relative of Glendur, named Owain ap Meredydd ap Tudur, became an economic migrant to England. We remember him as Owen Tudor, and he would become the grandfather of Henry Tudor, Henry VII. So in the 1450s, 1460s, when the Wars of the Roses is kicking off, the Welsh bards are getting involved, but they don't give a shit about York or Lancaster. They care about which one of these great nobles is going to free Wales. They write praise poetry to Jasper Tudor, William Herbert, I think even Edward IV at one point, because the House of York did have very distant Welsh ancestry. But once Henry Tudor comes on the scene, they go nuts for Henry Tudor. Henry Tudor is this great figure, directly descended from all of the greatest Welsh kings, and he would be the one who would come and free Wales. He certainly comes over, he kills the English king, and he's a self-identifying, as far as we can see, Welshman. He has a Welsh dragon as his main flag, and he's crowned in London. So the idea is, with the Welsh bards, is they end all of their centuries-long call for a Messiah when it comes to Henry Tudor. Now, I personally believe that he felt strongly about all of this. He may even have believed it himself. As mentioned, he certainly stuck the dragon on his flag. He stuck the dragon on his coat of arms. You don't do that just to appeal to a couple of thousand Welshmen when you're trying to be king of England. There's no long-term benefit to you mollycoddling the Welsh. But I do think that the ground was prepared for him to invade in 1485 by the Bards. When he lands, the Welsh are quite fervent in their support of him. He takes several thousand Welshmen to Bosworth. Now, if you read any of the old academic textbooks for hundreds of years, the Welshness of Henry VII has been diminished. It's been all but removed by generations of Oxbridge professors. I mean, you could argue I've got a chip on my shoulder, but us Welsh, we know that we have been, kind of treated with a little bit of disdain and put down a little bit in a lot of these old Victorian type textbooks. It's easy to make fun of the Welsh, and these Victorian academics, and going on into the 1940s, 1950s, the last thing they wanted was a great constitutional monarch like Henry VII, the father of modern Britain, if you want, the one who really got the ball rolling constitutionally, to be just another Welshman. So I feel that it always has been diminished, and the Welsh aspect has been written out, certainly until the last decade or so. And now, by looking at his chamber books, looking at his actions, we can start to put Henry back in the midst of his Welshness. So the idea of the son of prophecy was huge to Henry. It was huge to himself. It gave him self-belief that he must have been God-given. Obviously, when he won at Bosworth, he makes a big play on the fact that this is all by divine judgment. God has judged me. When he lands on the beach in his native West Wales, he drops to the ground and he says, "Judge me, O God, and fight my cause." You could argue that's all conventional for the day, but of course, perhaps he would start to believe that he must have been the chosen one. He fought 3 battles. He won all 3 battles. The bards had foretold his coming. He was the son of prophecy. And it's hell of a book title, and you can buy it next year when I go to town on all of these Welsh poems and poetry which tell his story.
Well, and also you have to come back. I want to hear all about this kind of troubadour culture coming out of Wales and sort of supporting Henry. I want to, because and people have mentioned, is that why he calls his son Arthur, that kind of tying in of these great myths, and that from his grandmother, from his French side, that kind of troubadour courtly love. I always forget how many generations back we're going. Like, he comes from a really interesting artistic smorgasbord, if you will, that I think you can sort of see playing out in the lives of his children. They are musicians, they are patrons, and I wonder how much actually that comes from Henry shaping the weight of his monarchy, as you're talking about.
Yeah, another thing, with Henry again, he wasn't very Welsh and all this kind of nonsense. He lived in Wales till he was 14 years old. He was born and bred in Wales at Raglan Castle, which was the greatest seat of Welsh learning of its day. I mean, this is a boy who grew up deep in Welsh culture. He then spent 12 years in Brittany. Everyone seems to think in this modern day that the Celtic nations, wherever Celtic means, is Wales, Scotland, Ireland. Historically, linguistically, culturally, and so ethnically, Wales and Brittany were the same country. Wales, Brittany, and Cornwall, not Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. We've got nothing to do with the Irish or the Scots historically. So Henry goes across to Brittany, where they would have spoken a similar language, they'd have had a similar culture, and it would have been a shared culture. A lot of the Breton saints, including one that he became devoted to, St. Armel, were Welsh. Wales and Brittany, there's a great exchange of learning taking place for centuries. So he basically lived till 26 years old in amongst this culture. Yes, and when he becomes king, we now have his payment books. The amount of payments he makes to Welsh harpists and Welsh rhymers. he pays them throughout his life. He loves being around his people, and that's something that all exiles, including myself, become. We become almost super Welsh or super English or super Irish or whatever the case might be. I love going to the London Welsh Centre whenever I can because I want to be around my people, so to speak. I want to hear the Welsh language. I want to sing Welsh songs. Henry was the same as king. And you're right, he names his son Arthur, which that's such a departure from previous kings. Yes, there have been royal princes named Arthur, but not for your heir. I mean, that is making such a grand statement about, I am the Messiah, my son is bringing another golden age. Sums it all up. Don't tell me that guy had no feelings for his Welsh pedigree.
Yeah.
What you're saying just now about the sources, I remember having a conversation with Mike Ingram. We were talking about the sources telling the Battle of Bosworth. And he said that the Welsh sources get often ignored because they're the Welsh sources. But he said, Mike was a Ricardian essentially, but he said basically the sources were probably the most trustworthy because of the sense of valor and chivalry and the pride in them being accuracy that was inherent in how they were created.
They were written so quick as well. That's the other thing. Like, we got poems within a year of Richard III being dead discussing how he got killed, how his head was shaved, and things like that. We certainly didn't have to wait decades for these kind of quasi stories to take effect. They were writing and churning out these poems really quickly, and it's Mike's always right. It's a deeply unexplored avenue because obviously it's not just in Welsh; it's in medieval Welsh. It's a very difficult subject, and there's no one out there, no institutions able to fund and go to town and do work in this. Unfortunately, a lot of the people who did a lot of the translations, they were the old school Welsh academic, your Victorian academics, and unfortunately they've long gone. But there's definitely a whole treasure trove of evidence and things out there that can be consulted, and I bet you the Missing Princess Project are looking at them. But maybe they should.
Bit of a hole.
We could like contact them and say, look, in the interest of looking at the whole.
Got an idea for you.
Yeah.
Just a question that's just come in that I think I'd like to, because I know we're approaching the time. This might be a fairly quick answer, maybe. O'Reilly asks, so at what point did Henry VII think he should be king?
Sometime, I believe, about November 1483. Richard III becomes king in June 1483. Buckingham rebels. Henry VII's mother's up to her neck in it, trying to unseat Richard III. I believe that's because she's asked Richard, can my son come home to be Earl, which Edward IV had promised he would do. Richard's gone, no. Margaret Beaufort's gone. You're fucked. I'm coming for you. I'm going to make my cousin, the Duke of Buckingham, king. And my son's going to help make the Duke of Buckingham king. In November, Buckingham messes it all up because he's a moron, gets his head chopped off. And then from November onwards, there's no one left. It's Henry Tudor. Within a month, on Christmas Day, his planned marriage to Elizabeth of York now becomes a much more significant event. And he swears an oath to not only marry her, but to lead all of the Woodville clan who are in rebellion with him now to be their king. There's no evidence whatsoever that he had any plans to become king before Buckingham loses his head. But even so, at a push, June 1483, Henry II does nothing until Richard III does his nonsense. So Richard III made the Tudors, print that everywhere. It's all his fault.
Stop
Richard
presses.
Richard III called Henry VIII.
Quote.
Maybe we should set the Ricardians on the Anne Boleyn fanatics. like some sort of Marvel film where all these teams all come at each other and leave me alone in the middle.
Just leave me alone. Speaking of Elizabeth of York, actually, a few people put up earlier that they feel in the whatever it is you want to call it that's just come out, that a lot of the women in this equation, particularly Elizabeth of York, weren't really mentioned, and they find that a little bit like she must know it was her, these people were her brothers, she's the queen, she's trying to protect her own children, why isn't she been given sort of a more note of this, because she would have had a real vested interest obviously in this. So do you think the fact that, here's a question you can't answer, do you think the fact that Elizabeth hasn't really been included very much in this work deliberate, or do you think there really wasn't much out there about her, or did it not fit the narrative? Did it not fit the narrative?
I think she just falls into that tragic, gap that women's lives and thoughts just aren't recorded very well during this period. We've got very vague references about her thoughts in general, let alone in such political hot potatoes as your brothers are back from the dead like zombies and they're trying to kill my husband. It's a difficult one. We don't know. I mean, a lot of people only speculate, and I'm sure some fiction writers have speculated over a lot of her thoughts, but we have no idea. The only thing I can say for Elizabeth of York is that even if Prince Richard, her brother, comes to London arrested in 1497 and she knows that's her brother, so what? It doesn't matter. She's not going to suddenly put her children at risk by having a husband deposed in favour of a brother who had shown himself already as Perkin Warbeck to be a shit leader and a shit military man. I mean, the fool's got himself captured for one. So either way, she's not going to depose your children, because she's obviously grown up in an environment where at least, even at that point, at least one of her brothers seems to be murdered. She knows what's going to happen to her children. And this is why Henry VII, to the end of his days, was completely worn out and stressed by trying to live long enough to leave behind an adult heir, because he knew if he kicked the bucket too early, his child was going to go the way of the princess in the tower. Or could, there's definitely a precedent there for what could have happened. I just think it's just one of those sad things. We don't know. We can only speculate on what Elizabeth felt, but I feel she's as Team Tudor as it comes. By the time
she just has to be pragmatic. Yeah. She had to be pragmatic at the end of the day. Philippa, I know your also pages written.
Yes, page, brilliant. As a 13th great granddaughter of Richard III, I'm offended.
Nathen, this is a running joke where people there's clearly some genealogist in the States, we think, who is making an absolute fucking fortune telling people they are the 13th times great grandchild of some bastard whose line died out 2 after them, or less.
It's always around that, it's obvious it's always the 13th.
Yeah. I think it's because she's remembered as Elizabeth of York, it's all too easy to think that she's going to be loyal to her brothers and her father. But that, to me, and I can only speak, and as we said, it all comes with their own bias, their own lived experience. There is no depths that I would not plumb to protect my child. I would do unspeakable things to protect my child. And I think that to this idea that we have that people in the past don't care about their kids, we know that's fundamentally bullshit. And when you've got 2 boys and 2 girls, and it's not just about making them good marriages, it's about keeping them alive. Yeah, you would quite happily, even if you believe it to be your brother, you'd be like, fuck that, sorry.
But also as well, like she, in terms of Edward, she wouldn't have known this kid, really. he'd have been shipped off to, and to be, king in waiting. And it's like Matt pointed this out to me. It's a very good point. All these, like, it's the Victorians again, all these pictures of the princes like together and looking pensive and concerned and huddled for safety. He said those boys didn't know each other.
No,
Like,
exactly.
so it's not like Elizabeth of York would have gone, "Oh, my darling brother Edward, how I've missed thee." It's just like it's just another kid. Like, and not to say that she hated him or she wished him dead or anything, but I can't imagine that there was much of an affinity there, really.
No.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't
and obviously, just on the point that Kat made about we need to acknowledge that these people cared about their children. Elizabeth of York herself, we have such vivid evidence of the breakdown she suffered out of maternal affection, I think the quote is, when Arthur died. We have the source that showed that she collapsed when of motherly remembrance, I think the quote is, when she acknowledged that her son had gone. So we've got that kind of evidence that these people cared. I mean, there's another instance where Elizabeth and Henry come back from France, and upon landing at Dover, news is brought to them that one of their sons, Edmund Tudor, had died in Cambridge. And they were heartbroken by that death as well. It's absurd to think that people don't care. These are people, and they're people from not that long ago. We're not talking about 20,000 years fighting dinosaurs or whatever. We're talking about people not like 15 generations ago. Human nature is not changed.
No,
exactly.
Nathan, someone's asking if your book is available to pre-order.
It is available to pre-order. It's up on Amazon now. I imagine it probably will be on Waterstones or other bookshops in the UK. I don't think it'll be up in the US yet, because that tends to be another 6 months onwards. But yeah, it's definitely starting to get up there. So pre-order it. I'll definitely pre-order it. Like, at least pre-order it, say, the week before it comes out. You don't have to pre-order it now. We're 6 months away. But
and Nathan, would you promise when it's being launched, will you come back and will you read us some beautiful poetry in your lovely Welsh accent?
I could probably read you some poetry, yeah.
Oh, lovely. That would be delightful.
That'd be
No
wonderful.
problem.
You've got a bit fangirly now, look.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I want to hear all about the lovely poems.
It's all about the poems.
Good. It makes a big difference from being hissed at or spat at or sworn at. So. Crack on.
We wouldn't do that to you.
We aim to please.
No.
Right. So will it be on Kindle? It'll be on Kindle, won't it?
Yeah, it should come out, yeah.
Are any of the others? I know House of Beaufort's on Audible. Is
No, only House of Beaufort at the moment. It was a bit of a test run by the publisher. I didn't even know about it. Some guy tagged me in some promotional thing on Twitter going, "Buy the Audible now." And I was like, "What are you talking about, you scamming bastard?" And it turns out, yeah, they'd sold the rights to an Audible promoter to try and test the waters, and it seems to have worked all right. So
someone's requesting that you read your own books.
That's why
paid wants you to read your own audiobooks.
No, I'm not reading nothing.
And then Becky wants to say she's looking forward to seeing you in September, because of course you're speaking on my tour next September, The Rise of the Tudors. Becky will be there. Should have read all your books before then. She promises.
Yeah, plenty of Welsh references, I'm sure.
Fabulous. Very exciting.
So, Nathan, where do you want people to come and give you support?
Lots of support.
Moral, monetary, emotional.
The 25th anniversary of the Bosworth Medieval Festival next summer. I can always do some support.
We have to come.
Catherine's always on her own now, giving me support.
We're going to be there in chainmail.
Just me with my angry face on.
I once give a talk there. Well, I give a talk there every year, but I give a talk then. I'm friends with a big group of reenactors, and they just happen to be called the Beaufort Company. and I love them. And
Nice.
they gave me a military escort, full men at arms with a pike. Gave me a military escort into one of my talks. I stood there for the whole talk while I spoke. It's kind of like an in-joke about the shit I've taken in the past there. But the audience were just staring at them, completely not in on the joke, confused as to why these two military knights were with me. So it kind of didn't go down very well in the end. But
it never does. It's got like two kings, one vassal. It's supposed to be like not like, but it's so Ricardian there. It gives, it's just. I don't even know why they.
I've never been to Bosworth, so I want to go for the anniversary. I've never been down to Bosworth, so I want to go for the anniversary.
It's a great event. Like it was a bit naff this year because there wasn't that much going on. But I
think we should have meet up at the anniversary. I proclaim it. We'll do a had meet up at the anniversary. I tell you what, Catherine, talk to them. So you can convince them to let us have a little stall where we can do a late night filth event. We'll just get up. We'll get radio mic'd and we'll just chat slander for an hour.
I was there with the Battlefields Trust this year, and the guy who's a membership says normally, because it's a big all singing, all dancing thing, they have the beer tent up and all the reenactors and stuff like that go in there and get blindly absolutely wrecked, clearly, because that's what they do. And normally they ask us to join them, and I was like, oh, well.
Been gone.
I might just see if I can tag I'm with the Battlefields Trust as well.
Yeah, t-shirt on. Here I go.
T-shirt on. I look very fetching in that t-shirt. Yeah, it should be a good one this year. This year was a bit. I don't think you even came down this year, did you, Nathan?
No, it was cancelled as a medieval festival. I think they just had like a fill-in event. But next year's the 25th anniversary, apparently, of the Battlefield Centre
party.
And it's a little exhibition as well. The exhibition's it's not huge, but it's a good little exhibition as well. If you're ever up that way, you can go to the exhibition. You can go up the top of the hill and see the Sundial Memorial, which normally has the standards flying, and you can go and look at the field where it didn't happen.
Love it.
It's worth that alone.
Nathan, what social media shall people come and follow you on so they can keep abreast of all of your doings and happenings?
I'm on all the usual under just my name: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Although I have now set up a Substack, so maybe subscribe to that Substack. Nathen Amin. I think I'm going to try and start posting a bit more long form content there, because just stop hassling me on social media, even though I love it. So I might just try and Elon Musk and all those tech wankers are ruining it for us all. So I'm going to try and divert it all to Substack gradually. So yeah, maybe go there.
Now you say that Elon Musk is the solution to this issue, because you asked the ladies. I am convinced that Elon Musk is about 6,000 years old. He has invented time travel. I won't tell you exactly how, but I'm going to forge a relationship with Elon Musk and ask him to go back in time to find the princes in the tower and solve the mystery. Because he's already done it. He's there.
It's a flawless plan.
Right now.
I really don't
trust a time machine, Catherine. This is why.
No, it's not my time machine. It's Elon Musk's time machine. And as we discussed the other day, me and Elon Musk and Elon Musk's wife are going to be very good friends.
On that note, if you'd like to support us, you can come to www.buymeacoffee.com/had podcast, and there you can fund our Winnebago fund. We will be taking Catherine and generally torturing her by driving overnight. We'll be spilling her tea all over her and putting cucumbers on her face. Yes. We also have a Substack, which is
coming soon.
The Had podcast.
Wait for it.
I don't know which way round it is. No, yeah, is it there? Maybe it's not there. Sorry.
Okay, in the interim, don't forget. So Kat showed you the mug earlier. We have the mugs. We have different stuff down on the merch store now. This is a vintage T-shirt. This one, because it's got my old name on it. But we have new merch now. We have the first run of Roger the Beaver merch. It's an Elizabethan beaver. This sounds so
in a ruff.
in a
It
rough.
is
It's rough and it's a beaten beaver. If you want to go down and roger that, we
Love it.
have the best brand.
The
of beaver
Substack
that
is
you like.
historyafterdarkhub.substack.com. We also have links in bios. If you do want to come and see it, check out our merch. There is a merch store there. You can also follow each of us individually on our various social medias, on the YouTubes, on the Instagram. And also, we are now, History After Dark is on TikTok. We did poke the Ricardian bear when we all met up. I saw somebody ask, are we doing a had meetup? We three witches met up in Stony Stratford, which is, of course, where Richard III kidnapped his nephew, although they don't call it a kidnapping. I do. And we posted something on TikTok that got people very angry in 4 directions, which we are really
It was
enjoying.
amazing.
I really enjoy it.
Annoy absolutely every faction.
But what was fun is they just started fighting each other and not us. And so that was cool for me. So yeah, our TikToks might get spicy too. So come and follow us on TikTok as well.
Oh, and you can go down to buymeacoffee.com/had podcast and you can join our close friends on Instagram. If you don't follow us on Instagram, it's history.after.dark. So the lives don't go out on Instagram anymore, but all the old episodes are on there. And you can follow us on Close Friends, where we post various sort of random, inappropriate shit that often isn't history related. It's just all wrong.
Yes.
It's definitely wrong.
When is our next episode?
Next week, last one.
We're doing a Christmas next week. Christmas one.
So
we don't know what it is.
Yeah, we haven't really thought it through.
We'll do something fun.
We'll be here.
So it's a surprise room, as we used to say when we hadn't planned anything. Surprise room.
It'll be our Christmas party. So prepare for chaos and shenanigans. Can we all just have a massive thank you to Nathen in the comments, in the live chat, and also in the comments? Send him lots of love on social media. Take care of him.
Yes.
If you see people being mean, tell them to fuck off.
Escalate it. Make it worse.
That'll help. Yeah.
Don't take my advice. I am always a person that's like, there's conflict. Let's escalate this situation. Fetch my gasoline. That's why I tend not to get involved in fights, because I might not start it, but by Christ, I'll finish it. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and we will see you. Well, us three will see you all next week. Nathen, we'll see you in the new year.
Thank you so much,
for Welsh poetry. I'm going to count us out in 3, 2, 1. Bye.
We're live. Hello, everyone.
Do you remember that thing in Big Brother where it's like, you're now live on Channel 4, please do not swear? That's the opposite of what we want here. That's the opposite. Friends, you will notice that we have the lovely Nathen with us. Before we jump in to hearing what he's going to talk about, shall I do the thing?
Do the thing.
Let's do the thing. Let's disclaim, shall we? Hello, friends. Welcome. It's Wednesday. It's just gone 8:15. That means it's time for History After Dark. You know why we did this. This was a place where we could come away from our other social medias, where we are literally the paragons of grace and decorum and good taste. And this is a space where we can let our freak flags fly. We can do some 4-letter expletives, some filth, some smart, some innuendo in your endo. So if you are in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, put a headphone in. If you are in a office, a car, a basement, that's for later, with a small child. In our head, this child is called Timmy. Have you got the mug? Get your mugs out, babe. Timmy is a problem, as you can see from our merch. Timmy's a sort of oh, hello, he's kicking off. Timmy's a sort of child that hears one depraved thing one time and he will take it to school with him. And he will repeat it in front of his teacher. In my head, this teacher is like Miss Honey from Matilda. She does not watch History After Dark, and so therefore she does not know the first cardinal rule of History After Dark, which is, if you don't know what it is, don't Google it. It's not for you. So she Googles it. Now you've been called up at school. Why is Miss Honey in the fetal position in the corner, non-verbal, rocking back and forth? You're now on the hook for 12 weeks of therapy. And also you've got social services on the phone because they want to know why Timmy knows this thing. It's awkward for everybody. Put a headphone in. Alternatively, you can watch it on the playback here on the YouTubes. It is, though, always worth watching us live. On one occasion, we did say something that was so unspeakably depraved, so borderline illegal, we had to yeet that footage directly into the sun because we're all too pretty for prison. It's not happened for a while, which means one of 3 things. We've improved, highly unlikely. Secondly, we're due another one, very possible. Or third, and I think this is probably what's going on, we've now spent so much time with each other that we have lowered the bar so significantly that it is, in fact, in hell. you know what you're getting into. If at any point I see anyone in the comments of these videos or on our other social medias saying something along the lines of, I like the history of History After Dark, but do you have to swear so much? It's not very ladylike. I know what you want. You want me to pin that comment so that other people will come and humiliate you. Look, I'm not going to get on you about your kinks. They might. I'm not going to kink shame. But here's the dealio. Kink without consent is not okay. If you want to have a car battery pinned up to your bollocks while some woman named Jessica kicks you repeatedly in the nipples while calling you smegma on the tip of her nose, that's up to you. But you pay for the privilege, and she is a volunteer. All right? A paid volunteer, I should add. I'm sure I can find you a number. This, friends, is History After Dark. We've got our lovely guest, Nathen, who's been here before, so he's not too surprised by the filth that's just come out of my mouth. Let's talk about this Beaufort bloke. What's happening?
Well, first and foremost, how do you remember that every time?
I've got
it's
deviant
like a
twisted mind. It's in there.
Shakespeare moment, you know, your great rant, your soliloquy.
Yep. I mean, it could be to be or not to be, but it does involve much more references to bollocks. Everyone has their talents.
I thought Jessica was a rather tame name for tonight. But
yeah,
tonight,
I know two people called Jessica.
And
one
would
was
they?
a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
So
there we go. Perfect for the job. That's
I
the
remember.
requirement.
I remember in school, right, when I was about 14 years old, we were allowed to go on the bus to the big city, Swansea, shitdog. But you know, when we were 14, coming from the valleys, go to the big city, and we saw this woman on the bus. She must 20 odd, and she was gorgeous, and we all were like, couldn't believe how beautiful she was. You know, we're little 14-year-old boys from the valleys. And I remember one of them trying to come up with a name for her. What do you think her name is? And we all said Jessica. We just assumed that Jessica was a hot girl's name. And to this day,
rabbit. That's what that is.
yeah.
So when you said Jessica,
I took you right back there. Yeah. I triggered in you a childhood, early sexual enlightenment. I mean, we could talk about this in therapy later.
No, you're okay. Right. History.
Yes.
Right,
history.
okay.
With the filth left in.
Questions about why that girl Jessica I know isn't very nice, please feel free to message me and I will answer extremely honestly because I hate her and she deserves it.
Fabulous.
Yeah, I can tell you where you can find her on social media and everything.
Maybe that's for later.
I don't know much about Thomas Beaufort, so you can...
as we're here,
Where's he even fit in? Who is he?
Okay, so Thomas Beaufort. Why is Thomas Beaufort, I guess, my history hero? This is where we're going. To put it succinctly, which is not really my strength at all, and this is not going to be succinct whatsoever. This is going to be an hour-long mental unleashing of things that have been deep in my mind for a long time. Thomas Beaufort is a Beaufort. He is perhaps best known as being one of the children of John of Gaunt and his mistress, Catherine Swynford. John of Gaunt is a great history hero to many people. Not quite, he doesn't quite rank as high in the list of fictional historical heroes like a Richard III, oddly, or, you know, Anne Boleyn, etc. But John of Gaunt, I think a lot of people know who he is. A lot of people love the story of John of Gaunt and Catherine Swynford. Essentially a Plantagenet prince who scandalously married his mistress, a mistress with whom he had 4 illegitimate children. And these were the Beaufort family. John of Gaunt and Catherine Swynford have 4 children. They named them John, Henry, Joan, and Thomas. And in case I said Joan there, it's because I once gave a talk where I kept on talking about Joan Beaufort, and a woman told me that with my Welsh accent, Joan sounds like John, and she was getting very confused. So now it's given me a bit of trauma. Whenever I say Joan, I kind of do this big Trump-esque Joan. But, you know, they were the Beauforts. This was an illegitimate family who were later legitimized. And this is quite an interesting story in itself. You know, John of Gaunt has this mistress. He has children with her. But late in life, when he loses, you know, his first two wives, who he married for political purposes, he decides to take another wife. And most people assume he's going to marry a great heiress, you know, a foreign princess perhaps. But he marries Catherine Swynford. You know, late in life, he marries her. And I would assume this is because this is one of the rare instances we have in the medieval period of a love match, you know, a true love match, not an arranged marriage that becomes a love-in. John of Gaunt has married this mother of his illegitimate children because he loves her and he wants to end his life with her. But this did cause a scandal in England and abroad because people couldn't understand why John of Gaunt was marrying a woman who had no money to bring to the marriage. You know, that's what the chroniclers were writing about. The French were scandalized because she was of humble birth. But the marriage, which takes place in 1396 in Lincoln, it allows John of Gaunt to begin the process of legitimizing his bastard offspring. And to do this, you have to appeal to Pope and Parliament, because there's two laws of the day. You know, there's the ecclesiastical law and there's the civil law. So John of Gaunt, powerful prince, he sends a messenger off to Rome, and the Pope is happy to grant this. He grants the rights of legitimacy upon these children as if they were born in lawful matrimony. Then the King of England, Richard II, he's got a lot of problems going on at this point in time, and he wants to keep his Uncle John on his good side. So Richard II also passes a parliamentary act that allows the Beauforts to be legitimised. So suddenly, aged about 19 years old, Thomas Beaufort's gone from being just a bastard child of a duke, the youngest child as well, to being a legitimate grandson of Edward III. And this transforms his status, because going forward now, Thomas Beaufort can start to be given opportunities that he would not have been allowed as a bastard child. But he's still the youngest son of this family. So his eldest brother, John Beaufort, becomes an earl, the Earl of Somerset, because now he's allowed to become an earl. He's legitimised. His brother, Henry Beaufort, enters the church and quickly becomes Bishop of Lincoln and then Bishop of Winchester. You know, Bishop of Winchester was richer than any other churchman during the medieval period. Thomas's sister, Joan, she is now able to marry an earl, the Earl of Westmoreland. But Thomas, you know, he can't become the statesman of a family. That's John. He can't become the churchman. That's his brother. I mean, he might have been able to become a countess. I'm not really sure what the deal with trans rights, etc. back then, but he didn't go down that route. His only option allowed for him was to become a soldier. He had to go to war to make his fortune. Now, at the start of the 15th century, there's a lot going on. His half-brother, Henry IV, has just usurped the throne. You know, he's taken down Richard II. So Thomas Beaufort has gone from being an illegitimate son of a duke to being the legitimate son of a duke to being the half-brother of the king. So very quickly, a lot is happening for this young man. But also, the Welsh are causing trouble at this period. You know, Owen Glendur, great hero in his own regard. He raises the banner of revolution and he wants to go batter some Englishmen, which is, you know, always fun to do on the rugby field in a fair and polite manner. But it does mean that opportunity is there for Thomas Beaufort to make a name for himself. And Thomas was into Wales to fight and defend the Lancastrian crown that is now his family's crown. And he serves an apprenticeship in Wales. He becomes captain of Ludlow Castle. He enters Carmarthen Castle. And all of the time he's in Wales, learning his trade as a soldier, he's fighting alongside his young nephew, the future Henry V. And this is the start of a very important relationship between these two men. Because even though they're uncle and nephew, Prince Henry is only 8 years younger than Thomas. So they very quickly team up. You know, they become really well known, a brotherhood of sorts. Now, furthermore, moving forward, what happens with Thomas is that he starts to prove himself in this martial arena. And so he starts to get given more responsibility. And one of them is he gets appointed an admiral of the fleet. So he moves from fighting the Welsh on sea to defending England at sea, you know, from land to sea. And he proves himself again very competent. And this is essentially the origins of Thomas Beaufort. He is this young man making his way in the world and proving himself quite competent. Shall I carry on? Is there any questions?
Can I jump in with a question? This is actually about, this is going back to the legitimization. That's a really hard word to say. It feels to me that it's a real belt and braces approach. Like, he marries the mum, the Pope says okay, all of the documents are written, and then the king of the day is like, these kids are all legitimate, have some titles, have a bishop's palace, delicious. Why is it that one of the things that gets hollered against Henry VII is that he comes from a bastard line, therefore he has no claim to the throne? Where is that coming from?
Modern day Ricardian attempts to denigrate and diminish the Tudors. There's always been, in recent decades, an attempt to try and bring down every single part of the Tudor legend, the Tudor myth, that they possibly can. And they try and throw so much at the wall in the hope that something stick. And this is one of them. The Beauforts were barred from the throne, therefore Henry Tudor should never have been able to claim the crown. Well, first and foremost, Henry Tudor claimed the crown by conquest, so it's irrelevant anyway.
Right, right, yeah.
Yeah, the legitimization is interesting because I seem to be the only historian who's actually gone to the original source and checked it out, okay? Now, what's happened is, in 1397, Parliament have passed an act that says the Beauforts can inherit or attain everything. Principalities, duchies, offices, etc., which was the case. 10 years later, John Beaufort, the eldest of the Beaufort family, asks for an exemplification of this charter. And basically, that means he wants a copy. We don't know why he wants this copy. He could have lost the original letter. It could be something as simple as that. It could be there's a new king on the throne and he just wants to make sure everything is okay because he's now got 4 children of his own to look after. And the theory goes that it was during this period that Henry IV granted his Beaufort brothers another copy of this legitimization, but he added 3 words: acceptat dignitat regale, which means accept to the royal dignity. And it means the Beauforts can inherit everything except the crown. Now, there's few problems with this. First and foremost, why would Henry IV do that? He has 4 sons, and the understanding is those sons are going to have sons. The idea that anyone was suspecting the Beauforts of having designs on the crown in 1407, when there were so many people potentially ahead of them, doesn't make sense. Secondly, Henry IV doesn't really seem to have had any negative issues with his Beaufort brothers to put this in. But what's happened is, later on down the centuries, somebody has unfurled the original parliamentary roll. And these words are written on the 1397 Act of Parliament, except to the royal dignity. So when historians have just casually written about this in books, when they've written it, it looks quite serious. You know, you can inherit all offices except the royal dignity. But no one's gone back to look at the actual document, which I did for my Beaufort book. And these words are scribbled in between the lines. Okay, so they're scribbled in. Now, this original Act of Parliament in 1397, if you want to change that and you want to update it to add these 3 words, what you need to do is you need to have Parliament called. Parliament needs to say this act no longer stands. We're going to create a new act. which supersedes it, or you can make the changes and we agree to those changes. That never happened. We have the 1407 Parliament rules, and nobody's ever mentioned anything about this change. Going forward to 1450 is the first time we hear about the Beaufort claim to the throne, because William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, the Duke of Suffolk, is executed. He's, they claim he's a traitor, etc. And one of the crimes Parliament levy against him is that he married his 7-year-old son, John de la Pole, to a certain child named Margaret Beaufort. And the plan was for him to use that lineage to claim the throne. Nobody in 1450 went, well, obviously he can do that because they were barred. So that's the first thing. The second thing, 1485 rolls around. Richard III goes nuts, trying to do everything he can to diminish Henry Tudor's claim to the throne. He says that Henry Tudor is born from an illegitimate line, which on one hand is true. The Beauforts were originally illegitimate. He mentions on his father's side, the Welsh Tudor side, Henry Tudor is born from illegitimate origins. The one thing Richard III never says is Henry Tudor was barred from the throne. Because if Henry Tudor was barred from the throne, then Richard III, all he had to do was say that, and it would significantly hamper Henry Tudor's facts. So I question, were they barred? Where's this evidence they were barred? Parliament never said they were barred. Now, I do have one quick theory on when these three words were written in. Now, I'm sure some sort of testing can find out when they were written, but in 1407, there is a factional war going on at the court of England, at the English court. On one side is Archbishop Arundel, who is the Chancellor. On the other side are the three Beaufort brothers and their nephew, Prince Henry. And they hate each other. They're all fighting for control of the government, and the government goes back and forth between them both. Anyone who's reading Helen Castley's fantastic new book at the moment will be able to read all of this in huge detail. Because Henry IV, the king, is sick. I would speculate Archbishop Arundel hates the Beauforts. And as Chancellor, he is in charge of all of the parliamentary rules. He's in charge of all of the documents. Has he had somebody write this in to the document to in future use against the Beauforts if needed? But the bottom line is, Parliament never ruled on this. So even the idea that the Beauforts were barred from the throne makes sense if you read it in a book written out. If you study the actual history, look at the original sources, it's nonsense. But it is something Ricardo's bring up on a day-to-day basis, completely overlooking the fact that Henry Tudor went, well, I'm king, so I'm king anyway, which makes it all... I mean, I've just wasted 15 minutes ranting about it. And then I'm going to say, it doesn't matter.
No one's ever mentioned that before, so that's amazing. Oh, we've lost Kat. We've lost your sound.
So there you go. Is that better?
Yeah.
Also, it's absolutely not a waste because for many reasons. First of all, you laid it out incredibly clearly, and on top of that, it shows the value. First of all, of going to the original source material, or if you can't do that, the value of facsimile copy. That it's not simply enough to have transcription. That these and as people ask questions about whether or not physical copies of, for example, wills should be destroyed, the answer is no, because the original, how it's laid out, what's written on it matters, and particularly if people are not adverse to adding in wordings in physical vellum manuscripts, what do we think people are prepared to do to digitized facsimile, or not even digitized copies of things that aren't even in facsimile? So yeah, the keeping of the original documents and the ability to access them, you've just pointed out just how vital that is for understanding the truth of the history. So thank you so much for doing that.
I would have loved to have put that picture in my book, but unfortunately the charges for that picture from the National Archives, it's just too expensive for me to have to have done it. But I do show it during my talk when I used to give in-person talks in the Beauforts, and you get that moment. Every talk I do, I try and get a moment where the audience are thinking, and it's that eureka moment, I guess. And that always comes up when I do the Beaufort talk. You can see people looking at the picture and understanding how these 3 words have been scribbled. It's called an interlineation, just scribbled in between the lines. But unless Parliament ruled on that, it's nothing more than graffiti, essentially.
Yeah. It's defacing the manuscript.
Yeah.
Because also I think it's impossible. I don't know if to use that word necessarily, but I would say it's borderline impossible that is a correction made at the time. Vellum is expensive. The copyist hand in those are perfect. There's not a smudge. There's like these are any defacement to the vellum is because of maybe a mite has got into it later. They pick the finest skin for this. There's not even a mosquito bite hole in it. The notion that somebody's just been like, oh, I missed out a few words, boom, boom, let's put those
not
in.
just any
Not
few
likely.
words. Not just any few words. A
Very important couple of words.
3 words.
Not likely that would have been done at the time.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Like I said, whenever it was added, once it's been rolled up and chucked back onto the shelves, that's not been seen. Probably, I haven't even found out when this first came to light.
Yeah, do you know who first said that?
Historical writing as we really understand it, we're talking like the 1700s antiquarians are really starting to transcribe all these documents, and thank God they did, because people like me can write books, willy-nilly these days because of their work, even though you should always try and get to the sources if possible. And I just imagine someone's, again, once it's written down in modern typesetting, you can't put those words in between lines. No. They just included it in brackets. And Ricardians, they love this. And even recently, quite a well-known Ricardian author has consistently tried to push this line and fight back about how it is, how the Beauforts were barred. And again, 500 years ago, I mean, okay, let's make every monarch since Henry Tudor null and void and start all over again. I mean, I'm not massively sure what the objective is for some people, but
what made you decide to have a look at that document? I know you always try and look at as many as you can, but I presume there's a limit to how much you can do. Was there something about the legitimacy claim that had...
Yeah, because I already knew from Facebook and reading other books, this is the thing that people mention when they talk about the Beauforts. So if I'm going to write a book, the first biography of this family, then you need to really be going in for the big things, which is the fun, really, of writing books that aren't necessarily straight up. I mean, obviously, they're all great men and they're all noble white medieval men, but they're not the Henry V or the Henry VI or Henry II, Henry VII. Like I've written a full biography of him. I'm looking at different angles and trying to pull out what's more interesting. And it does mean that, a very well-known, very famous Henry V biography has just come out, but it's not really within that author's remit to go off down side streets looking to question about the Beaufort legitimacy. So it becomes ingrained, because authors, quite frankly, don't have time to go down every side street, every side quest. And this is how myths become facts, because it just keeps on getting regurgitated. And I'm sure I've done that exactly in every one of my books, where I'm just repeating. If you ask me about Anne Boleyn right now, I'll probably give you the standard historiography of her without taking on board all of the new evidence, because I just haven't gone down that route. Which is why I do love about writing myself. Is you're the investigator. You're looking down these streets. You're trying to find out something for the first time. And again, I love this idea of the Beaufort legitimacy problem. Helen Castor, in a new book, she's the greatest historical narrative non-fiction writer of all time for me. I'm very happy to see that she mentions it without going down the what is now the standardized route of saying they were barred from the throne, because guess what, she knows what she's talking about. But there we
it's
go.
amazing.
So, what's so good about Thomas, though? Why do you like him?
Right. So I mean, I've given you Thomas's early career. Now
How young was he when he started like
Stabbing people.
Yeah. Is he
about
fairly-
19? Yeah. So the
Okay.
brief story I've given you, we've gone from 1396 to about 1405, and he's in his early 20s, at this point now, and he's starting to develop this reputation for himself as someone who's actually quite competent. And in 1405, Henry IV, whose reign is full of rebellions, faces a rebellion from an archbishop, the Archbishop of York, Henry Scrope. And this is a problem for Henry IV, and he has Archbishop Scrope arrested. But he's an archbishop. So what the archbishop's attitude is. Henry IV sends his brother, Thomas Beaufort, to York to deal with this. And we get this interesting story in the Chronicles where the Archbishop comes face to face with Thomas Beaufort, and Thomas Beaufort tries to steal his staff away from him. And the Archbishop is indignant, who do you think you are to do this? Only the Pope can do that. And Thomas kind of squares up to him and says, you're a traitor. You don't deserve this staff. And they end up in a bit of a scuffle. Within a couple of days, the Archbishop's trial in York is conducted. Thomas Beaufort sits in judgment. He's not the only one. He's part of a council, but the Archbishop is executed. And I believe this is the only, certainly to that point, this is the only instance an Archbishop was murdered or executed by an English king. Because, of course, Thomas Becket was not officially a sanctioned death. And this is something that would trouble Henry IV to the end of his days. You do not execute archbishop. But Thomas Beaufort was there at the forefront as a young man ready to step up and do this. And it is interesting because then as the reign progresses, Henry IV falls ill and he's removed from the frontline political world. And as I mentioned earlier, this is where the Beauforts start to take control of the kingdom with their nephew, Henry V, the future Henry V. And there's an instance where Thomas Beaufort, this is where I start to really get interested in his story. Up to this point, he's a soldier. He's just a battering ram soldier at sea and on land. But he's appointed chancellor. And this is very interesting. In 1410, he's appointed a chancellor as part of this huge, it's like the Tories today. This back and forth chaos at the top of government is going on. And Thomas Beaufort becomes chancellor. And he's the first non-churchman to hold this role since 1383, and the first person to hold this chancellorship without a title whatsoever since 1372. So that's 38 years. He's the first non-churchman or non-titled person to hold it. And this tells me something. To be chancellor, you've got to be essentially the most educated man or one of the most educated men in the kingdom. You've got to read and write in an age when not everyone was reading and writing. You've got to be able to argue persuasively in the council. You've got to justify royal decisions to Parliament, to the Commons. We see Thomas Beaufort very quickly move from being a soldier to being a statesman, just like that. He must have been a remarkable man to be able to bridge that gap, which most couldn't. You were either one or the other. But I mean, the House of Lancaster always valued education. So I find him quite interesting that he possessed these skills, these extra dimensions to him. Now, importantly, during this year, his elder brother, John Beaufort, dies. So suddenly there's a gap in the family as well. The great head of the family, John Beaufort, Earl of Somerset, has died. Thomas Beaufort's turn is now to step up into the peerage. And this coincides with the death of his brother, his other brother, the half-brother, Henry IV. And who comes to the throne? Henry V. And he's now Henry V is like, I'm going to go beat up some French. I've battered the Welsh. I'm going to go beat up some Frenchman. He's like a medieval, Will Carlin, if you know your 90s England rugby references. And he's decided he's already taken on the Scots. So there we go. He's happy to go and take everybody on. And he calls Thomas Beaufort to his side. Thomas Beaufort has created the Earl of Dorset. And he goes, you're coming with me. We're going to invade France. And this is where Thomas Beaufort becomes remarkable. We all know Henry V's French wars. We all know the greatness, immortality that he accomplished. But when they crossed the Channel for the first time in 1415, the first thing they've got to do is establish a gateway in Normandy. You know, they already have Calais up on the North French coast. They need another gateway where they can then start to invade and conquer France, which is the intention. And they besiege Harfleur, and they do conquer it quite quickly. Now, Henry V wants to go home. He's done what he's come to set out to do. He's now going to march his army home to Calais. He needs someone to stay in charge in Harfleur for the entire winter, to look after it, to rebuild the town, and to evict all the French people in that town and replace them with English people. And he asks Thomas Beaufort to do this. He makes him the governor of Harfleur. Now, Henry and his army leave Thomas behind. Thomas is left with only 300 men, and he's given this task. Henry's route home would obviously be quite difficult. He ends up fighting Agincourt to try and get his way home, and he wins immortality, and so do his soldiers. Not poor Thomas Beaufort. He's stuck back in Harfleur, holding this town, which is surrounded by French, trying to get at him. Now, 7 months he spends at Harfleur, and it's difficult. They've got no money. They've got no food. Times are tough. And if Thomas Beaufort gives in at this moment, then Henry V would not be able to come back to France to accomplish what he did. He needs this gateway. And there is an interesting episode that occurs in March 1416 when Thomas Beaufort has had enough. London are not giving him the money he needs. I mean, we still hear that today if you live in the provinces. London are not giving him the money he needs, and his men have got no food. So he opens the gates to Harfleur and he starts to march in enemy territory on the lookout for food. Now, he marches about 20 miles when suddenly he's faced with the French army. And the French army are trying to attack and kill these 300 Englishmen. And a herald comes to Thomas Beaufort, or so alleged, believed by a later account, comes to Thomas Beaufort and asks him, give up now. You are surrounded, Englishmen. Your men are going to die. We do not want to shed any more Christian blood. And Thomas Beaufort, I'm a Welshman, okay, but I get quite goosebumps to this. Thomas Beaufort turns to him and goes, tell your master Englishmen will never surrender. And it's a great line, you know. It's forget all that Shakespeare, we precious few, band of brothers nonsense by Henry V. This is Thomas Beaufort standing up, facing down the might of France, just him and a couple of hundred people, a real band of brothers, and saying, no Frenchman. But, of course, he can't defeat their army. So what he does is during nightfall, him and his men move back, and they march through a forest till they reach the French coast. And then they march 20 miles along the beach to try and get back to Harfleur. Now, anyone who's walked on a beach in flip-flops can find it quite difficult. Try and do that as a moving armed force. You know, that must have been some slog going along the beach. And they actually make it back to Harfleur, but just as they're about to get in the gateway, a second French army attacks them. And many of the Englishmen are killed just as they can see the town in front of them. Thomas Beaufort manages to fight off the French coming for him, and a few of them do make it back into the town safely. They only stop to strip the dead of their armor, which apparently is what you do in medieval times. Now, this was fascinating because it was a very risky maneuver that could have cost him his life, but he needed food. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But back in England, this was portrayed as a great victory. They said Thomas Beaufort alone killed 2,000 Frenchmen, and he was a war hero. And for this, he was actually made Duke of Exeter. And you know what we call this, don't we? This news back in England. This is fake news, medieval style. 2,000 men, like some sort of bloody medieval Terminator, The truth is, it was a horrific time for him. You know, the sheer struggles and tough, talk about tough times he had to put up with. And he made it, and he was rewarded by becoming the Duke of Exeter. But crucially, he kept that town throughout this winter with no supplies and little food. And that means the following summer, when Henry V turns up with his nice little crown on his head, Henry V is able to invade and over the next couple of years conquer Normandy and with it beyond France. And none of that happens without Thomas Beaufort.
I had no idea he was so significant in the Henry. I mean, clearly Henry V can't do everything he did on his own, but
yeah,
it's
even then when we push forward to 2 years, I mean, Rouen is the second greatest French city. It's the capital of Normandy, and 3 years into this invasion of France, Henry V wants not Rouen. He needs it. He needs to capture this town to open up the road to Paris. And the English army, with Thomas Beaufort there, begin to set siege. Now, Henry, again, this is the importance of Thomas Beaufort to all of this. Henry sends Thomas Beaufort to the gates of Rouen with a message: surrender now or I'll kill you all. That's the message of Henry V to the town of Rouen. And they go, we're not coming out. Look at our city. We're fine. They don't know this English king. This English king is merciless. He surrounds Rouen on all sides and he starves them for 6 months. At one point, the people of Rouen, they decide to expel all of their women and children because they feel the English will take mercy on them. They can't afford to feed them anymore. The people in the city are living on the flesh of mice, rats, and cats. So they get rid of the women and children. You can't defend the city. Disappear, and the English will save you. The women and children, and this is not a French source. This is an English soldier source, John Page, who was there at this moment. The French women and children come up to the English army and they ask for mercy. Henry V sends an order down the ranks, leave them there to die. And they are left in this no man's land, starving to death, screaming their heads off, whilst their men are watching from the town gates, having sent them. I mean, they would have died anyway, I guess, but still watching them out there in the no man's land between the town and the army. And, Thomas Beaufort obviously can't do anything about this, even if he wanted to do anything about this. That's the orders. And surprisingly, after 6 months, Rouen finally surrenders. Now, the man the keys were given to go into the town was Thomas Beaufort. He's the first man in at the head of the army, and the scene that he's met with is just death. Death everywhere. The few people who've survived are but skin and bones. But his job is to go up to the top of the castle and put up the flag of St. George. Now, once again, of all the men Henry V has with him, he chooses Thomas to be his governor of Rouen. Again, he's given this very delicate task to hold on to this town whilst Henry pushes on to Paris. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole full story of how Henry V gets Paris and, because we could be here all night, really, by Dan Jones's new book. But when Paris falls to the English, and with it the French king, Thomas Beaufort is given a third task. He is now appointed governor of Paris, and he's given control of the aged French king, Charles VI. These are all such deep indications of his competency, of how important he was to Henry personally, politically, militarily. He really was this vital cog in this machine. The one person who Henry really seems to come to depend on and trust. He must have been some soldier, but also not just a soldier, calm, collected, disciplined, able to hold and marshal and, do I can't say that word, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there we go. It's a remarkable story. This story up to this point, when you consider he started off in Wales as a teenager with Henry V, then Prince Henry, and this is where they've come together. This is brotherhood. This is this band of brothers that Shakespeare rattles on about.
Well, they're fairly close in age, then, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, they're 8 years apart. Yeah.
Yeah. So they probably do feel more like brothers. You're knocked off your sound again.
He's like the cool older brother, then, basically.
Yeah, I imagine so.
I think what's interesting is that because there are kings who have brothers who serve at their side, who then become a focus of concern or jealousy or accusations of treason. It's very telling that Henry is going, you are going to essentially be my deputy in every single setting. I trust you to be militarily skillful, diplomatic, potentially as brutal as I would be, but I do not fear that you have your eyes on the crown, despite the fact that clearly you have all of the skill set that I have, much of the same breeding, but there's not one part of me that thinks I cannot trust you implicitly to be loyal to me. And I find that really interesting.
I think this is also again, I'm not really an historian. I don't like him, of Henry V, but this is very much an indication of how strong a leader Henry V was, because obviously the big skill set that he had was keeping everybody on his side. Now, he himself had 3 younger full brothers, of course, the Duke of Bedford, the Duke of Gloucester, and the Duke of Lancaster. We know that as a prince, he didn't get on with his second brother, Thomas of Lancaster, who was very much their father's favourite. Humphrey of Gloucester, the younger brother, he's not really on the scene too much at this point, but I mean, he grew up to be a bit of a bulb. I'm sure Henry V knew that. Duke of Bedford was a great lieutenant for Henry V. So, maybe he does see something in Thomas Beaufort, who's older than his younger brothers. So, there's no real worry that Thomas Beaufort is going to somehow try and usurp the throne, because clearly it's Henry V, then it's Henry V's 3 younger brothers, full brothers. They're all going to have multitude of children. It should be expected in the end between 4 brothers. They have 1 son, the future Henry VI. So, there's not even this worry of being usurped. This is all about the House of Lancaster. And the one thing about the Beauforts and the Lancastrians, they are so tight-knit. And this goes on to the reign of Henry VI, and it's one of the major causes of the Wars of the Roses. How the later Beauforts are so close to the Lancastrian dynasty, but at no point whatsoever are they usurping the Lancastrians' rights. They are all in. It's a tight-knit family network fostered by John of Gaunt for the greatness of this one family. Look at the House of York. They really didn't have that going for them. Talk about a group of brothers who were determined to undo themselves at every step. But yeah, certainly up to this point, we reached the peak of Thomas Beaufort's career. Ultimately, is 1420. Henry V marries Catherine of Valois in Troyes Cathedral. She's the daughter of the French king. The deal is struck, with Thomas Beaufort being one of the signatories. The deal is struck that Henry V is going to inherit the crown of France, and he's going to build a dual monarchy, England and France. And at his side for this wedding is Thomas Beaufort. Obviously, there are all of the nobility. I don't want to try and ham up Thomas Beaufort too much, but he certainly is, again, step by step. And this is what he's given blood, sweat, and tears throughout this campaign. He's lost a couple of nephews. The younger Beauforts struggle in France. There is death around the family. But come 1420, it's good. They've won. Henry V is going to go on to reign forever as a glorious king of France and England. Or is he?
Well, of course, he does the very selfish thing of shitting himself to death. There is that.
And to bring it back to my boy Tommy B, when Henry V is dying in Paris in 1422, guess we call suicide for the.
Oh my God, poor sod.
Yeah. I mean, definitely poor sod. You know, this isn't.
I've seen it all. Not quite.
Hollywood death.
The bloodshed of battle, the family strife, the becoming, legitimate. But now I've got to watch my nephew shit himself to death. Spectacular.
Yeah, and possibly the nephew that he, Henry V was a great leader. Maybe Thomas Beaufort, in a way, hero worshipped him, and even though he was younger, looked up to him as his anointed king, this French slaying beast who's now shitting himself to death.
Oh gosh!
But Ben, in amongst all of the shit, Henry V has got one more job for Thomas Beaufort, and it's essentially to hang up his sword, and it's to become governor of the new king, Henry VI. Henry VI is only 9 months old when he inherits the crown from his dad, and it is to Thomas Beaufort, Henry V turns to charge him with the day-to-day upbringing of Henry VI. Thomas Beaufort now enters a new phase in his career as the guardian of his great nephew. Wow. And I think, what does that say about Thomas? I mean, when Henry V has looked around his entire nobility for somebody to take charge of the most precious youth in England, to raise him in a way that he probably viewed himself to be a father figure, who does he think has got the perfect qualities to do that? Conscientious, moral, devout, excellent soldier, clearly can do a bit of diplomacy, is learned, courageous. He gives the boy to Thomas Beaufort. Now, the great tragedy for England and for Henry VI would be Thomas Beaufort did not live long after this to raise this boy in how his father would perhaps have expected him to have been raised.
Makes you wonder if it would have been any different. I know Henry's personality is Henry's personality, and any sort of innate mental health difficulties may have, obviously existed, but it does make you wonder. It's nature, nurture, isn't it? There's always going to be a combination of the two. How different history may have been had that situation, had he lived even just another decade.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Beaufort ends up living 4 more years, and he dies in 1426 in Greenwich, probably somewhere near where the O2 Arena now is. And it's quite interesting because, he's regarded by the chroniclers as a wise and well-learned counsellor to 3 Lancastrian kings, a man who's full of worthyhood. And he requests just a simple burial. He doesn't want anything for him, but he's given a state funeral. He's given the whole shebang down at St. Paul's before he's buried next to his wife, who's already died in Bury St. Edmunds. And I think one of the sadness, I mean, it's not sadness, obviously, maybe he didn't want children, but Thomas Beaufort did not have any children. And I always wonder, if he had had a brood of sons, what part would they have played in the Wars of the Roses? I mean, the Tudors would have been locked even further down the list. A new Beaufort brood under Thomas Beaufort to keep on going. But yeah, he's a great figure. I think the key thing for me, and I think this would bring my argument for Thomas Beaufort to be the greatest medieval figure people haven't heard of, is why do I find him interesting? Why is he my history hero? I've obviously already covered that he clearly was dependable, trustworthy, reliable. He accomplished clearly quite significant things as a scholar, as a statesman, and as a soldier. He was brave in war, clearly, telling the French we do not surrender, and loyal to his core. He plays an integral role in the rise and the greatness of Henry V. But the key thing I like about Thomas Beaufort is there's evidence of him being quite a decent chap, quite a generous guy. The chronicler William Worcester writes after his death, and I'll have to quote you because I can't ever remember this because it's obviously written in that weird old English they write. William Worcester writes of Thomas Beaufort, every day he had 13 poor people, and each of them was always served with a first course and a second course of food with 2 loaves of bread. Each day he gave them 3 pence. He always paid the cook's fees, and he ordered 26 of gallons of pottage for the poor to eat. Sometimes 300, 200, or 100 of them each day he fed, and every day with wine. I mean, that's a decent friend, isn't it? On the eve of St. Mary, he always gave poor almswomen a set of bedclothes, mattresses, pairs of blankets. He always washed the feet of the poor on Maundy Thursday. He gave them money. Obviously, a lot of this is expected of noblemen during this day, but we don't get these recorded for many members of the 15th century. It's very specifically mentioned, all of these things that Thomas Beaufort does. The one thing he liked to do was if anyone had ever served in France with him, he would always provide them with food, fuel, and candles for the rest of their day. And most importantly, he did not abide swearers in his company. So we'd all be fucked. You know?
Oh no, they wouldn't like us at all.
No. But you know, the fact that this is mentioned, his generosity is mentioned specifically after his death, I think does say a lot about him. And I wonder, was he really trying with a simple funeral? You know, I'm sure he wasn't actually feeding 300 people a day. I mean, medieval chroniclers love to talk nonsense with numbers. but he clearly was doing good charity work during his day. Is he trying to pay back God for the horrors he saw at Rouen? You know, 5-6 months of people being starved to death in front of him. Was he trying to pay them back? I think the only final thing I have to say about Thomas Beaufort, unless you all have questions about him, is there is an interesting after story about him, which is probably quite apropos for Halloween. His grave was rediscovered in 1772 when a group of labourers were digging at Bury St Edmunds, and they came across a coffin that was perfectly preserved, clearly of noble birth, where they would expect Thomas Beaufort to be buried. The remains, after being measured, 6 feet tall, etc., were eventually reburied where they remain today somewhere. But they took his hand. And for years, you could see this mummified hand in the Royal College of Surgeons until one day it just disappeared. So we don't know where his hand is.
Ew. Do we have anything in Thomas's own voice, like from when he was Chancellor or anything like that? Is there anything from him, or is it all just about him?
The one thing that I can remember, I mean, obviously, can you all watch and read my book, The House of Beaufort? I'm sure I've got loads of stuff that I've forgotten. But the one key thing I do remember is a very terse letter he wrote back to the King's Council, because you couldn't address the King directly, really pissed off that he was not getting any money or any supplies when he was captain of Harfleur. So when they first went off to France in 1415, those 6 months where they've asked him to do something, the King's asked him to do something, and he has no men, he has no supplies, he has no food, and he's proper pissed off. And I can't remember the exact quotes, but it's all written in that very kind of like passive-aggressive medieval way that they used to do. And he kind of ends it with like, if you don't give me this money, then I'm going to give up the town. And they do give him money. They give him a couple of grand, which is decent, but he's still forced then to go on and launch this almost kamikaze mission to try and get some food, which nearly kills him. But apart from that, you know, we are just getting to just before the period that we really started to get an abundance of letters, chronicles. You know, we're still in the... It's why I do like the start of the 15th century. I mean, it's why I like the 15th century in full, but the start of it is... There's not too much to get overwhelmed by. It does make the discussions more interesting because there's such a dearth of material that we can actually start to maybe come up with more of our own interpretation. I mean, even by the time we get to Henry VIII, there's so much material being recorded. I don't know how 16th century historians are able to put their work together, let alone modern day historians. I mean, how the hell do you write a book about World War II, for example, or Brexit or anything? There's so much material. So I do like the 15th century for that, because it does. I mean, everything I've said about Thomas Beaufort could ultimately be complete bullshit, because we don't have that much sources. You know, I've clearly built up a positive picture of the man. But no, the sadness is we don't have much to go on. We're really reading against the grain with Thomas Beaufort. We're reading all about Henry VIII, Henry V, and we're then trying to go off and trying to glean bits and pieces from the sides, which again is what made that book really interesting to write. Because I mean, Wars of the Roses, full stop. You could write biographies about every one of those families, just from a different vantage point, and none of those vantage points are right or wrong. And that's the fascinating thing. I had a chat with Helen Castor about this, and I said it's really interesting for me, because I wrote the Beaufort book and I had to write it from the vantage point of a family going into Wales during the Welsh uprising, and they were, in my book, you know, the protagonists. I had to write everything from their point of view. In my latest book, I've now written the Welsh uprising from the vantage point of the Welsh. And it's really fascinating to have to discover all viewpoints, and you realise there aren't really goodies or baddies, you know. There's people just acting with their own self-interest, and that's a lesson I think most of us can start to learn for today as well. I don't think there really are that much villains out there apart from Boris Johnson. And you know, and it's quite, and it's just, and Helen said, you know, the greatest medievalist. That is exactly the point. That is exactly how history learning is done. Being able to put yourself out of your own personal biases, etc., prejudices, and try to understand things from a different viewpoint. And maybe I should write a book with Richard III, and maybe I'll suddenly be. I mean, to be fair, I've studied so much Richard III. I'm probably way more Ricardian than most mainstream historians. I do see things from his viewpoint. A lot of it. I mean, I support kind of what he did in 1483, or what I believe he did, because it was the right thing to do. But a lot of people aren't making that effort to look at things from the other viewpoint. You know, it's just histories of baddies and villains, and it's just nonsense.
Side taking is nonsense, especially in history. When we don't have any skin in the game. Effectively, we can look at it objectively, and people still find their tribe somehow and become tribal about it, and then miss so much nuance, interesting things by doing that.
Me and Matt Lewis had an interesting. We did the debate the other day at the History Festival with Nicola Tallis, and a question came up, and it was along the lines of how can we look at the same source and come up with a different interpretation? It's like, well, essentially that is history. I mean, there's a lot of baggage coming to the table. There's wider knowledge of what we know about the subject at hand. There's our own natural prejudices, our own biases. Every historian comes at something with a bit of themselves in it. You know, the difficulty is trying not to let it get too extreme. But it is very simple to give a source. Like if you give a piece of paper with one sentence on it to somebody with no wider context whatsoever, the piece of paper is the fact, and that's it. I mean, this is critical thinking 101. I mean, this is obviously the problem of today. People read a tweet and they take the tweet at face value. Where is the wider critical thinking? Where is the wider experience that you've read around the subject to come up with a more nuanced viewpoint? And you might still disagree, but at least you've put some thought into it.
And isn't it interesting as well? Because we've only got written sources, obviously. Yeah. And even if you take out the fact that they're written for a purpose, we know the difference now between the adoption of voice notes. I think it's not just easier because you haven't got to type, but your meaning comes across better in a voice note ever than it has in a text. And we know that now. So if you're looking at a document, you've got that as well to deal with.
Come on, we're all in relationships. How many times have we fallen out with our partners over a WhatsApp message? The tone's been taken without the intended tone. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
It's like my mother. I'm always arguing with my mother, and when I ring her up, she's, "Hello, how are you?" I'm like, "Are we not having an argument?" "No, I'm okay."
Oh, you can't argue with your mom.
Yeah, well,
Can't
of course
you?
I do.
Well,
You must know I'm an argumentative person, but no, you know.
no, you're soft as.
But yeah, you are right. I mean, obviously, and again, all of these sources themselves, there's no. One of the tiresome things I get with Prince in the Tower Ricardian studies is a lot of this. They're Tudor propaganda. These sources are all have an agenda. They're written for this reason. There is no such thing as an unbiased source. It doesn't happen. Do you not think that the similar sources written during the Yorkist period of rule, during Richard's own period of rule, were written with their own agendas? Going back to some of the sources I've brought up today, one of the main ones is a chap called Thomas Walsingham. And he is one of the few sources we have for the life of John of Gaunt and Henry IV. And man, did he hate John of Gaunt. He despised him. I mean, Thomas Walsingham was a monk and a very, orthodox Catholic. And John of Gaunt and the House of Lancaster, whilst being very devout Catholics, or, orthodox for the day, they did have a bit of a flirtation with not having too much of a problem letting the Lollards or the followers of John Wycliffe preach some of their stuff. But that made people like John of Gaunt an enemy for Thomas Walsingham. So a lot of the sources we have for John of Gaunt are very negative because this one chronicle has a negative viewpoint of John of Gaunt. So you have to read around that. And you will drive yourself crazy tracing down a lot of these source biases. And yes, when you're writing narrative non-fiction, you can't always explain every source. Otherwise, you'll never get a book out for public consumption. But that's where you should be. As a writer, you need to be going down the academic route. You need to be following up all of your sources. You need to be following up your, don't just source that John of Gaunt said this because I read it in a book published 10 years ago. Well, where did that book get it from? And where did they get it from? And then go back and measure the source and then decide if you want to include it in your work or do you want to include it with a... But of course, you have to remember this Thomas Walsingham is,
a man of the church and didn't like the practices John of Gaunt. Yeah. I mean, we could take something that we all agree on the facts and still interpret it differently today. You have an argument with someone and your mate goes, "Yeah, but are you sure they meant it that way?" Because and
I think at some point you have to accept as well that, I mean, I think we're historians. This is not an exact science. This is interpretation. This is understanding and then trying to put across an argument. And I think we also have to be careful of sometimes not being too cynical, because this is a debate I've had sometimes with people of a Ricardian bent, just because that's who I tend to discourse most with, in that, we can't trust this, we can't trust that. And I sometimes throw up my hands and go, well, we can't trust anything. So what? Let's get rid of it all. I mean, a lot of the pro-Richard statements, Richard was brave in war, Richard was courageous, or anti-Henry VII, Henry was an avaricious, greedy monster. They all come from Polydore Virgil, for example. So if Polydore Virgil cannot be trusted on Richard III, but you do trust him on Henry VII, how does that work out? You're either a valid, credible source or you're not. At some point you have to be like, look, this is what it is. If you want us to write history and produce history, this is what we have to go on. I can't go and find brand new, unbiased, objective sources. This is not science. This is not exact. Yeah. But there we go.
That's what makes it most interesting.
We need a time machine.
We're not going to use a time machine. Before this one starts kicking off, I have a what if question, I suppose. Do you think that if Thomas Beaufort had lived longer into the reign of Henry VI, perhaps even long enough to when some of the trouble started, I can't do the maths how long that would have made him, but might we be talking about him today as almost a William the Marshal figure?
Possibly. I mean, obviously, you know better than anyone what ifs are difficult because you have to adjust for
Yeah.
everything. And like Catherine suggested with Henry VI, we don't know because he did have good mentors around him apart from Thomas Beaufort as well. Possibly. I mean, I think so. I mean, we obviously see the argument I've put forth, at least from my perspective, is that Thomas Beaufort really was a very accomplished, credible, respected figure. And I don't find it believable that suddenly he would lose all of those skills unless, of course, illness, etc. hit. But all things being equal, he would have maintained that deep into the 1440s. Interestingly, his other brother, Henry Beaufort, the cardinal, the bishop, he lived until 1447, and he was the real big bankroller behind the Lancastrian dynasty. So as Thomas Beaufort was fighting and doing all of what I've mentioned tonight, it was Henry Beaufort all along funding the Lancastrian wars, funding the family. But then he fell out with his nephew Humphrey of Gloucester, and he started to have this really nasty feud in the 1440s, well, actually from the 1420s up to the 1440s, between Henry Beaufort and his nephew Humphrey of Gloucester, the brother of Henry V. And they birthed really two separate factions. Humphrey of Gloucester was very close to a certain Richard of York. And Richard of York followed the teachings of Humphrey of Gloucester. On the other side, we had Henry Beaufort, the cardinal, whose another nephew was Edmund Beaufort. And once those two men die, Gloucester and Henry Beaufort, the two young men go on to the next decade and go to war with each other. And it starts the Wars of the Roses. Now, I wonder if Thomas Beaufort had been around, if he could have been, whatever you want to call it, stopped up in the middle of this brooding rivalry. Could he have been, look, you bunch of idiots, settle down, calm down, let's all defend the Lancastrian crown, continue to, because that's what happens. The old guard all die and they get removed. And particularly in 1447, when Gloucester and Henry Beaufort die within a couple of months of each other. I think it's actually a couple of days of each other. And then there's no one around. You just have a bunch of young men all fighting with each other over the next 30 years until a legend appears out of Wales with a dragon on his back to save the day and take everybody's money so they can't do it all over again.
And it's the anniversary of his crowning today, is it not? His coronation.
It absolutely is a great day in English history.
We'll pretend we planned that. We planned to have you on that day. We knew this was happening, and that's why we asked you. That's what happened there.
Yeah. God, sorry. I mean, more importantly for me, today's actually the anniversary, 50 years since Muhammad Ali won the Rumble in the Jungle. That's more momentous for me than Henry Tudor.
Nice. Nice. This has been so interesting. It's not my period of history, but to have this kind of, I suppose, the dawn of the Beauforts and have this great understanding has been super useful. Thank you ever so much for taking the time to talk to us.
No problem. Thank you very much for listening.
The best bit of history, without doubt.
Where can people find you, Nathen? Where can people find you?
Right, you can find me all in the usual spots, but increasingly, please go to my Substack. Just type Substack Nathen Amin into Google and subscribe. Everybody else is charging you for it. I'm giving it away for free. Just come and join me there. I'm enjoying it. I'm doing book reviews. I'm doing posts. I'm starting to do audio content, and it's just fun. I'm just having fun. And hopefully one day soon I can get rid of all social media so you can just come and chat to me there.
The dream. Tell people about your books.
Yeah. Most recently I've published Son of Prophecy, The Rise of Henry Tudor, which, I mean, it does what it says on the tin. It's where the Tudors came from. But also go back and pick up The House of Beaufort. It's my biggest selling book. It's by far my most successful book. It came out in 2018. No, it didn't. 2017. And it's so cheap these days. Just go buy a copy. Everyone buy a copy. It's a couple of quid. It deserves to have a resurgence. It's always sad.
Yeah.
The problem with writing these books is, you have your little flurry for a couple of months, and then it just disappears off into the ether, never to be seen or heard of again. So please go back, and I'm going to start pushing people's back catalogue. Yeah, that book's all right as well. Henry VII and the Tudor is
Possible.
it's all right. But yeah, please go back and check out back catalogues of authors you like, because we put the work in. Buy the book.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay,
And this
brilliant.
one's on Audible as well, isn't it? So if you're a bit stuck for reading time, you can.
Yeah, that was a tester for my publisher to see if Audible works. They seem to have done that book and then never done another one again for any of their books they've published over the last 20 years. So I don't know. Maybe it failed. Maybe they went, "Oh, to hell with this." But it is on Audible, so you can pick up that one.
That'll be my next one. And my credit comes in.
Although I did learn, so that book I kept all original spellings in. The Son of Prophecy book, I've modernized it because I want an audience to really read it quickly for good enjoyment's sake. The House of Beaufort's are more academic. I've written it more academically, more with original sources. But the audiobook is quite funny because he's struggling around pronouncing medieval English. Even the Woodvilles, I wrote like the Widevilles in the original contemporary spelling. So it is Elizabeth Wideville and the Widevilles, which is quite funny, I guess.
Well, it can't be as bad as the Hunting the Falcon. The lady's voice on Audible is lovely. Her voice is very nice, but every time she says Berlin, it sounds like Berlin. It's the whole way through.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
It can't be that bad.
That's right. I mean, I'm Welsh. I butcher most pronunciations anyway. It's like, I say, all South Welsh people say year, in that, this is my year. The year is 2024, and I'm sitting year. They're all exactly the same. Although I have noticed when I'm doing history talks, I am going here. If you look here, and I just, people laugh at me going, you're kind of creating this almost weird anglicization of certain phrases, and then when it gets to question time, we can barely understand you again.
It's amazing how many people go, Nathan's Welsh when you start speaking. You're like, yes, he mentions that quite a lot. Although I'm saying this now, we were been looking for some stuff in Edinburgh recently, and I said to Philippa, and I rang these people in Edinburgh, and they're all Scottish.
She was quite surprised.
Really quite genuinely surprised by this. I was like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I need to just get some sort of a grip. But I was really quite astounded by all these Scottish people in Edinburgh. I was like, confused me greatly. I think I just need to lie down for about a month. So, thank you so much, as always. And you're a very good influence on us, because look how well behaved we've been.
Yeah.
I mean, we did talk about dying shitting yourself for a little bit. We did take a swift right turn in dysentery. So I'm gonna just go there. And if that is the sort of thing you like, maybe you'd like to reward us with some Winnebagos. You can do that by going to www.buymeacoffee.com/had podcast.
There it is at the bottom of the screen.
There you go. And it's also a place where you can join our close friends. Close friends on Instagram. That's a place where if you're joined, you're added to it. And then whatever depraved history memes Catherine finds on her travels, and she's a pervert, so she finds a lot, she will put those up on Close Friends and you can see them. So that's nice. We've got merch. You can check out Catherine's beaver. She's got a rough beaver. There it is.
have-
Check her out. We've got History After Dark merch. We've got No Feet Free on the Internet sliders. We've got Timmy is a Problem merch. Come along. It's a good time. There'll be more soon because we're bound to say something else disgusting that we want to put on a t-shirt. So that's good.
That's got a list of things to
We
add.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a list of vulgar stuff to
Oh,
put
and
on
speaking of
merch.
Henry
So
V, we've got Warboner merch.
There is
we have got
Warboner merch.
Warboner merch. That's another thing. Oh, he's going to kick off. Finish it up, ladies.
Yeah.
Philippa, what's happening next week?
I've no idea. What I do,
Oh,
I think I
You
do.
do. Next
Do I-
week is we have
confirmed?
another guest.
Oh, it's confirmed. Okay, cool. So we have the the wonderfully depraved Philip from Harvington
No,
Hall.
we don't.
Oh, I thought it was.
That's not what I've got.
Oh, I don't know then. See, I told you I didn't know.
I ain't got no unparent. No, that's
tell me I know
that's
if I don't know.
I've got next week. I've got Gareth next week.
I don't even know what date it is.
Well, on my spreadsheet, ladies and gentlemen,
Maybe I've set it up.
Gareth Russell. So it could be Gareth Russell. I'm 90% sure it's Gareth. But
It'll
if
be
you like
happening.
random surprises,
So
and you
that's
don't
it. No,
know
because
what
it's the
might
week
happen-
after I'm away. I was thinking I was away next week. I'm not. You're right. It's the week after I'm away.
Right.
When
So
you
next
have
week
yourself going on.
we have the wonderful Gareth Russell. What's he talking about? The
He doesn't
unknown
want the
Unknown
warrior.
warrior.
The unknown
Now,
warrior.
because originally, you see, this was the A to Z of history heroes, wasn't it? I like we've already covered all the possible combinations of letters that we could try and fob off as Thomas Beaufort, and I really just we can't make this work. So Thomas Beaufort.
We've got
But
most
so
of the
we were
alphabet.
going to cover the Tomb of the Unknown Warrior for you. Let's say that. So that's who Gareth's
Yes, it was
talking
supposed
about
to be.
anyway, the Unknown Warrior. And of course, we're around the time of Remembrance Sunday as well. So once again, more by luck than judgment, we've timed something quite well within this period of history. This period of history, do you know what? I'm like, whatever.
Like
Mm.
the video, share it with your friends,
It's not going
subscribe
well
to
in
the
my
channel.
brain today.
Hit the bell icon, and that way YouTube allegedly will notify you when we are next here. All of those things. It does sometimes, not always. So always best to just check on our social medias because we will be sharing it on the Instagram as well. A massive, massive thank you once again to the lovely Nathen. Please come back
Thank you.
and we'll do some even more depraved stuff. You're always welcome. But for
You
now,
need to come
and
when we play some sort of a game or something.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
oh
you
yeah.
like the game.
Enjoy Halloween for all those who celebrate. I hope you'll be suitably spooky. I'm going to be a witch. This one's going to be Frankenstein's creation. My husband's going to be Dr. Frankenstein, and my other kid's going to be a skeleton because he wants to be a skeleton. So that's what's happening.
We're having a
shall I,
party. If anyone wants to come.
Well, everyone have a brilliant Halloween. Shall I count us out?
That's out. Yeah, lovely. Bye, everybody.
Be good. If you can't be good, be careful. And if you can't be careful, don't get caught. We'll see you all next time. We're going to leave in 3, 2, 1. Bye.
Welcome.
Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome. There we go.
Bon venon. That's Esperanto.
My gosh. Well, there we go.
That
I
language
know,
that-
feeling very European this evening. You see, That's
We're
what it is.
live. And we've got Nathen with us. Delightful.
Yay, all those things. Nathan, how are you? You were invisible a moment ago. That's quite a good party trick. You should rock that one out more often.
We gave him
You're right,
16 seconds of music to get on screen, and by God, he managed it.
It is
Like a
amazing.
wicket.
Yeah, well, I'm here. I'm alive. I've got my non-alcoholic beer. I'm ready to rock.
Chicken.
Yeah,
on the
I'm
box
yet to be
toast.
convinced about that.
Well,
It's all right, Nathan. I'm with you. I can't drink at the moment either. So, and Kat doesn't drink. So
No,
like,
I'm just like this.
I have got
there's no
mine is-
reason for cats.
mine's water though tonight.
Yeah, I've got water in a Hogarden pint glass. Other beers are available, and you can probably rob this from a pub near you. So I don't approve of that. Nathan.
All of my
Let's
pint
be honest.
glasses are robbed.
Let's be honest. Every British person has got at least 6 pint glasses from their local booze that they've pinched.
Absolute cupboard full.
Absolutely, yeah.
I
And
don't
if
think
if
we've got
any
one.
if any boozer is foolish enough to hand out one of the nice mugs, like
Oh.
with a handle, particularly
no.
close to last orders, they are never seeing that shit again.
No, they tend
ever
to be
had-
a locals one now, don't they? Yeah.
My
Have you
dad
ever-
came back with a whole box worth of well, I can't remember what brand it was, from Belgium. The whole box worth. And I said to
But-
him, I'm going to regret asking this question, but how did you get out with all of those? He said, I was very pissed and I don't remember. Oh, I shouldn't have said that because we haven't done the disclaimer yet. I said bad words.
Nathan, what were you trying to say?
Have you ever had any Beavertown beers? They
Oh,
normally
yeah.
a pint glass and they have like a coloured skull glass design. That brewery, as part of their guerrilla marketing, which is good because we're going to talk a lot about guerrillas today. A guerrilla marketing, they purposefully wanted people to steal their pint glasses, and they were like one of the only breweries where they would actively go around the pubs trying to give more and more glasses, whereas most breweries it's like getting blood from a stone trying to get new glasses. But that's because they knew everyone was taking them home and at dinner parties, and people coming around. Ooh, what's that glass? Which is quite clever. I've got about 10 in my cupboard.
I've got some, yeah.
Nobody ever has to buy any glasses again. Ladies, I don't know if you're getting this. I can hear Nathan, but the picture's frozen.
It is.
My picture's frozen, yeah.
But we can
well.
hear you. And it's a good...
Oh.
it was a good phrase. It's still back and frozen.
I don't know if I've made it worse by saying that out loud.
I'll tell you what, while he tinks on his end, as both Catherine and I have sworn, and we've all four of us have promoted larceny, maybe I will hop in and do the disclaimer before we talk about Owen Glendur. And Nathan's going to teach us all about him. So, hello, friend. Welcome to History After Dark. We're live. It's very exciting. We called it History After Dark for a variety of reasons. Principal among them is that we wanted to create a space where we could let our collective freak flags fly, where we could indulge in our love of the four-letter expletive, innuendo, innuendo, general filth, smut, and depravity. So if you are in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, put a headphone in. If you are in a car, a lift, a crawl space with a child, this child is a problem. We call this child Timmy. Who's got the mugs? Get your mugs out, lasses. Timmy is a problem. Timmy's a sort of child that hears one depraved thing one time, locks it away in his mind palace, takes it to school with him, repeats it in front of his lovely teacher, who in my mind looks like Miss Honey. Now, obviously, Miss Honey is as pure as the driven. She doesn't watch History After Dark because she's not a depraved pervert like all of us. And I'm including the audience in that too. You know why you're here. We love you for it. So she does not know the first cardinal rule of History After Dark, which is if you don't know what it is, don't Google it. It's not for you. So she Googles it. And now she's in the corner in the fetal position, rocking back and forward. She's non-verbal, not great for a primary school teacher. You now have to go up to school, explain why Timmy knows this thing. And then on top of that, you're now on the hook for the weeks of therapy it's going to take to get her upright and verbal. Again, no one needs that. I think it's very clear from all that I have said what this is going to be. And it's highly likely that it's going to happen again. It's been a while since we've had to yeet footage directly into the sun, which means, as we're live now again, one of three things. Either we have improved, that's highly unlikely. Number two, we're due another snafu, more likely. Third and final, perhaps the most likely, is that we've now spent so much time together collectively and with our friends who we have as guests, that for us, the bar is in hell. That is the most likely thing that's happened. If at any point anybody should come into the comments here or on our respective social media channels and say something along the lines of, I very much enjoy History After Dark, but must you swear it's most unladylike? First of all, I didn't volunteer to be a lady for you. That's not who I am. I am part scaffolder, part navvy, and I'm proud of it. All right? And we're not going to do what you want us to do, which is put that comment pinned so that other people can come in and can humiliate you. Look, I'm not going to kink shame you. They might. But what I am going to shame you for is kink without consent. Look, if you want to have your testicles wired for sound, then I know a wonderful woman in a Brighton basement. Her name is Tallulah. Her first rule is not fun. Her first rule is say uncle. And if you want to see her in her white, clean outfit, then you pays your money and he takes your choice. But we're all adults here. Lucas, for the love of God, go to bed. This is never going to be a drinking game, but if you're a grown up and you want to drink, that's up to you. This is not medical, nor is it legal advice. Don't sue. Hi, Nathan. You're going to teach stuff. Apparently, there's going to be some animals involved, which I was not aware of. I'm excited.
Welcome.
Hello. How
Hello.
are you all doing?
Hey.
Yeah, good.
Nice.
Okay, so
Oh,
shall we begin?
Because you're making noise.
Now that you've gone through once again your incredible disclaimer, as I say every time I join this chat, you are like a Shakespearean actor presenting your final soliloquy in a epic, and you never miss a beat. You know, it's perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's perfect.
And it kind of gets me ready. It's almost like I've been in many rugby change rooms in my time while the captain geeing up the team, really trying to get everyone fired up to go on the pitch and smash lumps into each other. And that's exactly the same feelings you arouse when you give that disclaimer. So,
You know what? That I will take that and lock it in my pocket because that's high praise indeed. Thank you very much.
I'm thinking Kat's got a second career coming. just getting in those rugby changing rooms, just riling them up.
Just smacking arses and, generally geeing people up with talk of testicles and car batteries. Hey, whatever tickles your pickle.
Well, time to update your CV.
Well, I mean, fittingly for tonight, it's almost kind of. I imagine that's what Owen Glendur would have been like, geeing up the Welsh people with one of these speeches. So it's perfect for tonight. And why am I frozen again? I don't know.
I don't know.
We can hear you though.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Don't worry.
Good. So I can just I can do anything my side, and no one knows.
Careful, because it'll.
Well, yeah.
Suddenly the camera starts moving and Nathan is stripped to the waist with some diamante nipple tassels on, and then he's just clapping with them.
I mean, I was probably thinking of just drinking beer, but
oh right. Look, you have your hobbies and I have mine. Okay, Nathan.
Oh God, wow. This is yes.
Let's put this clown car back on the rails. Nathan, tell us about Owen. Well, where to begin, I guess. This is probably going to be quite an interesting, well, I think it's interesting anyway, an interesting deep dive into Welsh history, which, as you know, you've had me on before, I feel gets short shrift and often gets overlooked in favour definitely of English history, which dominates any discussion when it comes to British history. But even the Scots, many people know Scottish history, even if it's a bastardized version through films like Braveheart or Mary Queen of Scots or, I don't know, Rob Roy or whatever other weird films they made in the 80s. But Welsh history doesn't really get its fair share of spotlight, I think. So I'm hoping you're all going to enjoy what I'm about to deliver. Or try to deliver anyway with my frozen face, beaming into living rooms all around the world. Okay, so Owen Glendur. So I think first and foremost we need to place Owen into his context. It's not good enough just to mention Owen Glendur. We need to understand the world that he operated in a little bit, so that we can understand why he meant so much to the Welsh then and now. So we need to explore Wales, first of all, briefly as a country. It's easy to mistake the Wales we know today always was Wales back then. And that's not really the case in the early medieval period. Obviously we had the Romans on these islands and they left in the early 5th century. Then we had a series of British Romano kingdoms arise across what we would now call England and Wales. We get the Saxons, we get the Danes, we get the Normans, all coming in and gradually creating a single polity that we know as England. England became England as early as 927. In Wales, we still had a series of individual kingdoms. You know, it wasn't Wales. It was, for example, the Kingdom of Gwent, the Kingdom of Deheubarth, the Kingdom of Gwynedd, the Kingdom of Powys. Loads of kingdoms who loved to, you know, smash into each other. The Welsh were fighting the Welsh as much as they were fighting the Saxon,
Did they have
the
cat in
Danes, and
their
Norman.
Did they have cat in their changing room? Is that why?
Well, some of them probably did, yeah, you know, because they also tended to, you know, great tribal chiefs kept on defecting between the sides. So I'm sure she probably went, you know, like a winner stays all scenario, moving around, sharing her talents. Always on the winning side is our cat.
Like a Stanley, that's me. Always,
Like
on
a
the
Stanley,
winning,
yeah.
always on the winning side.
So you know, we have a series of Welsh kingdoms. Now, the most powerful was Gwynedd, which is northwest Wales. You know, anyone who's been on holiday to Snowdonia, to Carnarvon, that is Gwynedd. Now, throughout the medieval period, the Normans were trying to conquer the Welsh people, because this is key here. We did not have Wales, but we definitely did have what we would recognise as the Welsh. The people living in these kingdoms, Gwynedd, Deheubarth, Gwent, Glamorgan, they all shared a linguistic, a cultural background. They recognised each other as Cymro, a fellow Welshman. I think Cymro is the same root word as comrade. So they recognised they were the Welsh, but they were not part of a single country called Wales. And throughout the early medieval period, the Normans, the Plantagenets, they were gradually conquering the Welsh people piecemeal. And we get to 1282, and that is the year that the final Welsh independent kingdom of Gwynedd falls. So in the previous 200 years, the other Welsh kingdoms are being conquered bit by bit by invading Norman/English conquerors. And I do like to point out that England fell to the Normans in a couple of weeks in 1066. The Welsh, it took us over 200 years before the Normans took hold. But 1282, that's it. Gwynedd has been conquered, and all of the Welsh people are now under English rule. Part of Wales is directly ruled by the King of England. It's known as the Principality. And other parts of Wales are ruled by Norman knights. You know, they're known as the Marcher Lords. And this is the scenario in Wales throughout the 1300s. It is key to point that when Owen Glendur is born, he is born into a Welsh people who are a conquered people and are ruled by the English. But Wales has never been united as one. It's never been a single polity and a single state. And I think that's important just to point out at the beginning, because it's going to show how important Owen Glendur is later on to the concept of nation building. Now, when Owen Glendur is born in between 1354 and 1359, it is a difficult period for the Welsh because they are adjusting to being under English rule. And there is some resistance to this. There's a series of bards, poets, who are pumping out political propaganda looking for what is called y Mab Darogan, the son of prophecy, which I've covered before. They're looking for a messiah to come along and save them from this English rule. And when Owen Glendur is a young man, there's actually another Owen who has been given this title. And his name is Owen Law Goch. And that means Owen of the Red Hand. And very few people in Wales have ever heard of him, because he was actually born in England, raised in England, and then went across to France to serve on the French side during the 100 Years' War against the English. But he was directly descended from some of the ancient Welsh kings. And he wanted to come back and become a Prince of Wales. And the English got hold of this. The English found out about it. And what the English do, or Richard II, King of England, does, is he hires a Scotsman to go across to France and simply assassinate Owain Lawgoch. So in 1378, Owain Lawgoch is executed. He's assassinated. And this shifts all of the attention of the Welsh bards onto this other guy called Owain ap Griffith ap Griffith. Owen, the son of Griffith, the son of Griffith. And that is the man we know through the nickname Owen Glendur. Because Owen Glendur possesses an impeccable Welsh lineage. He is descended from 3 of the separate Welsh royal families. So these 3 kingdoms of Wales that once existed, Owen Glendur is descended 3 times over. So in the late 1380s, within the Welsh community, he is a person of quite high esteem, quite high respect, and the Welsh look up to him. They look up to him as something of a community leader. But he doesn't really have much tangible power. Power in what I would, for use of convenience, call Wales now, power in Wales is only given to Englishmen. Only Englishmen can have any power in Wales. And Owen Glendur is one of the most powerful Welshmen, and so too are his first cousins, who for convenience I will call the Tudor family. The Tudor family and Owen Glendur are first cousins. So this is the state of play in the 1380s. He is simply a man of great lineage, but with no real power, living in under a conquered people, you know. Now, there's much confusion about Owen Glendur today. Many people within Wales see him rightfully as being the father of Welsh nationalism, the man who led the Welsh revolt and the Welsh resistance against the English. And whilst that is true, that only comes into play later in his life. Again, Owen Glendur is not born into an independent Welsh kingdom, and he accepted this. As a young man, he accepted the reality of the situation. I'll give you a modern comparison. Within Wales today, or within Scotland for that matter, you have some people who do not like being ruled from Westminster. There are people who bristle at the idea of being ruled from Westminster. I would suggest I am probably one of those people, as a Welsh person who does not fully enjoy Westminster and how they govern Wales. But there is a reality here. We are governed from Westminster, and we simply get on and make the best of the situation. And that was the same for Owen Glendur. Now, he understood the importance as a young man of fostering positive relations with the English crown, and more importantly, with his local lords, who were the FitzAlans. So the FitzAlans are one of those old English families of Norman blood who are the power in where Owen Glendur is born and raised in Flintshire, northeast Wales. And Owen Glendur, he works with the FitzAlans and he works with the English crown. He has an English wife. His father-in-law is a guy called David Hanmer. And David Hanmer is a very important figure in the English government. He is a Chief Justice of the King's Bench. He's an important lawyer in London. And he brings his son-in-law down to London to learn the law, to become part of the Inns of Court. In fact, Owen Glendur was actually in London during the Peasants' Revolt. So I wonder how he would have observed a bunch of English people beating the hell into each other. Maybe he found it all quite funny. But the point here is, here's a man who is part of the English system, even though he is from this great Welsh lineage. And he actually goes to fight for the English crown on their Scottish campaigns. So throughout the 1380s, he is a soldier fighting for the English king. This is often not mentioned when he is brought up today. It's a military apprenticeship that he has, going up to beat up some Scots. He goes down to Kent to defend the coast against the French, and it gives him valuable insight in how to lead people, how to be a leader in war. So he's a very important figure, but he is embraced by the English system. He is somebody who profited personally and professionally from being a Welshman working with the English. Now, the 1390s do prove to be a quieter decade for Owen Glendur, and opportunities start to not be afforded to him as much as they used to be. I mean, there's a lot of problems in England during the 1390s. This is, of course, the peak of Richard II's tyranny. There is chaos in England. But there's no evidence whatsoever as Owen Glendur or his cousins, the Tudors, in their middle age, are plotting any sort of revolution. They are not plotting to rise up and become Welsh nationalist leaders at this moment in time. They have made a pretty good life for themselves as loyal servants of the English crown. Now, anything to interject before I continue?
Can I ask a basic question? So his name's Owen Griffith. So where's the Glendower come from? Is that some kind of...
Yeah, it's kind of like a bastardization of the land that he was lord of. So his father and his father before him were the lords of Glendur. And Glendur is, it's a small holding in northeast Wales. So Glendur is kind of like a contraction of Glendur. So it's his home. Now, what I will point out there is, nobody expects English speakers to be able to pronounce Welsh names perfectly. But one thing as Welsh we do have a chip on our shoulder about is when people don't make the effort to at least try. I think it's better to try and mangle it than not try at all. And up until probably the last couple of years, I would say, he's always been named Owen Glendower whenever he's mentioned in English books, English cinema, anything to do with that period. And the name Owen Glendower is an Anglicisation invented by Shakespeare. And like us Welsh would say, we've mastered all sorts of foreign names over the years. The least we can do is at least try when it comes to Owen Glendur, especially in print books. You can just go to Wikipedia, for God's sake, and copy it. You did a perfect job earlier on this very Zoom. But thankfully, I've read quite a lot of books in the last couple of years, including Sceptred Isle, coming out soon by Helen Carr. And people are now starting to spell it correctly, put some respect on his name. He was our prince, come on. So thankfully, that is starting to take hold.
Good.
I want to ask about his time in London at the Inns of Court. So is this where the Inns of Court, are they at Temple?
Yeah.
So like this where the Temple Church is now, where the legal heart of our kind of barristers are, he's there. So Owain is learning how the English do warfare and also how the English do law. I mean, if you're going to be a sleeper agent, it's like he's taken every spy's playbook and he's learned his enemy inside and out.
Absolutely. I mean, he is English in the way he conducts himself. He obviously has a proud Welsh bearing. He speaks Welsh. He is Welsh, but he's also very comfortable in the English system. And I think that is something that's not often remarked upon. He wasn't just some Welsh barbarian who came down from the mountains one day. I think that's misunderstood on both sides of this debate, because any discussion about Owen Glendur, like William Wallace in Scotland, has modern connotations when it comes to nationalism. And you can create Owen in your own image if you want, and that's what many people do. But they're not looking at the actual real man. And I include myself upon that. In my 20s, I had a very idealized nationalistic view of Owen Glendur. And when you study his life, it's actually far more interesting, the type of man and the type of opportunities and just how comfortable he was with English people. His wife was English. His father-in-law was English. His circle were English. He is not some random anti-English as a person figure.
Yeah.
And he has all this valuable experience, as you say, that he is able to later put to good use. I mean, somebody else who's similar to that, who's just come to mind, is Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela. Two, well, probably not as modern anymore, but recently modern figures who became leaders of their countries, but actually were very ingrained in the British Empire system during their youth. Mahatma Gandhi was a suit-wearing a member of, I think it's the Inns of Court in London as well. So
that legal training, that legal understanding is something that is in the gears of revolution and in the gears of defiance, know the law of the people who are trying to oppress you. That is step one. And I think also, like, I spent some time working in and around the temple. I worked with like the Temple Church as part of research projects, and it is a incredible place. It's also a place where fitting in is, you have to speak a certain language. There is a cultural capital of expectation there. That, to me, the fact that Owen was invited by his father-in-law, that his father-in-law had no qualms about bringing him. This is an individual who can seamlessly absorb himself into he can go from being on the battlefield to being in this highly educated, rarefied, very intellectualized, nobby posh boy place, clearly fairly seamlessly. And I think that already speaks volumes about who he was.
And I'll give you another example. In September 1386, he is actually called upon to give evidence in Chester in what is regarded as the most famous medieval legal case that we have records of. And this is a heraldic dispute that takes place between the Scroop and the Grosvenor families.
Right.
Two families who over the centuries have ended up with the same coat of arms. And they're on campaign in Scotland, and they realise they got the same shield, and they go to war with each other over it. Bloody posh boys, I don't know. But it's a famous legal case, and he is one of the people who's called upon to give evidence, which I'd have to assume is done in the English tongue. It is evidence that he is a man of respect, that his word means something in this English system, even though the Welsh in general at this time are considered nothing more than buffoons, barbarians. They're not allowed to hold any office of note. They very much are a second-class people in their own land. But Owen Glendur, because of the man he was and because of his connections, is clearly a man worthy of respect. And I'm going to suggest that you touched on something quite interesting, saying what type of man he is. That probably makes me think now that's why he had such success in what he did, whereas previous Welsh leaders, who might have been all heart but weren't all mind, weren't able to achieve half of what he was able to achieve.
Yeah.
I mean, I would draw further distinctions going down the centuries back to my beloved Henry Tudor, who many people always criticize as being some sort of like Mammy's boy coward. That guy's leading armies across the Channel to death. I've said it hundreds of times and I'll say it again. There must have been something about him when he's looking into your eye and telling you to follow me. The great leaders have that. Henry V had that. Owen Glendur certainly has that.
And it just sounds to me like he is, over time, compiling a knowledge of the people that ultimately have taken over the control of his lands.
Yeah.
Because even from the military to the legal, and now you've brought up the fact that he understands the heraldry. That is finicky nobility bullshit, but that is the stuff that these people live, sleep, eat, and breathe. The fact that he knows enough to be an expert witness in a court of law, this man knows the enemy inside and out, because of course he's married the enemy, hasn't he? He lives with the enemy. Does he see them?
Does he see them as enemy at the time he's marrying?
I wouldn't have thought so. No, I would have thought that he was a pragmatist, a realist. You know, his father and his grandfather before him were serving the local lords, because that was pretty much all the Welsh had in the 1300s. They had been conquered. It was over. The princes were wiped out, and you were left with a gentry class. And of course, some of them had Welsh royal blood in them, but you were left with this gentry class who had huge influence amongst the Welsh, but that was it. And that is also the Tudors. You know, there are groups of families who are, as I said earlier, they're community leaders, but they can't do anything. There's nothing for them to do other than to make the best of it. And this is what Owen Glendur is doing throughout the 1370s, 80s, and 90s. He's making the best of it. And he is looked upon very favourably by Richard II during this period, because as people of Richard II's reign will know, he tried to move the power away from London. And one of the areas he tried to really empower was Chester. You know, Richard II, when he became a despot, when he became a tyrant, hated throughout England, he was trying to move up to Cheshire to surround himself by the only part of England that was friendly to him. And that also included the men of North Wales. Two of the Tudor brothers were indentured servants of Richard II, and Richard II also looked favourably upon Owen Glendur. Now, the temptation is to suggest that Owen Glendur is building up all of this knowledge to then strike. But, you know, history's dangerous when you're looking through hindsight, when you're, you know, creating links that aren't there. Something happened that would drive Owen Glendur into revolution. And that something, ultimately, is the overthrow of Richard II and the rise of the House of Lancaster, which I'm happy to explore.
Please do.
Yeah. Okay, so, you know, obviously, during this entire period, there's growing unease in Wales amongst the Welsh. There's always been this unease that they are a conquered people. There is resentment growing as the century draws to a close. But so what? You have resentment. You can't do anything about it. You just have to put up and shut up, ultimately, which is where the Welsh people are towards the end of the century. Even though there are constant claims of misgovernment, corruption, extortion, you know, the English political class who have been planted into North Wales are really doing a number on the Welsh at this period. And again, yeah, the Welsh are a second-class citizen in their own land. There is no equity to offices. There's no opportunities. People like Owen Glendur are almost having to become English to just get a few scraps off the table. And even then, they're marrying into the English class to try and get those scraps. There are pockets of violence taking place. You know, I think in 1385, there was a justiciar of England has gone into Wales and he's been murdered. So you're getting these small pockets of violence. And in essence, as law and order in England is breaking down under Richard II, it's also starting to break down in Wales. And you have an issue where Welsh hostility is starting to feed English fears that the Welsh are dangerous, but also English suppression is galvanizing Welsh spirits. And it's a dangerous cycle that's creating a toxic climate that's looking for the right spark. And the right spark is ultimately the alienation from royal favour of Owen Glendur. And as I said, that is when Richard II is overthrown and Henry IV comes to the English throne. Because what you have in North Wales at this time is you have a local English baron named Reginald Grey of Ruthyn. And he is a neighbour to Owen Glendur. And they have a bit of common land between their two estates. And essentially what Baron Grey has done is he's just seized the land for himself. He is one of the new king's best friends. He's very close to Henry IV, and he seizes the land. Owen Glendur goes nuts. I don't know why I've gone like I'm a soprano, but, you know, Owen Glendur has gone completely nuts about this. You're stealing my land. Give it back. I'm going to write to the king. The king says, shut up and get on with it. Owen Glendur writes a letter to his neighbour, Reginald Grey, which I like. It feels very modern, going to put a note on the windscreen of a car rather than go around and knock on the door. He writes a letter saying, well, I'm going to steal your horses. And Reginald Grey goes, well, that's theft, and I'm going to have you hanged. So this little neighbour rivalry is starting to turn a bit nasty. Now, Henry IV is now going to Scotland on campaign, and he sends summonses around for people to bring men. And Owen Glendur, a man who has repeatedly gone to war for kings of England, is obviously expected to raise his men and take them to war. But Baron Grey hides the summons. And just like that, Owen Glendur has no-showed the king, and he's condemned as a traitor. Oof. Now, he is pressed into an incredible corner here, less than a year after being quite high in favour with the previous king. There's nothing to lose. He's in his I can't do the maths. He's in his early 50s at this point. A comfortable man, quite wealthy for a Welshman during this period. He's got many children, grandchildren even, and he's destroyed by what his neighbour has done because his neighbour was a bit of a naughty boy. Actually, this is History After Dark. His neighbour was a knobhead. That's what his neighbour was, you know. Yes. And you know, we've all had knobhead neighbours, and it just turns out this Baron Grey was the biggest knobhead of all the knobheads. So
Baron Knobhead.
So Owen Glendur's response is explosive. On the 16th of September, 1400, at his home, surrounded by his kinsmen, his supporters, his family, he actually proclaims himself the Prince of Wales. So almost out of nowhere, he goes, screw this. I am the Prince of Wales. I reject English lordship. Henry IV is not my king, and I am going to war with the English crown. And as you suggested, Kat, you know, he is cultured, he is well connected, he boasts for the Welsh an impeccable royal pedigree, and he has military experience. And it's for good reason that his in-house poet, Iolo Goch, describes him as now being, without doubt, the sole head of the Welsh. He is him, as the rappers would say today. He is him. This is the man, and he's going to lead us to victory. 2 days later, he leaves his estates. He goes directly for Baron Grey's estates.
Of course he does.
Burns them all to the ground.
I love it.
Awesome! Yay!
He then in very quick succession burns Denbigh, Rutland, Flint, Holt, Oswestry, and Welshpool, all Welsh towns today but back then were viewed as centres of English oppression because they were towns created in Wales by the English to oppress the Welsh. He burns them all to the ground.
Cool.
I mean, if you're going to do it.
Yeah, he goes all out. I mean,
he did a Boudica on their ass.
He did.
They've already called him. They've already called him a traitor. He has nothing to lose. So screw it. Let's go all in. At the same time, over in Anglesey, on the other side of North Wales, his first cousins, the Tudors, are doing exactly the same thing. Nice. So I think this is actually a well-coordinated uprising. It didn't come out of nowhere. And I want to say, you might have to fact-check me on this, but I've got a feeling the 16th of September is also the birthday of the then Prince Henry, the future Henry V, who at that time was the English Prince of Wales. So I wonder if there's a bit of trolling going on here. You call your son the Prince of Wales. I am the Prince of Wales, boyo. So
I love it. The thing is, he tried to be reasonable. He was like, "This, my neighbour, is being a cheeky little fucker. Kingy, sort it out." He took it to the king. The king sorted him off, and then the neighbour fucks around with the summons. Turns out, when it comes to Owen, you fuck around, you find out.
Yeah. Again, it's a perfect storm. The Welsh have been pushed and pushed and pushed for the last century. There's been pockets of outbreaks of little revolts and murders and skirmishes, but nothing to this scale. You have pushed the one man you didn't want to push too far. And it is only at this very moment, in September 1400, in his 50s, with white hair on his head, probably a little pot belly from too much beer, do we get this leader of the Welsh? He wasn't a born nationalist leader. He had all of his grievances held inside, but he's been pushed. If he hadn't been pushed, if Richard II hadn't been deposed, we would not get this outbreak of violence. Otherwise, it would have happened before he got to an age that he was settling down for the end of his life. And this is the start of what I, as a Welshman, would term the last Welsh War of Independence, but it's still called in English circles Glyndwr's Revolt or Glyndwr's Rebellion, because obviously it's viewed as a simple rebellion against the English crown. But if you don't recognise the English crown, then it's a war of independence. And my God, what a war, what a rebellion it turned out to be.
16th of September 1386, date of birth of Henry V. You were correct.
How's that for irrational, irrelevant knowledge?
I love it.
Yeah, totally relevant though.
It's totally relevant.
I think you're onto something there.
So,
can I ask an aside question? So his children would be part English. So how does the rule work if you're part English for being excluded or included in the ability to take up positions or own land and things like that?
Very good question. No, I'm not entirely sure of the answer. But what we have in the 14th century is, in theory, after the conquering of Wales, Welsh law is gone. It's pushed out to the side, and they're trying to impose English law, which in many ways is completely different to Welsh law. Just as a quick example, in England, primogeniture rules. You leave all of your lands, money, everything to your eldest son and your eldest son alone. In Wales, all children get equal inheritance. It's passable inheritance. But what the English lords in North Wales are doing is they're picking parts of Welsh law and English law throughout the 14th century that suit them the best. It's corruption. It's part of this corrupt world that's taking place where if Welsh law works to their advantage to guard their privileges, they're using Welsh law and they're using English law. The Welsh don't have that ability themselves. Now, to answer that particular question, I don't know exactly, but I would presume Owen Glendur would have been able to use whichever system was to his privilege and to his benefit, provided he's still on the right side of the local chief power, which is the Fitzalan family, or was the Fitzalan family, until Richard II chopped one of the heads off. Or if he remains on the right side of Richard II, which he was, he would have been able to get what he effectively wanted. Obviously, the problem he has is Baron Grey is friends with the new king, so now Baron Grey can run roughshod, and Owen Glendur has got no one to appeal to. So it's not that there were ways around it, but not everyone was an Owen Glendur embedded deep into the system.
I think it's one of those things. It's and we see it today with the way in which, broadly speaking, race, nationality, and class operate. That while Owen Glendur was in the Inns of Court and in the English army, he was one of the good ones. You could almost forget his Welshness, and his kids, their blood quantum could be forgotten. The second he steps out of line, my God, he's Welsh then.
Yeah, I would view it that way. And of course, once he now goes to war, it's, Wales goes to hell in a handbasket, really, because what Henry IV, again, it's difficult because people who study Owen Glendur, they're only looking at Glendur. People who are studying Henry IV and Richard II and the usurpation, they're only studying it from an English viewpoint. And these things are linked. Henry IV is facing rebellion all through England. He's got the Epiphany Rising. He's got people who are trying to restore Richard II. He's now got the Scots coming down to the border. So Henry IV is taking his army north to deal with the Scots. Remember, Owen Glendur never got his summons to this campaign. When suddenly half of Wales is on fire, Henry IV is like, what the fuck is going on?
Turn my back for a second.
Yeah.
Where's the fire? Fucking kids.
and he's forced to turn his army and take it into North Wales to deal with the threat. He's got Glendur going nuts. He's got the Tudors going nuts. And he goes in and he tries to suppress it. Now, Glendur and the Tudors are very aware that they cannot go toe-to-toe with English might. So this is where we get their famous guerrilla war from.
Guerrilla.
Not that sort of guerrilla, Ken.
I thought we were talking about monkeys. That's what I thought we were going to be. Like, there was going to be a silverback situation. Maybe he had his own menagerie, a friendly Travis for general face ripping off. I don't know.
I don't want to take this too far off topic, but there's been a massive online discourse this week where one guy posted that he doesn't think 100 men could take down a gorilla.
100 men?
100 men, can they take down a gorilla? The internet generally thinks a gorilla would absolutely destroy 100 men.
Yeah.
So,
we talk about 100 men unarmed and without a tranquilizer?
Yeah, just the men.
Yeah.
Just men.
Oh, yeah, the gorilla would have them.
Yeah.
The gorilla would finish that situation.
All at the same time?
However, yeah.
If you've got nothing to tranquilize that gorilla, you're going to be ripped limb from limb. A fully grown gorilla, you're fucked.
You could pile on it and
mate.
Bear with me. If all of them pile on it, the ones at the bottom are collateral damage. It's just unlucky. But if all of you are on top of it, you could posturally asphyxiate it and get it that way.
It will rip every single one of your faces off. Every single one.
I don't know. I'm not. The ones at the bottom are, but I don't know.
I think it's like the guy who went to Australia and was like, I could box a kangaroo. Only if you want to die. You could. He will punch you so hard he will take your spleen out through your flesh. What are you talking about?
Have you seen that guy who did this?
You can't fight a kangaroo. You probably can't fight a fucking koala. That thing will give you chlamydia as soon as look at you.
Have you seen the guy who did manage to smack a kangaroo in the face though? When he had his dog in a headlock, and the guy goes up and like, and the kangaroo's like, what happened there? I'm not used to losing. I'm not used to being smacked in the face.
Okay, let's end my detour and bring it all back to me.
Sorry, Nathan.
Guerrilla warfare.
So guerrilla warfare. So
the
English army have gone into Wales. There's no one there. Everyone's disappeared off up into the mountains. And you know, they're picking them off like in Jurassic Park when the raptors are coming and they're taking people out at the back of the line. That's what the Welsh are doing, you know. Apparently, Fidel Castro and Che Guevara were huge fans of Owen Glendur, and they viewed his guerrilla war inspired their own in the Cuban jungle in the 50s, which is another random detail. But apparently that's true. But anyway, so the English are like, where are all these Welsh bastards? They've disappeared. And you know, winter sets in, and everyone takes a break. Henry,
little rest, little bit of Welsh cake, little bit of tea.
Yeah,
Henry are still going.
Henry and his army.
Tired. It's cold. Can we just?
But this is the funny thing about the medieval period. All you come across all the time is it gets to October. And everyone just, especially with English armies in France, they just piss off home for the winter. Like they can't.
Would you want to fight in the winter? Because I wouldn't. The ground is a swamp. You'll get stuck in the mud. Your horse will get stuck in the mud. Your armor is already going to be covered in like blood, piss, and shit. It doesn't need. You don't need to be knee deep in sinking mud. No one wants to fight. Fight in the summer.
But forget all.
Days are longer.
Fair weather fighters.
Forget all about this. Forget all this, you know, chivalry and stuff. That's the perfect time to attack. Who's expecting a bunch of swamp men to come for your castle in November?
The danger is out.
Yeah. Anyway, Henry IV and his army go back to London, and English Parliament meets at the start of January 1401, and they're only preoccupied with dealing with the Welsh. And what they do is they pass a series of really harsh laws against the Welsh, and these are known as the penal laws. And basically, the Welsh are now being collectively punished whether they are involved in the revolt or not. So, for example, new laws. Some of this had also been in place already de facto, but now it's on the statute books. No Englishman can be convicted in Wales on the word of a Welshman. So, you know, if Owen Glendur going, my neighbour's an arsehole, that doesn't go anymore. That's tough. Sorry, that's not allowed. Welshmen were now banned from purchasing land in England and in Wales. Intermarriage is now outlawed. So now marrying the English and Welsh, if you do that, you give up all of your lands as an Englishman. All of your lands are gone if you marry a Welsh girl. So, or vice versa.
Would they need this retrospective?
Well, Owen Glendur is attainted at this point anyway. So he loses all his lands, and you know his life is forfeit. I don't know if it's applied to other people, but it certainly is now in future, because there's quite a few interesting cases throughout the 15th century where rivals for a position. So, for example, in the 1430s, in my backyard, Carrick-Kenning Castle, there are two Englishmen vying for the position of constable. And one of them is Edmund Beaufort, who goes on to be the geezer who gets killed at the start of the Wars of the Roses. But he's a young guy at this time, and he wants the position. And he cries to Parliament that the man who holds the position, something Skidmore, John Skidmore probably, they're always called John Skidmore, he's actually married to a Welsh woman. And this is enough for English Parliament to strip him of his post and give it to Edmund Beaufort. So it is later weaponised, certainly in that way. But anyway, the Welsh are now barred from marrying English and vice versa. the few offices that the Welsh were allowed to have, like bailiff and sheriff, kind of quite low basic jobs, they're now barred. The Welsh are officially barred from holding any weapons of any kind. That's now barred. All the castle garrisons in Wales, so Conwy, Carnarvon, Harlech, Bangor, Beaumaris, they are now all going to be stuffed full of English soldiers, and the Welsh are going to have to pay for that. And finally, all of the Welsh poets are banned because the English understand how powerful and potent the poetry coming out of Wales is. All of that poetry saying that Owen Glendur is now the son of prophecy. This is galvanizing the Welsh, so the English ban it outright. We obviously know from previous discussions, Henry Tudor is able to weaponize this poetry 80 years later. So the poets are banned. So these are racist laws. These are punishing the Welsh solely on their nationality, not whether they are individual transgressors. If you are Welsh, you are being punished by these laws. And again, you can make an argument from the English point of view, from English Parliament trying to enforce law and order. There's an argument that this makes sense. This is the medieval period. After all, there's no such thing as human rights. These are designed to protect English residents in Wales, but they did not have the intended effect for the government, because what's now happening is there are Welshmen seeing this as not being fair and are suddenly flocking to Glendur's side. This is not fair. You've gone too far now. Why am I being punished? Screw it. I'm going to pick up my poleaxe and I'm going to go to fight for the mad Welsh guy calling himself a prince as well. And then we have sustained across the next couple of years this constant guerrilla warfare. English armies going into Wales, the Welsh ambushing them and disappearing, rinse and repeat across the next couple of years. And we have some very famous incidents that take place. We have the Tudor brothers, who only 40 of them, not 40 Tudor brothers, 2 Tudor brothers, and I guess 38 of their men, capture Conwy Castle by one of them pretending to be a carpenter. So the Tudors inflict this incredibly embarrassing and humiliation on the English crown. Owen Glendur's men, despite being experts in ambush, they do win 2 battles in the field. And Glendur now is pushing his war out of his native north-east Wales, and he's moved it into South Wales. He is now all around Pembrokeshire, Glamorgan, Cardiff. He is down these areas. Are you with me? If you're with me, great. If you're not, I'm going to burn your town down. And one of my, I'm a Swansea football fan. Some of you won't understand this, but one of my favourite.
No one understands it.
Yeah, one of my favourite pieces of trivia is that Cardiff, the people of Cardiff stay loyal to the English crown, so he burns Cardiff to the ground. Now, Cardiff today is the capital of Wales. It's a proud bastion of Welshness, and in the centre of Cardiff to this day, one of their most famous pubs is called the Owen Glendur. And people love it. If you're Welsh, proud to be Welsh, you go to Cardiff, you go to Owen Glendur for a pint of beer, and you sing Welsh songs. And the fact is, he hated Cardiff, and he burnt the place to the ground. So, there we go. But anyway, he is now, his revolt is now...
Yes.
It's now gone national. And he is known as the Dragon, because he raises a banner with a golden dragon. And this is part of what the propaganda is saying, that there will one day be a golden child, a golden messiah, the son of prophecy, raising a dragon flag, who will come and lead the people to freedom. We all know there's a later guy who also uses a dragon to claim that he is the son of prophecy still. And this is it. We now have a national war taking place. Yeah. Questions before I...
He's also very dragony on account of the arson. Like, he is a fire-breathing
Maybe he
right.
actually have a small dragon.
Is
Like,
he in fact
continuing
Daenerys?
It's very Game of Thrones, yeah. Burning. I mean, this guy sets Wales ablaze. You know, Wales is destroyed by this Glendur war. And
you know,
what's
we have all the merch. Sorry, like the merch with the Normans setting everything alight, and so now we need one for this.
We're going to do a variety. We're going to do Norman, Viking conflict management, Norman, Iceni, and now I think Owen Glendur's conflict management system is just a box of matches.
Yeah. And Glendur, he reaches his zenith really 4 years into this campaign. We get to like 1404, and essentially what's happened is, for example, the previous year he wins a battle at Pilleth, and he captures a guy called Edmund Mortimer. Now, Edmund Mortimer is a man descended from King Edward III. The Mortimers, many believe, in 1400 were the rightful heirs to the English crown, not Richard II. And this is a bloodline that would cause significant issues 50 years later when the Mortimer claim is inherited by the House of York. But back in 1403, a guy named Edmund Mortimer is captured by Glendur, and he tries to ransom him back to the English to gain money. Henry IV, again, possibly has usurped the position of the Mortimers, goes, nah, I'm not paying that. I'm not bothering with that. Now, Mortimer himself is not the Mortimer claimant. That's his nephew. But he is still a very important person. And this creates an incredible series of events. Mortimer goes, well, you know what? Screw you then, Henry IV. I'm switching to the Welsh side. And he marries Owen Glendur's daughter, Catherine. So this English noble with English royal blood is now on Glendur's side, and he's pledging to bring the whole Mortimer bloodline over to the side. And not only that, by not paying the ransom, Henry IV has pissed off his most powerful nobles, which are the Percy family, because Edmund Mortimer's brother-in-law is Henry Hotspur Percy, the greatest English military man of his day. And now the Percys are rebelling. So Henry IV has lost the Mortimers, he's lost the Percys, and they've all gone to join together in this, group of three, this trio, who are now going to try and bring the Lancastrians down.
Why has no one made a film about this?
Well, I mean, Michael Sheen is now doing a play about it called Owen and Henry, which is going to be bloody amazing because it's Michael Sheen. So fingers crossed. I am hustling them to let me come on board, and I'll be sending them this YouTube link tomorrow for definite. Hey, Michael, how you doing, mate? Watch this, please.
There's some info.
And again, I'm not going to go into detail because obviously time is kind of getting on. But as most people in England who study this period in English history know, in 1403, Henry Hotspur leads an army against Henry IV at the Battle of Shrewsbury, and he loses because he didn't wait for Owen Glendur's Welsh troops to meet up with him. He went into battle, he lost, and he got himself killed and impaled on a spear. And this is, of course, the very famous battle where the 16-year-old English Prince of Wales, Prince Henry, the future Henry V, gets speared in his cheek by an arrow. But this battle, this famous battle with the future Henry V, it's all part of the Glendur Wars. It's all part of the same cinematic universe, for lack of a better thing. And it is a setback for Glendur, but he carries on. Him, Edmund Mortimer, and Hotspur's father, Henry Percy, the Earl of Northumberland, they now sign the most incredible agreement. It's called the Tripartite Indenture. And what they say they're going to do is they're going to kill the Lancastrians and they're going to split the kingdom into 3. Owen Glendur is going to become Prince of Wales, and he is going to have not just Wales as we know it, but all of the lands that include Shropshire, Herefordshire, Worcestershire, everything up to modern-day Birmingham is going to be Wales, which includes all the best rugby teams, so that would have been awesome. The north of England is going to be a new kingdom under the Percys, and the south of England is going to be a new kingdom under the Mortimers. And think what if this had occurred? Think of how much our history would have changed if we had 3 brand new kingdoms take place. Yeah. You know, England would have been rubbish at football. Wales would have been better at rugby, for example. But you know, obviously it never came off. But that is such a sign of ambition. And this happens again. This is Glendur's peak. 1404. He has he hosts a Welsh Parliament, and what you've got to understand is that since the Welsh had been conquered in 1282, I'm not very good at maths. What's that? 130 years previously, the Welsh had never been allowed parliamentary representation in English parliaments. They had no rights. They had no representation. Glendur is now hosting his first ever parliament. He invites a couple of Welshmen from each. They're called commots. I guess they're kind of like, you know, like 100 areas. He invites a couple of Welshmen for every area of Wales to come to his parliament, and they actually see him crowned. He is crowned a Prince of Wales. He now announces his name is Owain, by the grace of God, Prince of Wales, and he has a seal made. He sits on his throne and he starts to sign documents using a regnal year. He is now fully posturing that he is an independent ruler of a country he has almost completely freed from English power. At this parliament, there are people from ambassadors from France, Scotland, Castile, and Italy who are watching this, recognizing him, and taking news home. And this is the moment that Glendur becomes a great man in Welsh history. He outlines his vision for what he wants his independent Wales to be. What he says is, when Wales is independent, he is going to create a separate Welsh church. He's going to remove Wales from the Anglican church. He's going to create a Welsh church. He's going to create 2 national universities. He's going to have one university in North Wales and one university in South Wales. And he's going to return all of Wales and all of the Welsh people to the ancient Welsh laws. For the first time in history, he says, Wales is going to be a united state for all Welsh people, not what it had been up to that point, which was once a smattering of independent kingdoms and now basically a bunch of English lordships that are all governed differently in different parts of Wales, depending who the lord is. He is going to create a Welsh state that is remarkably progressive and ahead of its time. And in fact, Wales would get universities, it would get a Welsh parliament, and it would get a Welsh church, but only in the 20th century. Owen Glendur is asking for all of this in 1404. To that end, he writes a letter to Charles VI, the King of France, requesting arms, money, and soldiers to enforce his vision. And Charles VI, for his own French, reasons, because he hates the English, agrees. And a Welsh-French treaty is agreed in July 1404. Think about what that means. In the eyes of France in 1404, Owen Glendur is the independent prince of his own state. That is the position of play in 1404.
Well, how old is he at that point?
If he was born in the 1350s, what are we looking at? Between 50 to 60, depending which year he was born in, which we don't know.
I do think it's really interesting you get an incredible window into what he recognizes and understands to be the makings of a successful, cohesive state. That there's military prowess, there's governance, but there is also homegrown expertise, and the fact that right up front and center, we're going to make 2 universities. 2. We're going to have our own parliament, and we're going to make 2 universities. That recognition of the importance of that, of not allowing brain drain, of keeping the best and brightest in country, and allowing them to prosper. I think he shows, he's, as we know from everything you've told us, he's not power hungry. He's not a warlord. He can do those things. He can, but he understands what makes social and state cohesion, what makes nationhood, in ways that I think frequently, even down the centuries, get lost. The things that actually matter get persistently devalued in search of other things that doesn't make a state, not a successful one.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. It really is. And I think something else that we should just briefly touch on is, again, some people will know from reading the books of Helen Castor and so on, that in 1405, the same period we're talking about, there is a plot in England to take the 2 young Mortimer boys, who are our Edmund Mortimer's nephews, who are arguably the heirs to the English crown, not the Lancastrians, not Henry IV. There is a plot by their auntie, Constance of York, to kidnap them and take them to Wales. And she does get hold of the boys, but she only gets as far as Bristol when she is captured and the boys are brought back to London and thrown back into the Tower of London. The intention is to get those boys to Wales and get them to their uncle, Edmund Mortimer. Think what that would have meant for the House of Lancaster. Those boys could have been crowned in Wales, the rightful kings of England. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but this is why I go forward to the Princes in the Tower and say those boys, I believe, were killed because of what the Mortimers represented 80 years earlier. The Mortimers were being used at this time to potentially be raised up to a kingship, and they were not killed. And 50 years later, their blood was used to take the English crown through the House of York. That is the ultimate precedent for going forward to the Princes in the Tower. You know what? Let's not go through all this again. Let's just end it once and for all. And
the Guardians take the argument the opposite way, don't they? They say the fact that they didn't have to be killed proves that they knew they didn't have to kill the princes in the Tower. So
exactly. I mean, me and Matt Lewis have debated, the Mortimers constantly on stage over the years, and it's a stalemate. Both of our points.
Yeah.
This is why me and Matt Lewis are very good debating it. We know we don't have a knockout blow. We've only got jabs. We can only jab each other back and forth. That's all we can do. We cannot knock each other out. He might be able to knock me out, I'm not sure, in an actual fight. But with regards to people on both sides of that Princes in the Tower debate who go on and on all day long that they've solved the case, Richard definitely did it, Richard didn't do it. For the want of boring myself, they don't know what they're talking about. They're not studying it close enough. You have a job, that's all. And yes, the Mortimer boy, you can turn that on both sides, which makes it fascinating. Back to our story, there's definitely not even a plot. Like, she nearly did it to get those boys into Wales. That would have turned all of this on its head. Because if you've suddenly got the young Mortimer boys in Wales, one of them gets crowned. Behold, you're your real king of England. God, would Henry IV have lost half his nobility at that moment?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it's no wonder that towards the end of Henry IV's reign, he is like scrofulous, his hair all falls out. He's like saying to his son Henry, don't bother. This is shit.
Shit.
And he's fallen out with his son. His son, you know. So this is. I'm just going back to Shrewsbury, and then obviously with the Mortimer boys. These are really pivotal moments that, you know, that we didn't. You know, people don't generally know about, and just how different it would have been if Owain was there at Shrewsbury, if Percy doesn't get killed, if the future Henry V did get killed or died from the arrow wound. It was really close run thing.
It's remarkable. One thing I will also touch on at this point is, I mean, I like Henry IV. You got to remember, I wrote The House of Beaufort, which is very much looking at things from Henry IV's vantage point. So I can see both of their positions. Henry IV is one of my favourite kings of England. He's certainly not a bardie in my eyes for the story. But you've got, in effect, during this period, two princes of Wales. You've got Prince Henry and you've got Owen Glendur. And it's actually quite a... I mean... What's his name? What's that guy's name? Dan Jones. Dan Jones very, very heavily touches on this in his book, Henry V, about what this meant to young 15, 16, 17-year-old Prince Henry, who is viewing his birthright has been taken away from him by this grey-haired Welshman. It is personal to young Prince Henry. He is the man who's in Wales throughout this decade on the front lines fighting. It is where he gets his apprenticeship. And we all know the warlord that he went on to become. He didn't invade France in 1415 and suddenly magically be this world-class butcherer of men. He's picking this up, this apprenticeship, as a teenage boy in Wales with an arrow sticking out of his head. You know, he is learning to take and defend what he thinks is his. And that is the Prince of Wales title. And then the same thing works in his head. The Kingdom of France is mine and I want it. These are lessons that are pivotal in understanding English history. And again, I can whinge all day long that the Welsh aspect has long been removed from these stories because the Welsh don't want to accept that we are entwined with English history, whether we like it or not. And the English need to understand that, you know, the Welsh did have significant bearings on the shaping of English history as well.
Yeah, I think it's uncomfortable. It would have been uncomfortable for a lot of English scholars to recognise that, particularly in this period, it's actually Wales that's calling the tune, and English players are reacting and responding, and sometimes on the back foot. And that is not how often history is presented. It's things are done to Wales. They are a rabble, blah, 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 blah. In this situation, and I'm sure in many other situations, they are the ones pulling the strings. They are the ones calling the tune. They are the ones with the higher ground. So what happens next?
So, I mean, this is the zenith. This is the peak. This is 1405. Owen Glendur is on top of the world, and then things start to go wrong quite quickly. In May 1405, his brother is killed trying to attack Usk Castle, and one of his sons is captured. Now, that August, a French army actually lands in Milford Haven, as it would do 8 years later under Henry Tudor. It lands in Milford Haven, and they march with Owen Glendur's men, this Franco-Welsh army. They march all the way through South Wales, burning all the English towns, Pembroke, Tenby, probably Cardiff again, until they get to Worcester, or just a field outside Worcester. And an English army's there. And we have, I think it said it's 8 days where these two armies are looking at each other. And then for reasons we don't quite know, the French turn around and leave. And they don't come back. And that's another pivotal what-if moment. What if this French-Welsh army defeats the cream of England at the Battle of Worcester? What happens then? The French, they turn and they go. And from that point on, Owen Glendur's crusade is in freefall. In North Wales, Prince Henry is really getting his feet stuck in now, and he's starting to win back all of those lands that have previously been taken. He is promising pardons to Welshmen, and Welshmen are starting to take the pardons. And once Glendur loses these Welshmen, who, for their own self-interests, are abandoning the cause, they've lost the day. They've lost to the might of the English. The Welsh families who do not surrender at this point are completely wiped out, and that includes the Tudor family. We know the next generation, Owen Tudor, he has to leave his homeland behind because there's nothing left there for him. The lands are scorched, his family's been destroyed as the chief rebels, and he's got nothing left to do than to leave Wales as a refugee and go to England. And that obviously moves the story into a completely different, even more weird direction. And that's it. Worst of all for Owen Glendur is in 1408, he loses Harlech Castle. And this was a major English castle he had won 4 years earlier, and he had transformed into his administrative, military, and residential headquarters. This was his capital, Harlech Castle. And now, when he wasn't there, it's been captured by Prince Henry. Edmund Mortimer is killed. And Owen Glendur's wife, daughter, who is married to Edmund Mortimer, and granddaughters are captured by the English. They're sent to the Tower of London, where they all are dead within 6 years. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say they were murdered, but the facts are within 6 years, they are dead. And I wonder, because some of Owen Glendur's sons survived these wars, so there isn't a purge of the Glendur bloodline here. But those grandchildren of Owen Glendur, they have Mortimer blood in them. And I wonder if they were wiped out or, starved or left to live in a plague-ridden chamber or something, because, that's quite a potential threat, having these daughters who could marry men and pass on a bloodline that is from all of that ancient Welsh pedigrees and has a claim to the English throne in them. That's a potent, troublesome mix that, ironically, once again, a future Lancastrian himself would have in his veins and would use to devastating effect.
Yeah. And the thing is that the Tower of London, while it is, not necessarily in the most salubrious of environs, it can be a place of extraordinary luxury. If, certain pirates can be fairly happily imprisoned there for 13 odd years with seemingly no effect upon their health, to lose 3 women in 6 years, correlation and causation are different, but, to lose one is very sad and an accident. To lose 2 is questionable. To lose 3 is a concerted effort.
And what I would say is the English do have a long history of extinguishing Welsh royal bloodlines. This is part of the policy during the 11th and 12th centuries in conquering Wales, is to try and ensure that some of that bloodline is gone. It wouldn't be the first, it wouldn't be the last. I'd certainly suggest it wouldn't be the last, because I believe the Princes in the Tower were another bloodline within the family. George Duke of Clarence isn't, you can argue all day long, George Duke of Clarence, that guy's a knobhead as well and deserved to be killed. He's a traitor, he deserves to be killed. But that's Edward IV's brother, man. The guy is challenging his throne directly. He snuffs him out. The Beauforts were snuffed out. The Lancastrians themselves were snuffed out. This is something that does occur repeatedly throughout this period.
But it has to. It has to, because when the thing is that you might spend all your life fighting to get yourself onto the dais and onto the throne with the crown upon your head, but you're going to spend the rest of your natural life making sure that nobody comes for you with like a thief in the night with a blade or poison or an army, because that is the penalty for being a medieval monarch, particularly a medieval monarch in this time of the changing factions and families. To quote Game of Thrones again, Cersei is right. In the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. And if they don't come for you, they'll come for your kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, yeah, that basic principle is, again, my overriding view of The Princess in the Tower. We delve so deep into the minute details of what can this possible letter reveal? What about this one, I don't know, payment record? We're losing sight of the very basic big picture, which is threat must die.
Yeah.
The rest of it is reverse engineering whatever theory you want.
It's so weird to me with the Prince in the Tower, because all of the people that kind of go, well, you know, I don't think killing of little boys and blah blah blah. The second I say to anybody, okay, so let's say they survive, and Henry VII, after Bosworth, rocks up, opens up the door to the garden tower, bada bing, bada boom, there are two boys there. And I say, what does Henry do? And every single person says he murders them. So if you can accept that the only course of action for Henry VII is to slit those boys' throat or defenestrate them or smother them because they are there and exist, why is it so hard to believe that it would be the same course of action for anybody else?
Well, the answer comes back, of course, is that, well, the boys were illegitimate. Richard said they were illegitimate. And I'm like, Edward IV was banned from taking the throne when he became king. Henry VI was. Henry Tudor most definitely was attainted as a rebel when he took the throne. Pieces of paper don't mean shit when you have friendly parliaments. Look at the modern day. You've got friendly parliaments across the world. In democracies, you're able to see through whatever they want. Anyway, let's bring Owen Glendur's life to a close. He's lost his castles, he's lost his men, he's lost at least access to his wife and his daughter. He spends the period from 1408 to roughly 1412 living back in the mountains whence his rebellion started. He is occasionally coming out to lead raids on English garrisons or towns, but really that's wiping out a couple of people, maybe getting some food and going back to the castle, back to the mountains. And he keeps on doing it until one day he simply doesn't resurface. Now, there are very large rewards throughout this period offered for his capture. I think this is very key for his standing amongst his people. Even if those people, many of them had now submitted back to English rule, Owen Glendur is never betrayed by his people. I think that is a measure of respect that he retains, even at his lowest ebb, as now a rebel, an old rebel, pushing 60, an old rebel up in the mountains. By 1414, the men of Bala, which is a town a couple of miles away from where he's from, 600 of them are rounded up, and they are forced, well, not forced, I mean, they do it. They swear loyalty to the English crown. And I would suggest this is showing that the war is over. Even Owen Glendur's own kinsmen are now accepting pardons. His son accepts a pardon. And in 1415, we have Adam of Usk, who is the principal chronicler of all of this I've said tonight, a Welsh chronicler who is on the ground during these years. He writes that in 1415, Owen Glendur was buried at night by his followers, but once the burial place was discovered, he was reburied and nobody knows where. And that's all we can really say. Of course, history being history, there are many people over the years who claim they found Owen Glendur's burial mound, and Herefordshire seems to be the most popular place because he had a daughter who ended up living in Herefordshire. And the favourite theory is that he actually retired there as an old man and lived out his days. I mean, I'm inclined to believe he went up to the mountain. He's 60. He's got no money. He's got no food, and he just died. You know, there isn't a happy ending. Yeah, I don't believe.
There's always, whenever anyone, there's always this. Well, it's a trend now, isn't it? Oh no, they lived out their lives in comfort somewhere, being looked after by a family member.
Well, it very much fits into that kind of Welsh folklore. You know, folklore is a huge thing, certainly in Wales of past days. And Glendur fits very well into that. It fits into the whole Arthurian legends. You know, the mythology that King Arthur is going to come back. It is Owen Glendur is waiting to come back to save Wales at her lowest ebb. I don't know how many more low ebbs Wales can go through without Owen Glendur coming along to save us. I mean, look at
so when you said it was the last war of independence, are you sure?
Well, we'll see. You know, if you go through Wales today, you'll see many stickers on lampposts which seem to be suggesting that troubled times are ahead. You never know with the Welsh. The medieval English government were always very wary of upsetting the Welsh because we were violent people. But I suppose Henry Tudor came along and ended all of that. But of course, Glendur's legacy is massive in modern day Wales, which is on one hand ironic because he left Wales in a lot worse state than he found it. Because Wales certainly wasn't a great place to be a Welshman during his, before his birth, but because of those penal laws, they stayed in place against the Welsh. All of those rules barring the Welsh remained in place throughout the 15th century. Wales had been scorched to the ground. All those lands were destroyed. You're thinking of an economic crisis taking place. Again, look at certain places in the world today that have been completely razed to the ground. You're not having food, you're not having energy and so on during the aftermath of a brutal war, which is exactly what Wales was. Some Welshmen were able to get out into England and make new starts, but even then, they were forced to seek something called denizanship, which is like citizenship. Owen Tudor, when he's in England, he's still barred from doing all of this thing. So he's got to seek a legal protection to almost become an Englishman to get rights to do things. Because his sons, Edmund and Jasper Tudor, were not technically allowed to do anything if their dad had remained, according to the law, a Welshman. So luckily for them, their dad got those rights, passing on to their son. It sounds very modern in many ways. These guys were very progressive in some of their ways of being. We should give them a bit more credit. So Glendur definitely leaves Wales far worse off, a punished people collectively. But it is true to say that grandiose vision of an independent Wales for the Welsh people, something which didn't really exist before that. Various Welsh princes had at times conquered some of the other kingdoms to create a bloc that is kind of like Wales, but as soon as they died, everything split up again because of that partial inheritance rule that the Welsh have going on. Glendur is the first one to really push this idea of a Welsh state, and his vision and his name has been exploited all the way up to the various day for various ideologies that you can mend Glendur into being who you want him to be, and that's not unique to Wales. Look at England. How many? Churchill and everybody else. So many. Henry V. You mold them into the vision you want them to be, and we all bring, of course, our biases to the subject, and we see in our history the people who want them to. So it's true. Today he's shrouded in myth, but he is, I would suggest, the father of modern Welsh nationalism, in its good ways and its bad ways. And his defiance, I guess, it resonates today. Of course, it resonates sometimes in a very bad way, anti-English racism even, but it does also resonate in a positive way of that Welsh pride, that Welsh defiance, that Welsh resilience. You know, our most famous song, Yma o Hyd, it means still here. We are still here as a people all these centuries later, and Glendur plays a very important part in that, even if I still maintain a lot of people are not looking at the real Glendur. But, you know, like 16th of September is Owen Glendur Day. Every year, Welsh people celebrate. It's also my mother's birthday, but as I always tell her, she is not the most important person to me on that particular day. It is Owen Glendur. We will wave our little flags and we'll wave our little dragons around. But I mean, look at the Welsh football manager, Craig Bellamy. He has an Owen Glendur tattoo on his forearm. He says that always gave him that pride every time he stepped foot onto the field. In 2004, there was a poll, 100 Welsh heroes, and Owen Glendur came second. He came second to Aneurin Bevan, which I think I agree. You know, Aneurin Bevan is my guy. Owen Glendur number 2. Do you know who came number 3?
Tom Jones.
It was Tom Jones. Now, one of my lovely ladies, Catherine Zeta-Jones, came number 13. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the veracity of this poll, but it does show at least that Glendur is present. He's present in Wales. And as I touched on earlier, his vision was eventually realised. It just took 600 years for Wales to have a parliament, universities, a Welsh church. Of course, Wales is not an independent state yet. But, you know, he's a titan of Wales. And I hate to use this comparison, but I'm going to use it simply because Hollywood has made the concept global. He is our William Wallace. That's who he is, although probably as misunderstood as William Wallace is as well. And that ends my political campaign to get Owen Glendur's...
Nathan, when is your book on this coming out?
I am not going to write a book on Owen Glendur.
Don't give me that.
I will tell you. I will tell you for why. It is because there is a very, very good mutual friend of ours who's had this idea for a very long time, and in the interest of friendship, fair dibs, I will leave it to him. I have joked that I will steal the idea, but I don't think that would be the mark of chivalry that Owen Glendur himself might very well espouse.
Well, fair enough. Well played.
And there is a very good book out already, came out maybe 10 years ago by a guy called Gideon Brough. I don't know how to say his surname. And there is the perfect academic book by a guy called R.R. Davis on Owen Glendur. So there are very good books out there. I do think I could do a good job, but
no doubt.
But
I mean, you cover him in Son of Prophecy, don't you, as well?
Yeah. I was
Mm.
careful to cover a lot of Glendur. And Glendur is someone you can write a book about because there's a lot there. People ask me all the time, when will I write a book about Owen Tudor? And the fact is, you cannot write more than what I've done in 2 chapters in Son of Prophecy because there really isn't that much to say about Owen Tudor. So stop hassling me about that and read Son of Prophecy.
No, look, right, here's what right. Your friend can write the book, the biography, but you can write the screenplay.
Aha.
Well, I
In the
mean,
big-
I think it's time to start branching out into other things, isn't it? And try and
I think
learn
so.
other
Write the
skills.
screenplay.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. Again, I'm still trying to hassle Michael Sheen to get me
Yeah.
on board.
Yeah, he does the play. You write a screenplay. Has to be about that. He can be Owen in your screenplay. I mean, I've cast it for you.
Yeah, I sent the book. I was like, look, mate, right? I've written a book about Owen Glendur, but I'm not some sort of crazy nationalist lover of him, because I've also written The Bloody House of Beaufort, which is basically a book about Henry IV. I know the lives of both the men that you're doing an entire play about. You need me, mate. That's what I said to him.
Yeah.
He does.
He needs you.
I begged a little bit. Come on, please.
Oh, we could start a campaign.
Yeah, maybe.
Then all get blocked.
But there we go.
Fascinating. I think the fact that he died probably in the mountain somewhere is so fitting.
Yeah, I think so. Like I say, if you go onto Wikipedia, there is a section where it kind of shows some of the claims with the associated, I don't know, BBC links. It's interesting. Maybe we'll get Philippa Langley on it. Maybe she can find him.
Sorry.
I'm being serious. Joke.
She has got a knack, to be fair.
Yeah.
She's like dividing
Serious
rod
knack.
for dead gigs.
Yeah.
She'll find a water source and dead kings. Like she's like those coat hangers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one thing that's interesting is that in Wales, most people, maybe not most people, I don't know what the latest polling is, but it's quite controversial. You know, some people don't view these princes of Wales we have, who's the current one, Prince William, as our princes of Wales. I mean, I am one of them. Obviously, I'm a pragmatist. He's a Prince of Wales, in fact. But I'm very ambivalent to the concept of modern Prince of Wales. I don't think that should be. I don't think that should be a title anymore. Very much is a colonial title in many ways. That is what it is. I don't think it does well in the modern age. And many Welsh people do view Owen Glendur as the last real Prince of Wales. They call him the last native Prince of Wales as well. I would say Henry Tudor was, because Henry Tudor did actually call himself the Prince of Wales, and he was a Welsh-born, Welsh-raised, Welsh-blooded, etc. man. But certainly Owen Glendur still holds that, that esteem in the eyes of many Welsh as the last Prince of Wales. And I think it's an incredible story.
It is.
It is an incredible story. Really, really. There's so many pinch points, but pivotal points in it that could have just switched history down a completely different path. It's absolutely fascinating.
Simultaneously into silence on more than one occasion, and that's got to be some sort of world record.
Shall I turn into a talk and take it on the road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gloucester, Warwick. I'll do them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should do.
Yeah, I think the Welsh castles as well go from castle to castle, and I think you may well find that Cymru would rise again if you told the story where you just told it. I think Hiraeth will be a thing of the past, to be honest.
Shall I go castle to castle in the order that Glendur burnt them all down?
I think so. Possibly with a flaming torch, just as a precaution.
And a small dragon.
In case you feel the need to.
A tiny dragon upon your shoulder, like a parrot, a flaming torch, and your speech. I like it.
There he is.
There you go. Look, you're halfway there.
You're there. You see, you've already got the props. Just need to get the flaming torch. You can
or a little Vera.
One on each shoulder, like fun shoulder pads. Why not? Like, who needs epaulets when you can have that?
Vera would totally come with you.
As always, my gosh, it's been an absolute joy having you and sharing with us your incredible knowledge. Thank you.
That was
always a pleasure. So good, so interesting.
Well,
and I'm seeing the comments rolling in, and people are absolutely loving it.
I hope everyone enjoyed.
But it seems to be.
So there was lots of I was keeping up. That's the most.
We do have to thank some people, actually.
Yeah, let's just do these, and then we'll get you Owen. We'll get you, Nathan, to tell everybody where they can find you online. But if we just say a quick shout out to Nick and Jean for your super chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
and
much.
also to La
Serena
Saglia. Saglia. Is that how you say it? Okay. Lovely. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
The Fresh Prince of Cumry. Yes, that's you.
As a proper Will Smith super fan, I'm okay with that.
You take that one.
Yeah.
In West Wrexham, born and raised.
There's actually a Welsh rap group called Goldie Looking Chain.
Who've
done the Fresh Prince of Cumbraen. And it's funny. It is
My
funny.
kids absolutely love Goldie Looking Chain. I did look up actually whether they were still on they were still touring, and they are.
Oh,
so
they're amazing.
See them.
They're brilliant. Yeah, you know, when I was growing up, we all loved Goldie Looking Chain before they went onto a proper record label, and it was quite funny because they'd done so much kind of like pirated songs. Their first official debut album, they called it Greatest Hits. And people didn't quite get it because how can you have a greatest hits for your first album? It's like, no, come to Wales. They've been touring the working men's clubs for years.
Excellent. They're so good.
Thank you.
So where can people find you, Nathan? Well, let's point them in your direction.
You can find me everywhere on the internet under my name, Nathen Amin. But please subscribe to my Substack. Please come and join me because I'm working hard writing all these articles and doing all these videos and doing all these interviews, and I want people to actually see it. So nathenamin.substack.com. Come and learn more and speak to me. I'll reply on Substack. I won't reply anywhere else.
There you go.
That's
We've
fair.
got a direct route. And if Sheen's listening,
Come on, Sheen.
Mr. Sheen, Substack's the place to find him. Thank you.
Yeah, I will give you the title, The Real Prince of Wales, happily, Michael Sheen, my all-time modern superstar Welsh hero. You were a legend before you did this new play, but now you're a super legend. So,
am I correct? He's the artistic director now of the Royal Theatre of Wales.
Yes. So because of governmental cuts, the National Theatre of Wales was shut down, which meant there basically was no cultural output for acting on stage in all of Wales. Which, come on, you know, we've really given some great actors. Over the years, and suddenly because of cuts, Welsh culture is now removed. So he's obviously lost his plot and has sunk most of his money into creating his own Welsh Theatre of Wales to fill the void. Because
wow, that's amazing.
What is that all about? I mean, he is somebody who operates as not for profit. So all the money he makes, he reinvests completely into opportunities for Welsh people in the art and culture. And there was a show recently about him literally buying the debt of young people. And he's always been a remarkable
Everything
man.
I've ever seen or heard about him has been incredibly positive. And on top of that, he is a beautiful actor. Just lovely actor, as well as he seems to be an incredibly nice person too. And I think the two of you would work wonders on some Welsh historical drama.
Yeah.
We need to make this happen. We need to make this happen. How can we make it happen?
Well, chat, share it, find his socials.
Yeah.
Share it with him.
I met him briefly. I went to watch a Nairin, his play about Nairin Bevan in London, and I was walking past outside and he came out. So, you know, it's a quick picture, you know, it's a couple of seconds interaction, isn't it? But now I'm like, damn it, if I knew he could have done this, I could have actually gone, look, I know you're tired, mate. I know you're taking pictures for all your fans. There were all these fans because he's in some all-men show, which has got a huge fandom that I'm not aware of. I was like, can you all stop worshipping this man about some fantasy show? This is the first independent president of the Republic of Wales you are all speaking to, okay? Let me grab a couple of minutes for him. I just got a picture, but I posted it once on Instagram, and people acted like he's my mate. I'm like, it's literally me being a fan, getting a picture. I don't know the guy, but Wales is a fish pond. Everyone knows everyone. Like it really wouldn't be hard to get word to him.
It's It's definitely closer than 5 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. You will certainly be much closer in terms of those connections than that. So make sure you follow Nathen on his Substack.
People are saying in the comments that they're joining as we speak.
Philippa.
Philippa.
Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Oh, hang on. I do know. Panic! Sorry. I was away. Next week, we're back to our sort of normal streams, so just the three of us. And I am putting forward another nomination for people from history we should know. And mine is the Cheshire Bantams. So with a personal connection, which you'll find out about if you watch next week.
It's going to be a good time. And I'm going to wrap it up. So if you have enjoyed what you have seen, then you could support us over on Buy Me a Coffee, www.buymeacoffee.com/had podcast. You can buy us Winnebagos there. You can also join our close friends. That's on Instagram. The circle of Instagram, if it's got a green bit around our little logo, that means you're already on our close friends. It also means that Catherine's just posted something. So if you would like to join that, then it's basically where Catherine takes her little pervert hands and goes on the internet with her little pervert mind, and she finds all sorts of depraved memes from history and, about beavers in general. And she puts them up there. It's essentially what our group chat's like on WhatsApp. So if you want to know what filth comes into my phone on a regular basis, then Close Friends is the place for you.
The way Kat's pretending there's nothing comes from
nothing to do with her.
I am as pure as the driven snow. I am a mother of small children. I am an angel personified, and I'll have no qualms.
Everything we knew
you're
from
trying
you.
to pretend you're Miss Honey, is what you're saying to us at this
correct. I don't know what 2 girls 1 cup is, and you'll never be able to prove different. Boom! There you are. And the fact that you've all reacted the way you've reacted means that you've all
No. I know
Oh.
that it's not something I want to know. That's as far as I've got. Don't want to know. There you go.
Dude,
I'm not googling it. I am not.
On that note,
bad lowering of the tone.
If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, it's even that bit.
Yes.
Then do make sure that you've liked this video, share it, comment loads do emojis. The more engagement, the more YouTube allegedly shares it out. Please subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, select all. That allegedly will tell you when we're next going to be here, but YouTube is a cheeky little minx. So please come over to our Substack as well, historyafterdarkhub.substack.com. There is also going to be links to our merch. I'm wearing some Warboner merch. That is an aubergine, or the Americans call it an eggplant, with
the helmet
on his spear. So there's Warboner merch, there's History After Dark merch, No Fix for the Internet merch, Rough Beaver merch, Timmy's a Problem merch, more merch coming soon, including our various things with the matchboxes. Also, you'll get links to the podcast. You can get the podcast as well if you search History After Dark podcast on your podcast places.
Yes.
Screaming at.
We need all of that.
Podcast places work different from the YouTube places. And so you can't do likes and subscribes. What you can do, though, is you can give us a 5-star review. If you don't think it's worth 5 stars, then we're not History After Dark podcast. We're a completely different podcast. Find them and give them the review. Make sure you're following all of us on our individual platforms. Make sure you are following us, History After Dark, because also we share information about what's going on. I think that's everything.
Yeah, and Nathen and me will see a few of you on Sunday night as well, because he's very kindly, Nathan's coming after book club, so we're going to talk about him and then we're going to talk to him.
I love it. I
I better be coming into like a whole room going, "What a shit book." I mean, this better not be an ambush, Philippa Glendur.
I've got a feeling it might be a. Could you please tell us how to pronounce
Every
all of these?
name
Yeah,
ever created.
a list of 20 words we will require you to say out loud, because we've all got a version in our heads from reading the book.
What I love is that you've been here enough that you're still signing up for more, and that you're a glutton for punishment,
You're a
Nathen,
good lad.
and we love you for it.
Yeah.
So on that note, everybody, be good. And if you can't be good, be careful. And if you can't be careful, for the love of everything, do not get caught. We're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Bye!